Hello, hello. How are we doing? I it's good to see you too as well, idea. Uh so since the last time that I streamed on here, there was a couple of things that had happened. Like first of all, there was this I guess a theist more recent YouTuber a few weeks ago sent us a video and asked us to what we thought of it and asked us if we would like consider responding to it. So tonight we're going to end up responding to his video, as well as I did a debate with a I guess kind of more well-known atheist YouTuber in some circles by the name of Pine Creek. Now, Pine Creek says that he's not anti-trans and that he doesn't have a problem with trans people. So, and he invited me on for a conversation from a Discord server. So I went over and I had a roughly 2.5 to 3 hour conversation with him. So obviously there's a lot going on in the world, and I don't necessarily want to make my content like entirely just atheism, all about theism, or doing debate reviews and this type of stuff. Like, I don't know if I am going to do a lot of debates, but I just wanted to give my thoughts about the conversation with Pine Creek, then my thoughts of kind of like what's gone on since we've spoken with Pine Creek, and to, I guess, just communicate what I'm feeling about it, where I'm thinking, and like, so in general, I write. That's like what I primarily do. And that's what I want to do. I want to write books, and I do enjoy making videos and discussing things. But right now, writing is kind of my primary thing, and I will talk about, writing and books and that sort of stuff. But I also really enjoy talking about politics. As a trans person living at this point in time, politics seems to be like all pervasive in my life and the life of other trans people that we know. So that's obviously a main focal point for us. So politics is something that I'm definitely going to cover a lot. I do want to get eventually to talking about writing related things and some of the books that I'm working on, because I am excited about that. But for the most part, I don't know if I'm going to necessarily do a lot of debate per se. Maybe if people enjoy the content, or if there seems to be a positive reaction, or people would like to see more of that type of thing, then maybe I will do more about it. Otherwise, I don't know if I want to spend my life like, debate sissing people online. I don't know if that's like the most productive use of my time. I don't know. Does this bring you happy? Does this bring you joy? And I don't know if it brings me a lot of joy to have to continuously defend my existence against other people that think that, like, I shouldn't be allowed in public, or that I shouldn't exist at all to like protect the children, or whatever, alarmist rhetoric they're using against us. Obviously, in the last week, there was a lot of stuff that happened as well. We had the issue with Trump, where somebody tried to assassinate the former president. And I'll just state for the record that I don't support or condone any sort of political violence being done to people like that. My feelings on the subject are very complicated, and I'm not going to be able to enumerate entirely how I feel. Maybe I'll touch more on that when I start doing like political segments in the upcoming streams. But for right now, I'm going to try to respond again. And this is somebody who sent me this video, so they're also a very small YouTuber. I mean, I think they've got like 11 subscribers or something. So don't go over to this person's channel. Don't harass them. I don't want anyone to watch my video, and even if they think I do a good job picking some of this apart, or they think that, this guy possibly used some silly argumentation, I definitely don't want anyone going over there and directing any harassment his way whatsoever. I have spoken to this person, which is why they sent me the video, but He seemed like a fairly decent guy at the time when I was speaking with him before. So that is not going to stop me from like pointing out why his arguments are wrong against atheism. And my point in covering this, so let's just we'll get right into it and talk about. So I think his name is Cano, is the channel name. I'm not going after him because he's like a theist. I don't think necessarily that theists are like bad people or something like that. Like, I'm not an anti-theist. How you doing, Shia? I just have issues with the outcomes of religious policy and the way that these people tend to like go after, you know, whether it's trans people, whether it's LGBT people, whether it is like it's atheists, right? So I don't have a vested interest in necessarily going after people just because they're religious or theistic or something. I don't think that that means that they're bad or that I know more than they do or whatever else. But what I will say is that when someone is coming to atheists and saying, and I'm agnostic for the record, and a lot of people are going to say, well, that would make you an atheist as well. And if you want to call like every single agnostic person an atheist, then fine. I'm an agnostic atheist if that's what you want to do. There's issues with that label, and there's going to be more nuance to like what exactly do you mean when you say things like that. But that's not really pertinent to this. All that's pertinent to this is that this person made a video called Refuting Atheism, and they sent me the video directly and asked me, what do you think of the video? So then I said, okay, fine. Since you sent me this video, I will make a response in one of my streams. I'll just react to your content, and then I'm going to clip it out, make a video, and I'll just send this video back to him and let him know what I thought about it. Exactly. Yeah, Hannah, I hope that everyone is doing well. Actually, it is it's rough out there right now. And I mean, like, besides, you know, inflation, the presidential assassination stuff, I just feel like right now we are in a moment in history where it is complete. I'm not going to say complete political turmoil, but it is definitely frightening that we could be looking like toward the end of democracy. And I know people are like, oh, calm down the rhetoric. I don't know if that's an exaggeration. If you look at Project 2025 and you look at the way that they are claiming they want to dismantle the federal government, I mean, essentially, they want to overturn the way that American life has been lived and enjoyed over the last like several decades. So like, if you enjoy that stability, if you enjoy knowing what rights you have and what rights you don't have, and you feel like we ought to continuously march forward to make society like a more equal place for everyone, to make sure everyone has equal opportunity, to make sure that everyone's rights are protected under the same way, Project 2025 is not the way to go. Project 2025 would allow things like segregation to be brought back in indirectly, right? So it doesn't say, oh, we should have segregation in the bill itself. But if you follow logically the outcomes of it, if it says there will be no protections at any job federally, and that would allow states to then pass laws to say that there's no protections for you in some state based on things like, you know, race, sex, gender, whatever, I could easily see communities where they just up and decide, well, there's no law now saying that we can't discriminate against hiring certain kinds of people. We can hire anybody we want to. There's no federal recourse. So they just decide to stop hiring people that look a certain way, especially with all of the like alarmist rhetoric that they have about, like, you know, what they're going to call illegal immigrants, and try to make the argument that like, oh, well, if anybody even looks Hispanic, you shouldn't give them a job because they're stealing a job that could go to an American. That the policy that they want could have drastically awful outcomes. And if they are able to appoint certain judges, they could change the judicial landscape in this country for like the next several decades at least. And they're going to utterly fail to address the climate catastrophes that are already starting to happen now that we're just starting to see glimpses of how bad it could possibly be. They're not going to be able to address that meaningfully at all. They're going to essentially strip away rights for LGBT people. They're looking to strip away rights from women's health care. So like women wouldn't get things like abortion access, but they're also talking about targeting things like contraception. So they're essentially targeting a woman's ability to choose her reproductive cycle. And we're talking in this case, when we say women, obviously like just people with vaginas and uterus. These are the people that they are actually targeting with this. But the trickle down effects from this, if they ban contraceptive, can be that also men aren't going to have access to contraceptive. If they ban condoms, then not only obviously does that negatively impact people that can get pregnant, it negatively impacts people who can impregnate other people. What if you don't want to impregnate other people? What if you just want to? I mean, I guess blowjobs would become something a lot more popular, but you know, all jokes aside, I don't think it's a good idea to ban contraception. That's terrible, and we can see the quality of life that people enjoy in other countries where they have access to contraception and they have access to control their reproductive cycle often leads to people being much happier and living a much more fulfilling life than if you ban this contraception. And we can look at countries where contraception is banned and women have very few rights, and the quality of life for everyone goes down because these are bad policies, just awful. And it's going to end up creating a strange quilt pattern of rights within the United States, where you're going to have some people in some states you'll have rights, and then you go to the next state and you don't have a right, but then if you go to the next state after that, you might have that right back. Like if you go, let's say California, you have a right to contraception, but it's banned in Arizona. But New Mexico allows it, but Texas has it banned. Essentially, like as you're traveling, what rights you have would change, and all of a sudden, where you do have legal protections and where you don't have legal protections starts to become a gray area. And I feel like most common citizens aren't walking around as like complete lexicons of law. Oh, wait, there's lawyers. There's people called lawyers. We have lawyers for a reason. And I feel like even lawyers are going to start to become confused if the Supreme Court continuously is overturning precedent set in other courts, because a lot of times that is the standard that lawyers are using to look to say, what does the law say? What can we interpret about the law? And the way that they're going about it now, it seems like even lawyers are going to have a hard time keeping up. And if lawyers can't keep up with the law, or lawyers can't make heads or tails of it, what chance do the rest of us have to make sense of what the law says and what rights we do and don't have? Anyway, I got really sidetracked with politics there. I guess I'll get to the response videos. The one for Cano, I think I can do pretty succinct. I don't think this video is necessarily going to take that long. I don't know. I can talk a lot. So maybe this one, we'll see if I turn a 7-minute video into an hour-long video again. But hopefully this one doesn't take quite as long to get through. And then I think the one that is going to take a long time, and I might end up breaking up the Pine Creek debate review. And I say debate. It was more of a discussion. He's calling it a debate, but I was looking at more of like we were discussing something because it wasn't structured. There was no opening statements, etc. Yeah, it's definitely an important topic for Hannah. Legitimately, it is. And I will talk about 2025 in my streams going forward. I will talk about, Trump and Biden and everything else that's going on. I do plan on being very political on this channel. It's just that this stream specifically, I don't want to get too distracted because I was thinking maybe 2-hour stream. Who knows? It might stretch for a long time, and I'll just chop it up then, or I'll just do, Pine Creek part 1 of my conversation discussion review, and then next time I'll do part 2 because it's 2.5 hours and there's a lot. I mean, we could just kind of watch it and I'll pause it periodically to say, maybe I could have said this better, or Pine Creek is continuously repeating this point again, or why his point is flawed. Because in the moment, when I'm trying to explain to him, and you'll see, as I'm trying to explain to him where he's wrong on something, he just keeps trying to interrupt me. And the other thing that I noticed that was kind of strange is that he's got 30,000 subscribers, but on that live stream, he turned the comments on to subscribers only mode. So for whatever reason, he is feeling the need to control his comment section a little bit stricter, unless he just does that for every single video where he's like, oh, if you don't subscribe to my channel, then you can't comment. Which, by the way, please like and subscribe if this has been entertaining, informative on anything. I don't know. Maybe you've never heard of 2025 and you live under a rock, you know? I don't know. Or you never thought like, that 2025 thing seems kind of bad. Yeah, use the Google machine and find out all about Project 2025. And definitely don't vote for Trump. That's what I'll say. Don't vote for Trump. It's bad. All right. So I'm going to get into the topics of the stream now. I feel like I've joked around and had a little bit of fun to start this off. Let's see what Cano has to say against atheism.
What's up, guys? In today's video, I'm going to be refuting an atheist man's arguments on why God does not exist. Now, please love this man. Don't go over to his channel and start spreading hate. I love this man, and I want him to stop spreading his degenerate lies.
All right, I don't love Cano. I'm going to ask you to do the same thing. Don't go over there. Don't harass him. But I'm not going to say something like, I love this man. I have no idea who this... I mean, we've talked one time.
On the internet,
and calling him degenerate lies. Oh, you're spreading degenerate lies. A little bit of hyperbole. Don't harass him. He's just spreading degenerate lies. Like, all right.
Inconsistency of religions. Just a logical question here. If a metaphysical form exists, then why do we perceive the same thing so differently? Is there any unified view of God, his form, his number, his work, or his expectations from us? If God existed, he would have been bigger, more powerful, and with effect on the universe. The reason we all have different views of him is that he does not exist. We are not perceiving a reality. Rather, we are building on something we made up.
Now,
okay, so if we are not perceiving a reality, we're building on something like from our perception. This person making the video is referring, I'm assuming, to some type of like phenomenological experience, like your senses, and they're coming from it from almost like an existentialist point of view, which is where I would view it from, to say that like your reality is made up of your perceptions and your phenomenological experiences. He's saying that it's not an idealistic view, so there's not these platonic forms that exist outside of, outside of time and space, that are kind of like created by the mind of God, that ends up creating like a mind quality to everything in existence and keeps the consistency of those objects. And that's why we all view something and we objectively see that there is an objective reality outside of our perceptions, but obviously there's lots of problems with that. We can't demonstrate that. And as far as I can tell, as an existentialist, and also just applying like heavy skepticism to realism itself, that's not true. There is no objective reality outside of yourself, not in the way that Cano means it. There could be external objects to us. It could be the case, and it seems with accuracy that we can say there are things outside of us, there are other minds and this type of stuff, but that's not demonstrable. And then when it comes to something like, I'm just going to use this as a quick example, as color, like all this color behind me, depending on the facts about your ability to perceive things is going to depend on what you see all the colors around me. And is my stream full of purples and kind of rainbow and greens and yellow, or do you see more of gray colors? Or are you going to tell me that like this is brown, or this is beige, or I'm wearing a beige dress and it's a beige bar around my profile, and it's there's just brown all over here instead of purple? Obviously, depending on your ability to perceive things, if there's different faculties that you have for processing this, different facts about your ability to perceive vision and colors, you're going to come to different conclusions. There are no platonic ideals. If there were platonic ideals, things like color should not be subjective. It should not be just based on my perception. There should be an objective fact. And if you're going to say something real quick about like, oh, I can take a computer and I can like type in, some coordinates or a frequency for the light, and I can say, see, the computer says this light at this frequency is this color. No, you're applying your perception to that frequency. You're saying, when I type in this frequency in the computer, it reads off this this color, or reads off a set of numbers. When I look at the light that it specifies as this number at that frequency, I see purple. But someone else that has different perceptions might walk up next to you and say, oh, when you type in that set of coordinates and it pulls up that frequency, I see gray. Therefore, that frequency is gray, whereas we would say, no, that frequency is purple. And it just so happens to be the case that, like, we have enough people all, acting as like a, I don't want to say like a hive mind, but we have enough other people acting to like give us consistency with this, where we can say the average person perceives this frequency as purple, and there are a group of people that are the exception that might see it as gray, but that doesn't change the fact that there are this group of people that perceive this as a different color. So that frequency can't exist as a Platonic ideal because it's missing a necessary trait to be a Platonic ideal. It's missing a necessary trait that they would say is purpleness of that frequency. Anyway, this might take longer than I thought.
This is one of the most common logical fallacies that atheists make.
All right, most common logical fallacy. So which fallacy is he going to pick out of this list? Because there's like black or white, begging the question, Texas sharpshooter. There's a ton of fallacies here. Which one is he going to say is the fallacy of this point?
Commonly put God and make him in their own image. And they say things like, well, if God existed, then he would do this and that, exactly how they want him to. And they make God in their own image, in their own brain. If God existed, why does he have to line up exactly with what you think? You are a fallible man, and everything you think is completely subjective to you. So why does your opinion matter when it comes to God, right? Why does it matter, right? You can't make God in your own image. This is a really bad argument. Don't use this. It's really stupid.
Believers say that.
Okay. I didn't hear a fallacy listed. I just heard him say, atheist, this is, a type of fallacious reasoning. And then he says that you're making God in your own image. My brother in Christ, you think you literally are made in God's image. You think that if there is a God, you are made in his image. And that's your subjective view. Because people around the world don't agree on religions, and they don't agree what God is. If you talk about a pantheistic God, just a deist God, or a theist God. Is God Allah? That is not a man and never was a man. Is God Jesus, who was a man that would make God very much like you? Or is God some other entity, some other unexplainable thing? It's just a deistic God. It's the grounder of all reality, the foundations of everything, was the prime mover that started everything, but we know no other traits about that. There are so many different versions of God, and then you have other cultures that had different views on gods, and gods are polytheistic gods, where they think that gods very much are like people. They're just super powered people, right? You can't make when you say you're making God in your own image, that makes no sense because atheists don't believe in a God. They don't accept the proposition that there are gods. How could we be making God in our own image if we don't know that this creature exists? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We base all of our criticisms and critiques off of what you're telling us about God. You say God is or was a man. God is the prime mover. God is Jesus or something like that. And we're just like, either we're not convinced about it, or we're just applying skepticism, or we just reject it. That's not us making God in our own image. I don't even know what you mean by there. And it was very weird to go to talking about somebody was trying to explain to you like an existentialist view, and you turned around and said, oh, you're just trying to make God in your own image. What are you talking about?
There is a God, a power which is noble and good, then do they forget the existence of evil in the world? Be logical. When God loves us so dearly, then why does he allow evil to exist? If there is God, who allows wars and riots to take place and destroy his creation, when by all means he can stop it, then
sorry,
he is at
I
least
had that
not
video
worth
on.
worshiping.
Yeah,
I
see,
sped it
the
up.
main problem with this argument, and it's really sad since this is a very popular argument among atheists, is that how can you judge the infallible God's actions? How can you judge his actions and say, hey, infallible judge, you did something that was fallible and was wrong and evil?
All right, infallible judge. how can you do something that was wrong and evil, right?
Is that
And he
how can you
pulls up a
judge the
rational.
infallible God's actions? How can you judge his actions
Yeah,
and
how
say,
could
"Hey,
you?
infallible judge"?
Yeah, okay. So he has the rational view compared with the atheist view. Now, some of the people in my audience, they're going to know right away what's wrong with something like this. Why would you conflate or like try and act as if a rationalist view and an atheist view are like opposed to each other, right? You could be a rational atheist. Like I would think like if you're trying to compare like something like rational, you'd want to try to compare it with like an empirical view or something like that. Like what's the competing view? Atheism as the answer. It's a single answer on a single question. It's not an entire worldview or anything like that. A rational view, you could argue, is going to be like your worldview. When you say rational here, do you mean in a philosophical sense, or do you just mean like I'm a rational person because you've got like a construction worker with a hammer, then you've got like just the hammer by itself. So you're implying there that like a watchmaker argument. But the problem is in your worldview, all those images would be the exact same because you think that the human is constructed just like you think the hammer is constructed and the nail is constructed. But then you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between like a human and like with a hammer nailing something together and like a tree. If you saw like somebody is, I don't know, they built a tree house, under your view, you'd walk up there and be like, these are the exact same things. Like, because everything's designed. You think that the trees are designed. You think that God hammered trees together. You think that God's hammering the sand on the beach together. You think God is hammering all this stuff together. Now, even if I grant that we don't know, that could be the case, right? You'd have to prove that. And what this person's actually getting at is the problem of evil. Like, if there is a God, how could these things happen, right? And how can you form judgments about this infallible God? All right, so we would just say, if there's a God that knows everything, is all powerful, and can do anything, then nothing would happen that's not that God's will, because that God could create whatever they view as the best possible world to get the maximum number of people to heaven, because that would be that God's goal. That means that part of that God's goal would be the suffering of the world. Then that would include like childhood cancer, floods, murders, everything like Hitler. Means that would be the best possible world. Like, are y'all following what I'm saying? Hopefully chat is I'm not like too far, like getting too far removed from this. If they're claiming, how can you judge God? Then what we would say is, we can look at what your standard is for God when you show us the Bible or something like that. You say, God says don't kill, God says don't do this, that, or the other, and then you're telling us that God is omniscient, omnibenevolent, all knowing, everything else, all powerful, and is omnitemporal, so is always around us, and can do anything that God wants to. So if that's the case, then the world that we have right now, which is just a possible world, philosophically, this possible world, if it is God's goal to save the most people because God loves the most people and God wants the most people to go to heaven, then the implication is, if God is omnibenevolent, so God's doing the maximum good that he can to get the maximum number of people to heaven, to save the maximum number of people, then it by default logically follows that this world is the best possible world that God could come up with in order to get the maximum number of people to heaven, stop the most amount of people from going to hell. And that best possible world of your all-powerful, perfectly good God includes murder and Hitler and every single bad thing, childhood cancer, every awful thing you can imagine. That's part of this God's plan. You're saying that God is hammering in that cancer to those kids. That's what you're saying. And one way that like some theists might try to get out of this is that they could take something like a Calvinist view, and they could say that God is the author of everything that's good and evil, because that's what the Bible says, and that he's maximally good, and he's only good enough to meet his own standards, which would include designing a world with all this suffering, because he has like a special group. And I'm not saying that all I'm not just saying only Calvinists think this, but under something like a Calvinist view, God could have a special group of people, and God thinks that this group of people are the ones that get saved, and everyone else is, is just doomed to hell or whatever. My issue with this is that why is it that even under that scenario where God is playing favorites and is choosing only this little group of people goes to heaven and the rest of people go to hell, so that would explain why there's so much suffering, then why do God's chosen people all suffer just like the rest of us? Because when I look at like Calvinists and I look at people that believe this stuff, they don't seem to live any better lives than any of the rest of us. And a lot of them will bite the bullet on like hard determinism, where they're like, oh yeah, whatever happens, happens, because that's just what God wants to happen. And they all suffer just like the rest of us do. There seem to be no special people that are spared from health problems as they get older, from their family dying, from, floods and storms striking their communities and their cities. This happens all over the world to everyone. Everyone fucking suffers. Sorry, the first swear word of the stream, right? I should that's a bad Zoe. I'll do my best to not swear. Everyone suffers the same way or in similar ways. And I find it ludicrous to say that there's just some special people that God's chosen and they're really the ones that are going to go to heaven. But yet, if that's the case, why are they suffering just like the rest of us? Why are we all made to suffer? That's what I would want to ask.
You did something that was fallible and was wrong and evil. Brother, you are a moral relativist on atheism. Every moral you have is subjective to you, and you're judging the infallible, all good, all just judge, and you're judging his actions? That's it. There's no logic in that. It just doesn't make any sense. So please, the dude who made this video, first show me what is evil and show me what is good. Show me that.
Okay. So it's like, oh, your moral relativist view on God, and who are you with your moral relativism, maybe cultural relativism? No, buddy, you Cano, you're doing the same thing. You're slapping the level of objective on it. You still have a subjective moral stance, and the reason, and I'll unpack this for you perfectly, because you might be very quick to deny this and think like, Zoe, you're being so mean. And when I say moral, I'm appealing to objective ethical principles that are outside of us. So it's not that I am desiring this. I'm saying that there are some natural facts about the world. I know Cano's not an ethical naturalist, but an ethical naturalist and a moral realist could make this argument. They could say there are ethical facts about the world, and those facts are independent of human mind. So it doesn't matter what you think about these facts. They are still facts about the world, and they are as true as gravity is, because when we're talking about morality, we're talking about like well-being and suffering, if that's the standard we're going to set. And we could say that there are certain things factually in nature that cause people more harm or more well-being. So like chopping my hand off factually is going to be detrimental to my well-being, regardless of what someone subjectively thinks about it. Now, that I don't accept this. And I don't think that necessarily you can, that is a very robust case. But Cano is making a very similar case, but he just doesn't realize it. He's going to try to special plead that when he says subjective and objective, that God shouldn't count as a subjective agent. But that is not true, because God still is acting, he is still a mind or an agent. That would still make whatever moral code you're pulling from God, especially because you're essentially saying like a might makes right. Whatever God says is moral is just moral. That's your actual standard, is strong man say thing, I should do what strong man says. And then whatever God says is going to be subjective because it's coming from a mind of God's mind. God's not appealing to the objective facts about the world or even giving you a standard. God is just saying, I don't like gay sex. Don't do gay sex. That's all he's saying. He's not telling you why. He's not saying don't do gay sex because, and then here are the empirical facts about the world that make gay sex wrong or something like that. But Christians have a different opinions, different views on what is and is not moral. They have throughout the centuries. Their morality is just as culturally relative. They are all more relativist, just the same, as far as like you can pick out different Christian communities and say that these Christians all thought different things were moral, thought different things were immoral, different denominations accept some things as moral or think that some things aren't moral, and they're all claiming to have objective morality, and it's coming from the Bible when it is their subjective interpretation of what that book says. That's why it's still subjective. It's subjective via your phenomenological experiences, and it's also subjective even if I grant that there was a God. It would be subjective to what that God says. Because when you're doing the interpretation, you're not literally saying word for word, the book says this, so therefore moral. Most Christians are interpreting some parts of Scripture that they like and some that they don't like parts of Scripture that say like slavery is permissible. Most modern sensibilities would say that's not okay. So I don't think it's like all of a sudden God is just wrong about slavery. I think it is the case that you're interpreting this through your subjective lens. You're trying to label it moral. And then when we look at things like the Crusades, we can see that very clearly some religious people, some Christians, at one point in time thought that mass murder was perfectly fine. And I hope Cano doesn't agree with that. But I find it very silly to say that Christians have some type of ethical, like, objectivity when they don't. Now, what you could say is, are there Christians who are moral realists versus Christians who are, moral anti-realists? And are there, people that are compelled because they think there's an ought, because they are a moral realist? Or are there people that don't think there are oughts because they are not moral realist? That would be a conversation, but that's not dependent on theism, because an atheist could be a moral realist and an atheist could be a moral anti-realist. Christians could be, or theists, moral realists, or moral anti-realists. Anyway, that's my main problem here, is like he's just labeling atheism as if it's every single atheist is an anti-moral realist. I don't think that's the case.
First, and then we can try and move on, right? But since you won't be able to, since everything is subjective on atheism.
Oh no, I just did. I actually just made the argument.
This argument got buried. It's really piss poor. Don't use this argument.
Evidence of existence, largely saying there is not much evidence to prove the existence of God. Well, if God is there, then why is there no proof of him being there? That kind of puzzles us. Talking of the evidences that somehow prove that such a power exists can also not be trusted. When put under examination, these evidences fail to support the argument. Also, the idea of a large number of atheists circling the world is beyond us. Since God exists, why didn't he prove himself to us?
Brother, he did. This is pure copium. You are lying to all the people who watch this. Atheists who are watching this never use this argument. This is so bad. If you believe Julius Caesar existed, you ergo have to believe that Jesus existed.
What? Wait.
Because there are more historical manuscripts of Jesus Christ than there are of Julius Caesar. Most of every historian will say Jesus Christ did exist. Ben Shapiro, who is a Jew, said...
No. All right, hold on. So it doesn't... None of this is relevant. You're saying, well, because there are historians that think that he existed. So what? First of all, the claims around Caesar's existence are not even remotely the same to the claims around Jesus existing. Jesus's claims include him being God, include him like going around and healing people by touching them, by cursing a fig tree because it didn't produce him figs, by having the devil take him up on top of the tallest tree where he could see the four corners of the earth as if the earth is flat. There's so many things. Noah's flood is a biblical story, but putting aside Noah's flood, I'll just stick with Jesus because we're trying to narrow it down to Jesus. There are so many things. A virgin birth. I'm sorry, I didn't know that all of a sudden we're talking about whether, within science, do we have evidence that that people just spontaneously give birth? I didn't know that was a thing. I thought y'all are the follow the science crowd. I guess only on trans issues, right? But when it comes to Jesus, there's so many supernatural things that are claimed about Jesus, so that he rose from the dead after dying. There are so many things about him that you can't just back up with, well, it's in a book. It doesn't matter. Nobody is saying that this guy couldn't have been an early Jewish itinerant rabbi. No one is saying that. There were plenty of people walking around claiming miracles. There were plenty of people walking around. And it is interesting how many different stories about like a character like Moses, by the way, when you can look at all these different cultures around the same time period that had different tales of some character like Moses claiming to do Moses-like things. I find that kind of strange for there supposedly being one person that did this. With Jesus, you run the same problem. Because here's your problem. If I say, let's say tomorrow, or right now, I say Julius Caesar didn't actually exist. Anybody in my audience, does that affect your life in any fucking way? If you found that Julius Caesar didn't actually exist? That specific Roman emperor actually wasn't really a real character. Why would that impact us in any significant way? Why do you think that's substantial? All you're saying is that there may be historical inaccuracies about historical figures. Like at one point in time, they thought that Paul Bunyan was an actual person. And it turns out that, yeah, no, there wasn't actually some giant dude walking around chopping down trees with a single swing of an axe. And you can say like there's an exaggeration that happens in some historical accounts, but nothing changes in my life if Julius Caesar didn't actually exist. Like nothing. None of my beliefs are grounded in Julius Caesar. I'm never like, I'm never about to like masturbate at night. I'm like, oh, what would Caesar think about this? I'm never like about to go do anything. I'm like, oh, what would Julius think? WWJD, what would Julius do? All right. Never happens in my life. Julius Caesar is like a vague historical figure that I'm aware of that was a Roman emperor, and I could go and read about his supposed life if I wanted to, but nothing changes in my life. For you, everything in your worldview crumbles if Jesus isn't real. And not only if Jesus wasn't real, but if the miracles that Jesus claimed to have performed didn't actually happen, if Jesus didn't rise from the dead, if Jesus didn't go around healing people, if Jesus wasn't some divine entity as your camp claims that he has, that's a huge problem for your worldview. These things are not even remotely similar, and I don't know why you would pretend that they are. It's some type of gotcha, like, oh, well, you just accept the historicity of every single other historical figure, so you must accept Jesus too. I've got no problem saying that maybe there was a early itinerant rabbi named Jesus walking around claiming to do things. There are people today that walk around claiming to perform miracles, and people that claim that they have performed those miracles. There is an infamous guru in India that died like less than 10 years ago, and he claimed to have performed all sorts of miracles. There are like hundreds of thousands of people that claim that they've seen him raise people from the dead and everything else. This is in the modern time. There's videos of this dude doing this stuff. And you would say, how do we know that that's not a trick of the camera? How do we know that these people aren't mistaken? How we weren't able to test this stuff? All the people around this person are all claiming this is true, but we have no solid empirical evidence. There's some camera footage. There's some recordings that are kind of like hazy or further away, but we can watch people like Chris Angel or Houdini do magic tricks. And people are, oh my gosh, this guy like walked through the Great Wall of China or something like that. And we could record him doing it. And just because like you couldn't look at that and tell that that's a magic trick, and just like we can't, look at these texts and tell like, oh yeah, these miracles definitely happened. No, you can't. You're just saying they claim that they happened. There could be tons of people that all write their accounts of how they watched Chris Angel walk through the Chinese wall, and over the years we're like, wow, look at this. There's like a 10,000 word, well, let's just say like a 300,000 word manuscript, just gigantic thing that's almost as long as the Bible, and all of them are all reporting the same stories of Chris Angel walking through the Chinese wall. Did that happen that he walked through this Great Wall of China? No. No. It could still be an illusion. They could still be mistaken. That's the issue we have with this. It's the supernatural elements of these claims, not the fact that some guy named Jesus existed. I'm not a mythicist, and I don't really care to argue the case. Maybe he did exist, maybe he didn't. But like, there's not the same quality of evidence that he even did. It's pure stories is what you have, and that's it. And again, if I say, okay, fine, Caesar doesn't exist, or I don't know if Caesar existed, who cares? Your whole worldview depends on this Jesus character actually existing.
Jesus Christ existed. The Muslims say Jesus Christ existed. The Christians say Jesus.
Okay, the Jews and the Christians. Well, the Christians were born out from the Jews, so very early Christians would have been Jews. So of course they say that. And then Islam, but the Muslims think this too. Yeah, they think that Jesus was one of God's prophets because Islam is derivative of Judaism and Christianity. Who would have thought that the three Abrahamic religions share some similar, some overlap in mythos? Huh. And then as far, I can't believe you literally invoked Ben Shapiro.
Christ existed. Everyone says Jesus Christ existed. The squabble is on who Jesus Christ was. And in those 23,000 New Testament manuscripts that he's just plain denying, he has to look into them and realize that it does say Jesus existed.
Oh, look at these 23,000 manuscripts we have that all say that Chris Angel stepped through the Great Wall of China. Clearly, he must have actually phased out of reality and walked through with his interdimensional powers. It's literally what you're saying.
So saying that there's no evidence of God would just be denialism.
It's not that there's no evidence. There's not compelling evidence for your supernatural claims. Hopefully if you make another video, when you want to say a claim like this, okay, you need to find some way to show that the supernatural elements are true, not just claims of it, but you need to actually show how it's true. Because all you're doing right now is like, oh, it's just denialism. Okay, all you're doing right now is literally relying on an appeal, like a proof by assertion. That's all you're doing. These people said it, therefore it must have happened. That's literally what you're doing. And look, I could play the same game. Jesus did not do those things. How do we know? Oh, I just told you, Jesus didn't do it. That's all you're doing. And then if I point to all the atheist writers over the years or all the mythicists and say, look, we've got tons and tons. And by the way, there are a lot of books that people have written, what they would call as mythicists, they would call debunking or disproving Jesus. They think that they would successfully offer you a case to debunk Jesus. Why aren't you pointing to those books or bringing those up in here? Because you're going to say well, I just disagree with them, so I'm going to dismiss them. Okay.
Straight up lying to everyone who's watching this. Man, I pray that you watch this video and that you can actually hear my truth.
Morality needs no religion. Most people believe that in the absence of God and religion,
That's
there
true.
would be utter
Based.
chaos leading to immoral acts. But is that really true? Looking at the behavior of a believer and an atheist, you'd see that there is little to no difference in their morality. On the other hand, there are more than a few incidents to prove that religious people commit immoral acts in the name of God. So isn't it wrong to relate God with morality? The question of the deity's existence persists yet again.
See, you're wrong. Morality does need religion, and we can look at the fruits of atheism. What does atheism...
Okay. I established earlier, and I know I said this, I'm going to repeat it again because I feel like if when Cano listens to this, he may need to really hear this more than once, okay? There are moral realists and there are moral anti-realists. Not all theists, even not all Christians necessarily are moral realists. I could imagine a Christian moral anti-realist. They might be unusual, but they could exist. Just like on the atheist side, not every atheist is a moral anti-realist. There are atheist moral realists. They exist. I don't know why, you're just, the way you're framing this makes it seem like you either, I'm going to give you the charity and assume that you don't know this, and I'm not going to assume that you're just trying to say this because you just want to be like atheist evil or something.
Atheism lead you to? Okay, I'll quote this. Historian Jeffrey Burton Russell has...
Who cares what one single historian has to say? Who cares? This is his opinion, but okay.
argue that atheist rulers such as Lenin, Hitler, Stalin, Mao Zedong, and Pol Pot tortured, starved, and murdered more people in the 20th century than all the combined religious regimes of the world during the previous 19 centuries.
Okay. So every single time religious people bring this up, they bring this up as if it's a silver bullet or something. And the issue is that first of all, saying like, oh well, one people did this more than others. First of all, who cares? That's not relevant. What's relevant is that we're saying that you can be moral or not moral and be an atheist, and that you can be moral or not moral and be a Christian. So if you're granting that, well, Christians or religious people did this too, it's just that atheists did this more, then you're still conceding the point that it's still within the realm of possibility that Christians do this. Now, your list here, Lenin, Stalin, and then we've got Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, and Hitler. Well, first of all, Hitler, as far as we can know by best historical accounts, was a Catholic. And I think the Nazi belt buckles said like God is with us or something like that in German. So Hitler, like multiple times, talked about being Catholic. The Catholic Church had also aided and abetted the Nazi regime and what they were doing. So first and foremost, Hitler was one of his collaborators was also the Catholic Church. So that one is out. Now these others, Lenin and Stalin, and I'll even just say Mao Zedong and Pol Pot. Let's just say all those people, right? Which one of those people did what they did, like in the name of atheism, or in the cause of atheism? None of them. Yeah, that's right, Hannah. Something. Yeah, what religion do I say? Like Catholicism. So the issue is that when you're talking about like Lenin, Stalin, Mao Zedong, Pol Pot, these were political motivations. They were authoritarians, they were despots, and they wanted to like seize control of their country. It had nothing to do with the idea we're going to spread atheism at all. Their goal was to take over the country, and they had authoritarian, fascistic dictatorships. Very, very much like Trump, laments that he, is a wannabe dictator in our own country, which is funny because a lot of the religious right always seem to support these kind of fascist dictators. But on the other hand, when you look at something like the Crusades and the mass genocides of the 100 Years' War and stuff like this, the Catholics like slaughtering Protestants and them slaughtering each other for like 100 years, these were over religious motivations. And a lot of times when you look at countries that like the Spanish Inquisition, or you look at a lot of justifications for the American slave trade, a lot of the justifications for this were also religious. In the cornerstone speech of the Confederacy, when the Confederacy first formed and broke away from the United States, they were the first country, at least in their declaration, to be founded on the principle of slavery. And they listed that they felt that it was a divine right that they had, and they literally used the word providence. It was their like divine providence for this to happen. Providence, it was used almost exclusively at that time in religious contexts. They believed that not only were they fighting for their, states' rights versus federal rights, but when you say, well, what states' rights specifically, freedom of religion was a big thing that they pushed. Not all of them, and I'm not saying that there were no, anti-slavery abolitionists in the North that were Christians. There were. But what he's doing here is just very disingenuous, because Hitler was conspired with the Catholic Church. They don't include something like Rwanda, where they were religious people. And when we look at countries today that are destabilized and there's mass slaughter, mass like genocide and stuff going on in developing countries, a lot of those countries that were destabilized by mostly Christian countries that were colonized by Christians that were, by countries that were mostly Christian. A lot of the colonizers were also doing like missionary work, or they believe they're doing God's work to bring the word of God to these people. They're not doing that in the name of atheism. They're not like, let me come over here. I'm going to, I'm gonna come over and colonize your country to tell you how much I don't believe in God. They're not doing that. They think that they're bringing the church to you, or they're bringing, whatever. And Islam will say like they're here to spread by the sword. I know it's a metaphor, but what do you think they mean? What do you think they mean? And very much, I don't see atheists that are subjugating people. Yeah, Shia, almost all of South America. Yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing that happened. And the problem is, like, when we're talking about when they're going over there and doing that sort of thing, what are the motivations? And the motivations for a lot of these people that justified it to them was religious justification. Now, you could say that there's political justifications, and there's always going to be, like, resource stealing and all this type of stuff, and that it's not just primarily religion, but religion was a motivation. Spreading atheism is never a motivation of these people. The people that are like Lenin and Stalin and all them, their motivation is because they have like an ideology, a political ideology that they think requires them to liquidate certain political opponents or certain resistance groups or whatever else. Like, communists versus fascists, this type of stuff. It's not because they're like, oh, we're atheist, so we need to like convince you to disavow God or we're going to kill you. I don't know that's ever been an actual motivation for any of this stuff to happen.
You cannot say that we're on the same level of morality because your morality is fake. I assume you live in a country that
your morality is fake. Okay, can you define what fake morality is? And when you say atheists have fake morality, so fake atheist morality, I still don't know what you mean. I've never heard of atheist morality. All I know is that atheism is a single answer on a single question about this. Now you might say, Zoe, this is you're being disingenuous because you know what he means. I know what he's trying to say, but he doesn't know what he's trying to say. Because if he understood what ethical frameworks were, if he understood anything from like a meta-ethical view and this type of stuff, he wouldn't say something so nonsensical like atheists have fake morality. I don't even know what that means. Do you mean that you think that subjective morality is fake? Do you mean that you think that relative morality is fake? Do you mean that objective morality is fake? Do you mean that you think that moral anti-realism is fake? I don't know what you mean because you didn't specify and you didn't talk about anything that could be made sense here. You just said they're fake morality. I don't even know what you're saying. I don't know what you're trying to criticize. Other than you're saying we don't have a real moral system, but we have a moral system we perceive as real, which means that you could identify that fake moral system. What's the fake moral system? Like, rough analogy, okay? If I say, hey, why don't you do you want to come over and we can like play Switch or something, and then you come over to my house and I'm like, and you're like, hey, where's the Switch? And I point to like a shoddy white cardboard painted box, and I'm like, well, there's I got a Raspberry Pi in there, and I want to play some games with you, and you go like, that's a fake Switch. All right, if I asked you, what do you mean that's a fake Switch, you'd be able to point to it and explain why that thing is not a Switch. So when you say your fake atheist morality, your fake morality, can you identify what that even is? What is the thing that you're pointing at? What's the object, or even if it's an abstract object and it's a conceptual thing, what is that conceptual thing you're even talking about? This might be like an autistic thing on my part, but genuinely, I have no idea what he's talking about. He's just saying your morality is fake.
that is
Okay, fine. Your morality is fake.
profited off of Christian. Previously, it was Christian, and it's profited off of the fruits and grew from Christianity, right? So you are sitting in a Christian country saying, oh, atheists have good morals, but you don't have any good morals because you're not accountable for anything on atheism. You have no fear for divine retribution, bro. Look at my...
Yeah, we don't have a fear of divine retribution. That's true. We're accountable to one another and the communities that we live in and the state that we live in. We are definitely accountable in that way for moral actions. And then what was the other one? Something about like you live in a Christian nation. Oh, so Christianity has stolen stolen and borrowed from the Enlightenment and the Enlightenment framework and improved their own systems of morality by adopting some of the views from the Enlightenment, and they've been claiming credit for it the entire time, even though they would be some of the same people that would have persecuted and murdered Enlightenment thinkers, ironically enough. So just as you're going to say, oh, well, you're borrowing from a Christian meta-ethical framework, I don't think so. My morality has never come from Christian ethics. My morality has been informed by Enlightenment values and by, I would say, leftist social values easily. And a lot of times whenever I do meta-ethical thinking, and just so you know, that's like when you're thinking about your ethics, like, or you're thinking about your framework, I can evaluate my framework internally and logically say, where are the inconsistencies? What am I worried about? You know, what are the types of ethical questions that I would struggle with or that I can and can't answer? What are the limits of my framework? And why are those limits there? And is there anything I can do about that? Like, can I adjust my framework? He's claiming that, like, all of this is just borrowed from Christianity. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't, nowhere in Christianity do I get sex positivity. Nowhere in Christianity do I get, like, you know, a value for self-actualization. You want people to repress themselves and subject themselves to, like, some god and be subservient first and foremost to some deity and worship strong man good. That's what you want. And nowhere in my ethical framework has might makes right ever been something that I would accept. That's just a bully is what that is.
Modern atheism. Look at the fruits. All they do is make your children gay and push LGBTQ.
right after I make that point. What's wrong with being gay? What's wrong with being LGBT? You need to make that case. Because this is exactly what I was talking about. You're just going to say, because strong men say bad.
In schools full of minors. My science teacher in 7th grade literally had a pride flag in her room.
Oh God, a pride flag.
Skeleton.
Oh,
there
a
is
trans skeleton.
No need to be doing that in a room full of prepubescent children.
Well, wait. There might not be a need to do that, but the teacher clearly wanted to do that. So you're going to have to explain why it's bad to have a trans skeleton, but not a cis skeleton. You're going to have to explain why it's bad to have, like, a pride flag in there. Like, you're going to have to make that case. Why is it bad? Why?
Especially as a children. Look at Aaron Ra, bro. Does that dude seem nice to you?
This is a complete non sequitur. Who care? First of all, like, Aaron Ra is a decent guy, as far as I can tell from, like, watching his content. He's all right. He ended up joining the what do they call that? It's like the temple, the Satanic Temple. And if you look at what the Satanic Temple's principles are, they're more of a political activist group that does a lot of, like, suing states and stuff on behalf of when states are pushing a separation of violating separation of church and state. Like, I don't know. And I think it's in Louisiana, where they are saying that the 10 Commandments now have to be put in every single classroom. And they're saying in Oklahoma that every teacher must have a Bible on their desk, and they must read from the Bible with a focus on the 10 Commandments. I'm sorry. What was the justification? I'm sorry. Are y'all okay with pushing your view on other people? Because if you have an issue with just a pride flag being in a room with kids, and this is just the flag being there, then surely you must have a problem with, like, the 10 Commandments being pushed on the children and telling them, you know, oh, you shouldn't, like, murder people. Why are children being told all about murder? Don't you think that, like, children that are that young might be too sensitive to know about something like murder? And what if they end up reading from the Bible and they, you know, read the part about the where she's hung, her boyfriend or her lover was, you know, hung like a horse and had emissions like a donkey? What about that verse? I don't think you want to read that. What about Lot's daughters getting him drunk and taking advantage of him, and him getting, like, incestuously SA'd by his daughters. I don't think you want that being read to kids. But that's in the Bible. What about the prostitute that gets raped all night long? And then after she's like raped to death, she's chopped into different pieces. And then each piece of her is sent to the different tribes of Israel to rally them. Like, I think it was against the Levites or something like that at the time. And it's the story explaining, like, why did they go and wipe out these people? Oh, because they did this. I don't think young children should hear about that. I don't think that those are good stories that we should be telling children. But you know what? With your Christian morality and your Christian set of ethics and what you believe about God and God's word is all good and stuff like that, maybe you do believe that you should tell young children about, having emissions like donkey and giant being hung like a horse and raping people and pillaging and murdering and genociding people. Maybe you think those are good things that you should tell a child. But if you did, I would say that that you were being unethical. I would say that would be a morally wrong thing to do. I don't know what Aaron Ra has anything to do with this at all, other than, oh yeah, he wore some horns because he joined the Satanic Temple, and he says, "Hail Satan." Who cares? He's having fun. He's having more fun doing this than it seems that that you are then droning on about Christian morality and ethics, playing, I don't know, is that Fortnite? I don't know what game that is.
Does Aaron Ross seem nice to you? Look at the fruits of atheism, and then look at the fruits of Christianity. What does Christianity teach? Jesus says, "If you love me, you'll keep my commandments." In James 2:24, you see then that a man is justified by works and not by faith only, right? So it's telling us we need charitable deeds in order to be justified in our faith. We can't just say, "I believe," right?
Atheists can do charitable deeds. Atheists can also feel compelled that they have a moral duty. Because, again, all you're doing is saying, well, it says that you're justified in your deeds, and you're saying that somehow ought compel you. I don't find that very compelling. You would need to make the case for that ought. You ought do this moral thing. You need to justify that. You can't just say, oh, well, the text says this, and therefore we have it. No, you don't.
And if we just look at the 10 Commandments, do not bear false witness.
Okay, so the 10 Commandments, I'm your God, you shall have no other gods before me. That's literally against the Constitution. That's in violation of the First Amendment, where you can have whatever God you want to, or you can choose not to have a God. Let's see. 2 and 3 are basically the same thing that your super-powered narcissist is deciding. I'm sorry, I'll go easy on God. God doesn't deserve all my ire. I'm just frustrated with the silly arguments this person is saying. Honor your mother and father. No. I will honor my mother and father if they are deserving of honor. Right, yeah, Hannah, exactly. Why do they think Christianity has a monopoly on charity? They just make it up. Number 5, you shall not kill. I don't think that's true. I think you ought kill in a self-defense situation if your life is dependent on it, or if a member of your family or someone you care about, if someone is about to murder someone that you care about, you ought exercise some self-defense of that person, right? You shall not commit adultery. Who cares? Like, if you're polyamorous, then what you would think of as adultery, it might not even matter. You might have, oh, by the way, and within Christianity, didn't Solomon have a whole bunch of wives? Didn't all Christians long ago think that having multiple wives was fine? But now y'all are like, oh, you can only have one spouse. Like, that was a change. And it's weird that your objective standard of morality changed like that. It's very strange. You shall not steal. This one is only going to be contingent upon like what the situation is. It's going to be contextually dependent, right? So if we say like, oh, you shall not steal, but we could easily think of the pharmacist scenario where like somebody's like partner or their wife is dying and she needs an injection of some medication, and the injection would save her life. However, the pharmacist is charging an exorbitant amount for the injection, so the husband can't afford the injection. The moral dilemma is it ethical for the husband to steal the injection to give to his wife to save her life? So do you just let her die when you could easily go and take this thing from somebody who is like very wealthy and is just charging an exorbitant amount for this solution for no reason? Is it okay to take it from that guy who's like very wealthy, has lots of this stuff? Is that okay? And if that's permissible, then obviously that commandment is contextually dependent. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. I mean, like Christians, y'all do this all the time. Y'all literally say y'all have fake morality or something like that. Or you say like, oh, atheists are, violent, unethical people. Like y'all lie about us all the time. All the time. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife. Who cares? If you're all in like a polyamorous group, then you might desire this other person. And if this other person desires you and there's like consent to it, then like, I don't think it matters. You might be obligated to obviously like ask your partner, like, hey, is it okay if so-and-so joins us? And now y'all can have all fun together. I don't see what the issue is. If you never coveted that wife or never desired them, then how would you ever have gotten with anyone in the first place? And you might desire someone, you're like, oh, I really like this person, and man, I wish I was with that person. But now you know like the type of person that you like or that you desire or that you're into. So then when you do meet someone else who's similar to the person, you're like, oh, we vibe so much and this is so good. There could be like a good outcome even from desiring something. And by the way, that's thought crime. Saying like, oh, how dare you, you evil piece of shit. For like looking over at someone and just thinking like, oh, this person's beautiful, or this person is lovely, or if this person wasn't with that other person, I would definitely hook up with them. For even having the desire, you're unethical. That is mind-blowing. How many people, when you walk through a bookstore and you're walking past like the erotica section and you see the steamy section and it's got all the like the rippling abs of these guys that are all like, tanned and it's glistening and they've got like they've got their fly like open, unfastened at the top and you can just see their underwear. I mean, like you're thinking, when you see that stuff, you're just like, oh, okay, book, putting the moves on me, I see, when you're walking by these books. I don't think that's a thought crime. Like, oh my gosh, like, how dare you covet that person? What if he's married? Such a stupid commandment. Okay, last one is you shall not covet your neighbor's goods. How is that ethical at all? Because you've already said not to steal, so we know you're not talking about stealing. You shall not covet. Covet is desire. So you shouldn't desire your neighbor's stuff? What? I don't even know how, like, this is such a stupid command. Like, I don't even know how you would expect society to function if it's, like, ethically evil to, like, look at someone else and say, oh, like, my neighbor got a new car. Or, oh, they made a garden. Oh, I love that garden so much. I should make a garden like it. You're basically saying, like, it being inspirational to one another, or, like, creating things that other people might desire, or arranging your property in a way that other people might desire, that's unethical. If anything, that would like drive innovation. It would drive commerce, or like in a if you're going to be like ultimately based in socialist whatever, and you're going to say, oh, we have a little Christian commune and everybody contributes to something, it might be the case that the one person who's making some artsy thing that seems like it's not as worthwhile as like the road pavers and this type of thing, all of a sudden, a lot of people recognize beauty in this and they think it's very aesthetically pleasing. And now this person has a little bit elevated social position, or they are now providing goods that other people want and they can trade it for goods to help them. And it can be beneficial to them for bringing them commerce. And it could, or wealth, and it could be beneficial to the other people because the other people get something that's aesthetically pleasing. I'm sorry for going on about this for so long, but like I hate this. The Ten Commandments miss me with that. It was a swing and a miss on the Ten Commandments.
Honor your father and mother. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. Thou shalt not kill. All these things are teaching good.
Yeah, get back in the pod so you never desire anything. Yeah, 100%. It's, you know what it is though? No, you're right. and I didn't even think about this. I'll mention it real quick because you said just stay locked up in your own dull cell. This is what Hannah says. So you never desire stuff. It's interesting that you say that because I just thought about it. They do actually think that living a chaste life, being cloistered as a nun or a monk, is a morally like good thing. It's one of the highest ethical things you can do, to live a life growing a small community garden and no one has like private property or whatever other than like copies of the same book that everyone else gets. And that all of a sudden that makes so much more sense to me about why they might think that that would be like a great ethical way. I've never been able to understand why people look at like cloistered, you know, nuns or monks or something and like, oh my gosh, that's so ethical. I'm like, in what way? Like living with, being an extreme minimalist, that's the ethical thing. What makes that ethical? But if they're tying that to coveting things, or like if that's why they think that vows of poverty are a good thing, suddenly that makes sense. Thanks.
Things, inherently innate good things, and you sit there and say you're on the same level of morality, you're not, because you're not accountable for anything. All your morality on atheism is completely made up. You can't even define morality on atheism because
I mean, we've already explained how we are accountable to, like, you know, our friends, family, community. Already done that. And as far as this part, you can't even define. My buddy, my brother in Christ, you have not defined morality once. You've never defined it. All you've just said is the Christians have it, and it's good, and it's subjective, and it's what God wants. But you never defined it, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
everything is subjective to you, bro. So please go back in the engine with this one and convert to Christianity, bro. Because these arguments are really bad, and I care for you. I love you, man.
Yeah, not even a chance, and you can save me all the pandering of, oh, I love you so much and stuff. No, you don't. You love some imaginary being that you think despises humanity, thinks that we're reprobate, and that the only way that we can be saved is if we like are sniveling and beg this person to save us from a fate that he's going to inflict upon us. You are telling us that we ought love our abuser here. And no, I reject that. I don't think that that's a good ethical framework. I don't think that's a good way to go about living your life. I don't think that's moral. I refuse to do it. I'm not going to repent. And you can save the whole brotherly love bullshit. That's what I think about that. All right. So that's the end of talking about this Cano video real quick. I'm going to step away for just one moment. And then we're going to get into the Pine Creek debate discussion. And this was a 7-minute video that I turned into an hour and 20 minutes somehow. So let's see how long a 2.5 hour conversation takes me to get through. I'm going to try not to stop it near as much. It's just that this one, Cano was like, here's an argument, here's an argument, here's an argument. So I wanted to address each one of those. In the Pine Creek debate, there is a lot of talking back and forth. And Pine did try to get like weirdly personal with me at some points, trying to like pry into like my own trauma and that type of stuff. And I did not appreciate that very much. And during the conversation, I tried to direct conversations directly about me or my like history back to the subject at hand. Sometimes we did get into it just a little bit, but once I recognized like this is getting too personal, I tried to move it away again because I felt like those sorts of questions don't belong in a conversation like that. And he was only asking me those things because he's trying to be emotionally exploitive, to say like, oh, I feel for you. And then he's going to try to make some assertion about like, oh, you were, you know, put into a cult because you were a gender cult because you were emotionally vulnerable. Like, fuck off with that. But I'm going to drop this to the returning soon and give y'all a little bit of music. All right. So we are back. Sorry about that. I had to step away for a minute. But if you haven't and you are watching this, can you please hit that like button? Just, it would help and I would appreciate it. All right. So we're getting into the conversation with Pine Creek. So I don't, I guess some trigger warnings on this. If you don't want to hear, blatant transphobia, someone just being generally abusive toward trans people, then may not want to see this. But I feel like for the purposes of, like talking about trans issues, these are the type of people. Now, first of all, Pine Creek, by the way, is an atheist. So like this dude, atheist. And he says some strange things for someone who's an atheist. And thank you for the welcome back. But I find that he says some odd things. He has strange beliefs about trans people. Obviously, he thinks that he's not transphobic, or he thinks that his positions aren't transphobic. But when we get toward the end of this, it's very clear that he definitely has different standards for how he thinks trans people ought be treated and how he thinks that cis people ought be treated. And because this is a 2.5-hour conversation, I'm going to try to turn this up to, we'll start 1.5 speed so we can maybe get through this in this stream without having to wait until next time. And if I end up having to divide this, if it goes too long, I might have to divide it into, a multi-part stream, but I don't think that'll necessarily be the case. Anyway, Pine Creek will take it over first. We had a conversation before on a Discord server where a mod had stepped in and basically shut down the conversation when we had started to discuss the subject beforehand. And that mod seemed to have like an issue with Pine Creek, like going back beforehand that I wasn't aware of and I wasn't a part of. So I have no idea, what was going on between the two of them. Pine Creek had explained a little bit of it, but I'm very skeptical in just taking someone's word for something when I haven't talked to the other party about what had happened. And it's just one person telling me this is what happened between us. This is why they don't like me. I kind of would like to hear the other side of it as well, but I don't really care about petty drama anyway. I don't care that they don't like each other. I don't care that, that mod stepped in. I would have liked to have had the conversation, but we started the conversation here anyway. At one point in time during this, my computer shut down, so I'm absent for a very short period of time before I jump back in here with them. And then there's also, he had said it was going to be a one-on-one conversation, and then he ended up having like other people in a server just kept joining the channel while we were talking, and periodically some of them would try to step in. And Doug, that's Pine Creek's name, he did try and step in and shut down some of that, but then there's also times where Doug had to step away, and then they asked questions as well, and that's kind of like what you're going to hear now. It's very strange. I'll have to investigate it later, but I think we're fine to go then if I don't have to have a camera on.
Okay. How did you feel the other day when Jack was butting in all the time?
I feel like, people have different temperaments and personalities.
1.5 might be too much.
Overly familiar.
Let's go
Jack, so I can't
1.25.
It seems that you and him have had some interactions before.
Yeah.
But I also don't place a lot of worry necessarily about like civility and that type of thing. And I feel like he was very set on having you answer the question about like why you were asking that question, and then I would assume he felt you were dodging it, and that's why he got like more heated.
Yeah, well, I have to, with Jack, I just basically have to ignore him because he almost just goes nuts. He goes crazy.
I mean, I don't watch a lot of your content. I'm not overly familiar with you. I've seen like a couple of clips from you here and there. Either, people on Twitter having referenced a clip of yours, or other people having like referenced a clip or something like that.
And then I've been curious when people might talk about something that you said or did, so then I'll go and I'll watch the video if I can find it. And I don't know. I can't speak to Jack's motivations or his temperament necessarily. I do think he came across as like very strong in that conversation. But if there were
talking about, but it was what we're talking
I'm going
about.
to try
And
to
I can
skip
give you
forward a little
very
bit
direct
just to get into the conversation, because like some of this stuff's just unnecessary.
answers right now, because I know Jack's not around to mute me, so I don't have to walk on eggshells. The point is, my main 3 issues with trans issues is, and I'll preface it with this: I don't think anybody should do violence to trans people or anybody. I don't think people should bully trans people or anybody. I think people, at as much as possible, I know there's differences of opinion, but show respect and civility like anybody. I don't view trans people as any more special or any less special than anybody else when it comes to those 3 things. But when it comes to specific trans issues, I do not think that minors should be given any drugs, or definitely not surgery. When it comes for trans purposes, when it comes to sports and women's spaces, I think males should.
Okay, so toward his opening monologue right here, I want y'all to remember Doug said he does not think that trans people ought be treated or are less than any other people or ought be treated any more special. So he doesn't think that they should be treated less special or any less than anyone else, but no more than anyone else. That's good. Just remember that. He said that at the very beginning that that's his position. So we're going to see, like, does he actually hold to this position? Or does he just say this is his position, but when we start digging down, what are his actual positions?
Stay out of it, full stop. Those are 2 things, but the second thing can be divided into like the sports, into the women's spaces, like changing rooms, and then bathrooms. And I understand it gets very complicated very fast.
It shouldn't get that complicated, though, because you said, like, oh, well, we start getting into women's changing rooms and we start getting into sports. But if they're not treated any less, then why, and they're not treated better, then the answer's already there. You've already stated they shouldn't be treated less. So when you said, well, should trans women be able to participate in women's sports? Answer that question. If you don't think they should be treated less, then should they be able to participate, right? If you say that they should not be able to participate, then you actually do think they should be treated less, just in specific situations.
Then there's other, minor issues like children in schools, having parents having these identities hidden from them, teachers.
That's not a minor issue. That's a big deal for trans kids, as we'll get into.
Being told not to, or teachers themselves just not telling the parents what's really going on. I'm really against that. And so the reason why I asked you the questions about what makes you think you are a woman, that gets to the subjectivity of it, and just showing that since it's so subjective and it's basically self-ID, according to a lot of people, then you can have a very confused kid, a very confused teenager who thinks one way, and maybe, I don't know, a couple years or even a couple months down the road, they could feel differently. But then in the meantime, be led down a path that might be more hurtful than helpful. So that's a summary of...
Right, but that same path that he's worrying about here, that he's already wringing his hands about, that same path, for the most part, is actually helpful and less hurtful when we talk about the outcomes for the trans people. He would have to make the case that it is more harmful than helpful, but he's not. He never does that. He never makes the case. He just says or just speculates
of what we could have talked about in that other Discord if Jack wasn't there.
Yeah, and I would have been fine to discuss those topics. I do want to make sure that, is this a one-on-one conversation, or are we?
No, yeah, this is one-on-one.
Everybody piling in.
Yeah, if people are.
Okay, so he's confirmed here. I asked him again. Is it one-on-one or no? And he said it is, because you can see in the top left corner in the Discord box, other users are entering his chat. And the issue is that when we were in the other server, in the politics server, he literally was like, hey, come over to my server where we can have a one-on-one. That's what he was saying to me.
Or you're coming in, I see that there's other people in here right now. I'll ask that you remain silent. And if they don't, then I will get Jack in here to enforce the law.
Yeah, sure. What I would say is, I feel like for the most part, your initial statements, I wouldn't take too much of an issue with, but then your later statements start becoming more alarmist about trans people.
Like which later statements?
Talking about if it's also subjective, and then we have people concealing these identities from their parents. That's like you are asserting there, at least there's an implication, that parents have a right to know
Yes.
about their children's identity.
Yeah, that's my presupposition.
Right, and I disagree with that entirely, because
Okay.
it could be the case, right? It could be the case that it could be dangerous, harmful or even dangerous to the child.
Okay,
For a parent
I get
to-
that. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. I get it. I would say this: the default position ought to be the parents are informed. Are there exceptions? Yes. How's that?
I don't even know if I would say the default position. It depends on, like, every single circumstance is going to be different, and it's hard to make a general prescription about, especially something like, could parents be informed about a child's identity, because we don't know necessarily what the ramifications are, and if the child is scared to tell their parents, or doesn't want to tell their parents, or isn't ready to tell their parents because they're still working through it themselves, maybe the child hasn't made the decision whether
Yeah.
they're going to express this identity or not.
Do
So
you-
rushing to the parents, all right, might, like, just in multiple instances, we can easily imagine cases where children are abused, disowned. A majority of homeless children are LGBT children. So we know
Yeah.
what the cost could be.
That's not a coincidence, in my opinion.
Right. So the issue that I have with this, and California just passed a law, like just banned schools being required, like teachers being required to out kids. And we already know what the issues are with stuff like this, but I'll just lay it out here because Doug seems to agree with me that there could be harm here, and then just tries to skirt right past it and just says, oh, but it's my presupposition. So when we talk about presuppositions, by the way, the thing that kind of bothers me about this is, like, a presupposition is something that you're just asserting. Like, a presupposition is like at the very core of something. Like, you're just presupposing this. You're kind of implying that there's nothing grounding it further than that. Like, when you say my presupposition is parents ought do this, then I say, okay, well, what's grounding that? Like, what's that? What comes before that presupposition that then makes you decide that? There's not usually going to be anything underlying someone's presupposition, like maybe an axiom or something, but I don't know what axiom he's appealing to, and I don't know if he ever says this. And what I would say is, the next time, if I do continue to have more debates like this, or if I have more conversations with people about subjects like this, I think the thing that I could have done better is make him state what his presupposition is, and then what grounds that. And you can say, oh, well, that is my presupposition. No, but I mean, like, what are the axioms that are anchoring that presupposition? Like, what comes before that presupposition? Because I'm basing my concern about this on real world harm. I don't need to base it on a presupposition about, hypothetically somebody could be harmed. I'm appealing to empirics. The reason why I'm saying somebody could be harmed is because we have the data to show that when someone is outed and they are not ready to be outed, or they don't want to be outed, that there's a reason for that. And that they may be afraid of their parents, or they may be afraid of their siblings, or they may not want their friends to know. And for a lot of us, such as was the case with myself, I lost most of my friends when I finally, like, just openly outed myself for the first time. I ended up losing a lot of my friends. And some of my friends, not only did I lose those friends, but they actually became like enemies. Like, they tried to get me fired from my job and this type of stuff by going to my job and telling my boss that I was queer. And the ramifications of this can end up resulting in children either being abused or being unhoused entirely, and also murdered. But I mean, that's murder's the extreme case, right? Majority of homeless teenagers and kids are LGBT. So this is a real concern. If we say, like, the majority of the people that make up the empirics, when we're looking at the data of homeless kids, the majority of them are LGBT and were unhoused because they were LGBT. So when he says schools ought to have some duty to tell the parents that their child is queer, they're just, all you're saying is we have a policy that's going to result in the most homeless children that there's going to be if these parents would act on that. Meanwhile, if the parents aren't informed, the kids may be able to either keep it to themselves until they get old enough to get their own place, or they could turn around and say that I've worked through this, I've hinted at it with my parents, and I think it's safe to tell them now. Or the situation that I think I'm going to bring up here at the past Zoe is that the child may not even know for sure their own identity at the time because they're still working it out. They're still like considering it and thinking about it. And they're like, how do I feel? And they're just not, they don't feel safe to tell their parents because they know that their parents are not like validating or that their parents would disapprove. So instead, they want to say like, okay, well, maybe instead of telling my parents, I'll just think about this myself and I'll work through it on my own. And then when I decide this, or when I, figure out, am I this way or am I not this way? Once I'm more certain, then I might tell my parents. But Doug's position is like, oh no, if the school suspects this, they should just rush and tell the parents immediately. And like, I think that's going to cause way more harm to these kids than anything else. That's not a reasonable position to take. Give the child time to work it out. And then if it ends up being enough of an issue that proceeds, that continues long enough, the child will say something to their parents sooner or later. But when the child says something, that's the child's decision. I don't understand why somebody who, and this is just, again, what I was saying with when I was responding to Cano in another segment, I don't understand why an atheist thinks that there are these strict moral obligations to tell parents about like a child's identity. This is just a very strange thing to take a moral stance on, to say that there is a duty, an obligatory duty here. I don't understand how he is going to anchor that.
I think one causes the other, not the other way around. So I hear what you're saying, and I can even steelman you in saying that doing a parent.
Right. Yeah. We made, Hannah says we made sure we had our own place before letting our parents know we are trans. And the thing was, I mean, that may have been smarter for us to do. Like, we did have our own place and we did have our own apartment, but we had a roommate at the time who seemed like he was okay with like LGBT people and stuff like that. He said he was friendly with toward a gay guy that was like working in the same area he was. This is back in the 90s. So it's not like there was social media for us to go look at. Like, he didn't have social media that I could look at or go through or anything else. And when we eventually came out, he lost his mind going after us. Like, he was extremely aggressive. And a lot of our friends at the time, that friend group seemed like they were okay with LGBT people. And like, when we would watch movies like Boys Don't Cry or something like that, or if there was just, a movie that has a queer character that gets beat up or whatever, our friends would say things like, oh, we feel bad about this, or I feel bad toward this character or for this character. And that would lead us to think okay, well, these guys are more empathetic toward queer people. So once we had our own place and we weren't dependent on anyone else, our housing situation was complicated, but once we had our own place where we were paying for it, we had a roommate that we thought was queer affirming, or at least would be open to the idea of us being queer without being overly hostile, we came out. And it was it was catastrophic for our social situation. I mean, it was one of the worst times in our life as far as having no support whatsoever, feeling like we had no place to go anywhere. And even having them encourage us to self-harm and that type of thing. It was really bad.
Parallel with the Jehovah's Witnesses,
Oh yeah, and he's saying he's going to steelman my position. So he says he's comparing it to Jehovah's Witnesses
and probably worried about their kids.
To Jehovah's Witness parents and their child's sick and they refuse blood transfusions, at that point you have to intervene and kind of take the wishes of the parents away. So I get that argument, I understand it. But I would say most parents are not that way. I would say most parents do have the best interests of their child at heart. And when sort of there's this secret being kept from them, I think that's bad. And I also do think that oftentimes the mother and the father can, I shouldn't say often, most of the time, but they can disagree with each other. So on a lot of trans issues, I would also say that especially the father should be involved in making decisions. So if the mother says, yes, our child should transition, the father says no, don't ignore the father, is my opinion. Just don't always go with the yes answer.
I'm not saying that you should necessarily exclude the father from anything. I'm saying that, there's not a requirement to disclose this to the parents. In your example with the Jehovah's Witness, obviously, you're using a more extreme example there, but I'm saying that, you could be disclosing an identity that this child may not even necessarily have. So you're just acting on some assumption. Oh, well, this child said this or is expressing this, but maybe they haven't worked it out for themselves. So then you're essentially forcing them you're outing them, which could be dangerous to them, when that might not even be an identity that they have, but now there's going to be a whole bunch of extra turmoil that follows this. And it's also, you're talking about rushing a process of like self-discovery, and when someone might not be ready to talk about it. So for instance, I'm glad you brought up the Jehovah's Witness, right? Because we could just say, like, what if there was a child who's an atheist, right? Or you were an atheist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is like, I'm going to be honest with you, it boggles my mind when I find like atheist communities that are not trans accepting or anything. But we'll get to that, right? We can draw a lot of analogies between having an identity as an atheist. Yeah, I'm going to get there.
It's interesting that boggles your mind because can you?
Yeah. All right, I'll let him finish.
Tell me what trans accepting means. Does that mean agreeing?
Yeah. Okay. This is going to begin to a whole nother portion of this debate. So the reason why I said that, and he's going to act like, he's like chagrined or whatever, it is that I find it boggling, to my mind, that there are atheists who are continuously demonized by Christians or by, theists in general, as we saw in the last segment, that'll say we have no morals, we have no ethics, we have no nothing, continuously attacking atheists for essentially, and Cano literally said, spreading degeneracy in society. And then these atheists, like atheist communities like Doug's, will end up saying something like, actually, the Christians are right about some of this degeneracy stuff. And I'm like, what, by what standard? Like, where are you getting this? I understand why some of the theists do it, because they think that God has said, like, pass down some on high, ethical text or something, and they are compelled to act in accordance with it for whatever reason. Doug doesn't have that ought. Doug doesn't have the, oh, well, this God says this, so we ought do this. Doug is just making up whatever his perceived grievance is with LGBT people, or why he doesn't like LGBT people. And he's like, I don't understand what he's grounding this in, like with this bigotry in. As in, like, why do you care about LGBT people? Why do you care about the existence of trans people? Like, why? What's the compelling reason for you? And at the end of the day, it's just because he doesn't think that trans existence is a worthwhile existence. He doesn't think that anybody should be queer or anybody should be LGBT, that it's such a negative way of living that as a society, we ought put a stop to it. That's what he actually thinks. That's not what he's going to say. And if anybody in Doug's community watches this, or if Doug watches this, say, oh, I absolutely don't think that that's, and you're straw manning me, whatever. We're all the way at the end of this debate. All the way at the end of the debate, we're going to get to the section where he says flatly that he does not value trans existence in the same way that he values cis existence. And in the same way, I would be curious if he would say the same thing about like gay existence or whatever, or LGBT existence in general.
With what some trans people say, or what trans people say, like, can you be accepting of a person and still disagree with them?
When you're saying like what they say or all of it, like those are, first of all, like different things. Of course, you can disagree with somebody about some claims, but when you're talking about their internal sense of identity, their internal sense of self, that becomes a huge problem. And I know that you know this because when a Christian tells you, and I'm sure that you have debates a lot,
Yeah.
or you discuss with Christians, when Christians tell you that you believe in God and you know you do, and then when you say like, no, I don't, I'm an atheist, and then they tell you something like, internally you do accept this, and you're either lying about it, or you are unconsciously you believe in God, or even subconsciously, but because God has written it on your heart or whatever, it's undeniable, and they just take some presupposition that you must inherently be wrong about your own identity.
I've never been bothered by that.
Okay, because right now it's only disagreement. And if that's all it was, if people just disagreed with trans people and they just so happen to disagree, then I'd be like, well, I guess I really don't care what Pine Creek thinks as far as like, am I actually a woman, right? It wouldn't bother me because it's just a disagreement. But what ends up happening is that right now there's a lot of alarmist rhetoric surrounding trans people. And then people go further to attempt to take legalistic action against us and our entire community to try and deny that we can have access to healthcare.
You know why that alarm is there, right?
Yeah, because there's hysteria that is gripped conservative ideology mainly, but it's also religiously based.
I'll be honest with you,
trans people.
It's more basic than that. Most parents do not want their kids to be trans.
Most parents don't want their kids to be different than they are.
Right. They don't want their kid, their little girl, to become a little boy. They don't want their little boy to become a little girl.
Right.
They want their little girl to grow up and marry
Who cares?
a good man and have kids and a wife.
Who cares?
But why would we say that we ought, like, why would you place any more weight to that when we could easily draw analogies to say, if we look at Pew Research polls, most people in this country, only 4% of people in the United States, 4% report being atheists. Majority of the country are some type of theist. Therefore, you could draw inferences that if most parents want their children to be like them, and most of these parents are theists, and most of these parents think that morality is derived from God or whatever, and a lot of those people may even say that
I'm very much like my
morality.
father, even though I'm an atheist.
And they may say that, atheists lack morality or whatever. So then they may say, well, I don't want my children to be an atheist. And then you would say, like, well, I mean, some people just are atheists. They're just not convinced. Now imagine if those parents, if there was hysteria around baby-eating atheists, then you're like, well, that's just funny. Then all of a sudden, there ends up gaining momentum, like within politics, some group that starts trying to restrict your rights of like where you're allowed to go, where you're allowed to express yourself and stuff as an atheist.
Yeah.
And not only that, but they claim something like you're groomers and you're all pedophiles. And then all of a sudden starts trickling through the news, stories of every couple of months of some theist murdering an atheist. And they claim it's because you must have been a pedophile. That would start worrying you. All right, they're not just disagreeing with you. It's not, well, I just think that you're wrong about God and God has written it on your heart, right? We're taking a claim that is that trivial and then extrapolating it through alarmist rhetoric into becoming an actual like narrative about social contagion, and that atheists are part of what's degenerating society, and that's why we have a lack of morality. And I'm sure you've heard these arguments before from theists, and they're ridiculous when theists say it, and it's just as ridiculous to us when cis people say that about us. Especially because we make up, what, 1% of the general population? And then when you talk trans women, for whatever reason we're inordinately focused on in these rhetoric, we make up even less than that, because most trans people are not necessarily trans women. So we're talking a percentage below 1%.
Hey, so I got to ask a favor of you. Like, when you start talking, you go on for a while, and that's really hard.
Right, but whenever he asks questions, some of these questions require a more elaborate answer. Because when he says something like, "Oh, it just seems like you just get so upset whenever someone says that they thanks, Lilith. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. It was good to see you, and I hope you have a good evening." But yeah, whenever he says something like, "Oh, but isn't this just you just have your feelings hurt? Like, you're just mad that people disagree with you. Aren't they allowed to disagree with some of your opinions? Can't you just disagree with something someone says without rejecting them as a human being?" Because that's what the initial issue was that he was upset with, right? Or that he had asked me about. The reason I went on that tangent was because I needed to establish that by the same criterion, we could compare another minority group, one that he's part of, atheists, with trans people that are only like a 1% of the population. And then I needed to explain how simple beliefs, even if they are laughably false, like, oh, atheists are baby eaters. That is laughable on its face. It's dumb on its face. The problem is that as I just explained the entire thing of how it could possibly lead if it was picked up politically and made into some point of rhetoric that got picked up, and then social policy was passed stripping away atheist rights, and then people started murdering atheists, as what's happening to our community. Now, there are some people that are going to say that, oh, we're just exaggerating and this isn't that serious. It is that serious to us. We're the ones that are being affected. The outcomes, the results of allowing people to just go around saying, trans people aren't actually, trans women aren't really men. They're all like groomers and pedophiles and stuff. The outcomes of allowing that stuff, that rhetoric in society unchecked, and for people to say, oh, shouldn't I just be able to disagree and just, what happened to my free speech? The issue with that is that the harm that it does to people.
To respond to everything you're saying because you're saying so much.
Yeah,
But-
I apologize. I do, just like I do have autism. I tend to fully explain something.
Yeah.
If you want me to try to give as succinct answers as possible, then I will. But I feel like you might not get the full scope of the answer then. But go ahead.
Well, and this is no diss on you because I've had these conversations for probably years now, and so so far you've said nothing I haven't heard before. But each person's different, and I want to get your take. And maybe we need to start at the beginning where I started with you before. And I'll just ask very short questions, and if you can, try to give me like 20-second or shorter answers.
So the methodology that he's trying to do right here, just so people watching this will be aware of, if people start doing this to you, one of it you could look at as a Socratic method, which is going to be how do you know, how do you know, how do you know, how do you know, and just question your epistemic framework going all the way back to the beginning. It could also be called street epistemology, where they're going to ask you oh, well, what's your stance on this belief? Do you they think you have a belief, and they're going to ask you for credence, and they'll say oh, what percentage or how strong do you feel? Now, I know all about street epistemology and everything else, and I was not going to let this get to some stupid percentage thing. Just not going to do it. Yeah, Shia, 20 seconds or shorter, because he thought he could just run through this real quick. As you can see by the length of this fucking conversation, we did not quickly get through anything, because none of these are simple answers. And I could tell that he was getting frustrated with some of my answers, but I answered him as honestly as I could, to the best of my ability, and the most accurate, I would say.
I'll ask it a different way than last time. Do you embrace self-ID when it comes to being trans? You're trans because you say so. You believe so.
I feel like that is what constitutes most people's identities on regarding anything.
Okay. So when I say I'm a man, I can, refer to something like my penis, my testicles. And I could even change it a little bit. I say I'm manly because I tend to be a risk taker, and I'm strong on the bench press, something like that. Is there, besides self-ID, is there anything like that makes you think you're a woman?
Right. So what you just did was you appealed to some type of descriptive facts about you. You're you have a penis, and then you also, in your mind, you act manly. What does acting manly mean?
I just said, let's say taking risks. Men tend to take more risks than women, so I'm a risk taker.
Don't women take risks?
Of course. Did you hear what I said? That men tend to take more risks than women.
Okay, could you find some women that take more risks than some men?
Yes.
Right. And the reason why I'm asking these questions like this is because when he's laying out his case, he thinks he has a sufficient and necessary and sufficient reason to call himself a man. So I'm already pointing out to him that some of the right, exactly. Yeah, Hannah, that was the exact thing that I was asking him. Right. Because if you're going to say that men are risk takers and stuff like that, well, wait a minute. If you then agree that, well, some women are risk takers, then that can't be a defining trait of manliness.
But
right,
as I
so
said,
that
on
wouldn't
average, men take more risks than women.
Right, but that's not unique to being a manly then.
Right. I'm just giving a whole bunch of criteria. And so I could go on to other things, because I have testosterone in me, I tend to lose my hair. I tend to be stronger on the bench press than the average woman. That sort of thing. So I'll ask the same question again. Besides the self-ID, just thinking that you're a woman, believing you're a woman, is there anything else like that little markers that we can point to that says you're a woman?
Yeah, we would say that when we're talking in general about gender, such as man and woman and this type of thing, we're talking about social categories, typically social archetypes. So you might say the social archetype associated with females as woman.
Can you give an example?
And I recognize that when people use those tropes or they're talking about those properties, and those experiences, they're also describing someone like me. And you might say that, well, you are manly. Then I would just say, okay, fine, I'm womanly.
Right. Give me an
Then when you
example of
say,
womanly. I gave
right,
you one of
then when
bench
you,
press.
right.
Give me
So
one.
if you say you bench press, I can just say, well, I don't really bench press.
Okay, so one of the things that makes you think you're a woman is because you're weak.
No, I would say
Physically?
there are archetypes socially that we talk about when we talk about like social archetypes of females, and these are going to be like, I mean, you can look at like Jungian models if you want to, but typically speaking, it's going to be a loose collection of traits that
Okay,
are going to
give me
be
some,
things
please.
like yeah, softness,
Softness,
kindness, right, caring for
Kindness.
others, yeah,
Caring,
mothering people, like all
mothering.
these sorts of things.
Now we're getting
right?
somewhere.
Right.
Mothering. Anything
Now,
else you want to throw in there?
no, I'm not going to make a non-exhaustive list because what's going
Okay.
to happen is at the end of the day, all of these things are culturally. That's how we're contextualizing them is within the time and culture
Okay.
in which they occur.
Zoe, now remember when I mentioned risk taking, then you said, couldn't there be some women that take risks? Couldn't there be some women who maybe even take more risks than you, Doug? And I said yes, but I brought it back to the averages. So I can point to a very someone born with a penis and testicles, XY chromosomes, who's very soft, very kind, very caring, very mothering, even very nurturing, but still identifies as a man and not a woman. How do you explain that?
Because it's not a problem for my model. That would be based on identity, your internal sense of self.
Right. So it's all self ID, isn't it? It's just a belief you have in your
all right,
head.
No. I already stated this at the beginning, and this is why I find it strange for you to have to ask these questions. I've already said, as far as I can tell, most identity does seem to be what people just associate with. Can you give me an example of how you would form identity that is not associations, that's not based on your experiences? So without appealing to your experience,
No.
without appealing
It's
to
all-
an internalist model,
Yeah.
can you come up with identity?
No, I think it is based on your social experience. So one.
All right, so this is right here. He's cooked. All right. So he can't say it is based on your social experience because now he's ceding to my position when he's asking me specifically, isn't it tied to your biology or whatever? That would be something that is not necessarily your experience, Doug. Like your experience would be living within a given time, culture, etc. And you're viewing like, oh, from an external point of view, you see how other people are treated, how other people are interacting with each other, how other people act. Like maybe there's a group of people that are like wearing flowing dresses and stuff. And there are some people that walk around like wearing leather jackets and act tough and stuff. And you notice that there just seems to be a loose correlation that a lot of people make between certain archetypes that we just call gender, of like, you know, a princess or a maiden or a nurse, a mother, right? These are all just archetypes, social archetypes. Then on the other side, you might have like, you know, the gym bro or the debate bro, or the, you know, the rocket scientist or whatever, you know, masculine social archetypes you're going to create. These archetypes have changed over time. If you go back far enough before there were rocket scientists and stuff, there would be no masculine rocket scientist archetype that just didn't exist. And the same thing of like, you know, there might be like the soldier archetype versus the healer archetype or the teacher archetype. And it's going to sound weird to talk about archetypes and stuff, but all that we're trying to do is we're just pointing to the fact that in any of these given archetypes, we're just listing a set of like social properties. Now, those properties may correlate to some biology, but when we say correlate to biology, if your brain is biological, and I would, you know, I know Doug agrees with this because I directly asked him, then that means that and your experiences are all filtered through your brain and your mind. So it, from an existentialist view, and I'm an existentialist, if you don't agree with this, then that's fine. I don't care. But this is how I derive it. That's phenomenological experiences that I have that I'm interpreting through my brain, through my mind. And I know that when people are talking about those social archetypes, and it doesn't matter like whenever I'm looking in time or whatever, and I'm checking my own internalist if I have an internalist sense of self, and I'm reviewing my own, thoughts and feelings and phenomenological experiences, then I say like, okay, well, if there is an external world, like if I do grant this, and I look into society and I say, oh, there are social institutions. One of these social institutions that are being generated at a societal level is the concept of gender. And when people are listing off the sufficient traits to be a woman, and they are talking about women, I understand that they are talking about me. I would be in that group. And if they're talking about like young girls, then when I was a child, they were talking about me. I've always identified this way. And the discomfort and the incongruence in my life has been the fact that I understand like these archetypes that apply to me and the ones that don't. And then when people try to apply the masculine archetypes to me, they don't suit me, they don't fit me. That's not what my experience is. Either, internalistic, as in like evaluating my own identity and my own external expression, presentation, etc. Masculinity does not define me. It's just an inaccuracy to say that, Zoe is, like hyper masculine or whatever else. That's just not the case. Hannah, so strange how you tried to use your own point of view that nothing you said was necessary to be a man, but tried to reverse the point of it. Yeah, exactly. Because in my view, there is no necessary thing to be. There is no set of necessity. But then on his side, he was trying to imply that, and this is where, like, no offense, but this is where Doug was he started to lose track of what was going on. And what was happening is he was asking me questions about my view, and then he was trying to formulate like what he thought would be like contradictions to show that there was a problem with my view. But then when he would try to point out a point of contradiction, it was only a contradiction if I accepted his view. And I don't accept his view. So no matter how many times he says, like, oh, this is an issue or this is an issue, I'm like, not for me. For you, it's an issue because his system can't can't make actual sense of the stuff that we're talking about. But mine can.
Reason why you might be a male who thinks you're a woman is because maybe your mother hated men growing up, and she gave these social cues to you throughout your childhood, and so now when you get older, you kind of don't want to be a man because your mother hated men. Like, I'm not saying this is the case for you, but I'm saying that would be an example of how one's identity is formed.
Right. Now, here's a huge problem. Like, this right here, what he just said, if anybody ever brings this up to me again in a debate, a conversation, discussion, whatever we're having on trans issues, if anybody ever brings this up to you, all right, I want you to ask them, if the parents were very affirming and immediately listen to the child and would say, oh yeah, you're definitely, if you identify as a woman, then you're a woman. Let's take you to a doctor and a psychologist. And they were just a very affirming parent, right? Could that result in the kid being trans? It could. If a parent says, let's give you space to explore your gender, see where you come out on the other end of this and just give you space to explore it. But we're here to support you and love you no matter what. And it's just the mother the entire time, this example. Could that child result in being trans? And you say yes. Now, he just gave a hypothetical of, oh, what if the mother really hates men? And because she just hates men, you internalize her hatred of men and masculinity or whatever else, and that makes you want to or desire to be a woman, and that informs your idea or your identity that women are good or it's better to be a woman and it's worse to be a man. Well, the issue is, Doug, if these are our cases, if these are our scenarios, then essentially all that you're saying is that under every single possibility, under every single possible interaction between the parent and the child, whether the parent is affirming or doesn't affirm their gender, then they could still end up being trans. Your method, like your model that you're offering here, offers no explanatory power whatsoever or a way to rule this in or rule this out. And you're saying that even if the parent does directly opposite things than what they do, like even if the parent is like, oh, you're a boy, you're a boy, you're a boy, they could still end up being trans. if the parent is like, doesn't say that doesn't tell you anything about your gender, but they just hate, you perceive them hating the same gender that you are, you're saying this could also end up in you being trans. But if they support and affirm you in being a different gender than what they would have correlated, then that also results in you being trans. This is a nonsensical point, because he's going to say no matter what the case is, it's some type of indoctrination or contagion. That's what the point is. He's going to say whether you were supported, whether you were abused. Like if they gave you support through it, that's what caused you to be trans. Oh, if they tried to beat it out of you and they were cruel to you and they were abusive, it's only because you were abused. That's what caused you to be trans. Oh, if you're autistic, it must be because you're neurodivergent that caused you to be trans. If you are, mentally ill, it must be because you're mentally ill that you're trans. Like, no matter what the case, like the conclusion is that being trans, this is begging the question, is the fallacy that this is. Because Doug has some preconceived condition that he's going to say it must be some other reason than, you're just trans, that some people are just naturally trans, that he has to presuppose, that he's begging the question, that his conclusion that nobody is naturally trans, they're only made trans through, abuse, etc., because he's only correlating negative experiences to manifest being trans. He doesn't think that normal, healthy, happy people can just be trans. He wants to conflate it with abuse or with some type of negative outcome, like something must have happened to you to make you this way. That's why he's saying this. And I wish I'd picked up on the begging the question here. But next time, if anybody ever brings this up, I'm going to hammer them on that, because I know that people like this think that if parents are affirming of their kids, then that affirmation and like being there to support them through it, that's the thing that actually makes them, trans. But then they'll say, oh, but if you're abused, that also makes you trans. Oh, but if you have some mental struggles or if you're neurodivergent, that must be the thing that makes you trans, because he can't accept that some healthy, happy people are trans.
Do you agree?
It depends on what your view of identity is. Is that your view of identity?
That's one way how identity can be formed, yes.
Okay, so then if it could be based on your experiences, then you could come up with some hypothetical situation, because if we're talking about like a possible world, is it possible that someone forms an identity based on whatever? As long as it doesn't violate logic, then I suppose it's possible.
Okay, so now what makes you think you're a woman? What specific things? Like you mentioned the softness, the kindness, the caring, the mothering, but yet I can give you the counterfactual that there's many men that are very nurturing, very caring, very kind, very soft, not strong physically, but still identify as a man, but yet you identify as a woman. And I'm asking, why do you think that is?
Because those are sufficient conditions to identify as a woman, but not the necessary condition.
What do you think the necessary condition is for you?
There is no necessary condition.
What do you think some conditions are for you? Because given the answers you gave me when I asked you to be specific, softer, kinder, caring, mothering, nurturing,
right?
And yet
the same way they are for you, based on my internal sense of experience, and then through an external sense of viewing these like traits and tropes that are associated with these social roles. I know that when people are talking about women, they are describing someone like me, and when they are describing someone as a man, and I look at socially what they're talking about, they are not talking about someone like me. This has been so much the case, Doug, that you had asked me before if I transitioned as a child with puberty blockers and stuff, and I tell you that no, I did not.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's been such the case in my life that even when I was attempting to pass as a man, I had coworkers that got close to me over a period of years, and they would make strange comments to me, like they didn't really think of me as a man, or sometimes they would say, "You are very womanly."
Mm-hmm. Because the way you acted.
So even people, but I'm saying that I wasn't acting in a way that's like flamboyant. Like I wasn't talking like, I don't know, however, you imagine like a stereotypical, effeminate
gay guy
man may act. Right. I wasn't acting in a way that convinced people that I was like a gay man, even though I was.
Well, I'm not saying you're consciously acting.
I was dating.
Yeah, but
right.
But again, like I know many gay guys.
Right, Hannah says, whoops. No, let's not do that. Hannah says, also makes us worry that people with that viewpoint will try and force us to not be trans as they think it was just social influence. No. That's, your intuition is spot on. Like when I say that Doug does not value trans experience, like trans people, he thinks that all of us ought be cis, or we ought be forced to be cis. At one point later on, he says he doesn't have a problem with adults transitioning, but like I think that runs count, like that's going to run against what he says later on when he's talking about not valuing trans experience or trans people, and he values cis people over trans people to the point that like he would rather 99% of trans people not be able to transition to prevent the 1% of people that might end up being detransitioners or, you know, just confused cis people. Like he'd rather 99% of us have no access to that type of care than to risk the 1%. That's the 1%. That's why I'm saying, like, I think that Doug's actual position, his true position, is he just wants to reduce the number of trans people as little as possible. That's what his actual position is. He's just playing this like long game here of you know, trying to sound like, oh well, I'm good faith and I'm just not convinced type of thing.
Or some gay guys who sounds like you are like, but they don't say that they're a woman. So I'm trying to figure out what makes you different.
Right. Because they don't. The difference is that they don't identify as a woman.
Right. So it's basically, you say you're a woman because you say you're a woman, right?
No, I've already agreed that what makes my identity is the same thing that makes your identity. You've already taken the same position. You're just applying skepticism when you repeat it back to me for some reason. Because I haven't said it's just that you identify this way. When you say identify, right? It sounds like you're trying to deflate this to, oh, you just identify, when I've already said you would have, it's based on your phenomenological experiences that you have as a person. And then you're taking an internalist view, all right? And you can use metacognition to think about the way that you're thinking or think about the way that you consider things, right? And recognize that there's something different about you than other people, that the roles that would normally be correlated between you and another person. And all of a sudden, when people are talking about some group, they are talking about you. And if you need an analogy to this, all right, it would be like if someone said, you know, I'm talking to a middle-aged man, and I'm talking about middle-aged men in general. Depending on whether you have the identity of being a middle-aged man or not, will depend on whether you think I'm talking about you or not. Now, there at some point in your life, if you are a man of sufficient age, you will probably identify as middle-aged. Now, is there a strict delineation between the necessary condition for you to be middle-aged, to define yourself that way? I don't know if we can find that. What we would say is, it just seems to be the case that people accept, they take on the identity, like, oh yeah, I am middle-aged. Then if I said, well, at what point did you become middle-aged? You could just draw a line at a certain age and be like, well, I guess this age would be the cutoff.
You're doing it again, Zoe. You're starting to ramble.
It's an analogy. Did you pick up the analogy?
Yeah, you're basically saying that sometimes it's fuzzy around the edges. Like at middle age, does it start at 30 or 35 or 40? I get it. But it's definitely
right.
not, the extremes are, it's definitely not 1 year old or 99 years old, right?
I don't know if a 1-year-old even has an identity, right?
Well, we're talking about whether or not they're middle-aged or not.
Yeah, and I've also listened to old people tell me things like, I'm actually like, you know, a child at heart. And they don't mean that they think that they are literally a child, but they mean that they tend to act much younger socially than would be expected for someone their age.
Would you concede or agree that there's no scientific method of determining if someone's trans or not?
Why?
Right. The issue is, and it frustrated me that like he just like cut me off there to be like, oh, you're rambling again. Then he says that he gets the analogy, and I wasn't rambling. I was making a direct analogy to his question. And as far as his question on middle age, like even people in his own comments were saying that middle age as an identity was actually a good example, because what your physical age isn't going to tell you if you take on the identity of being middle-aged. It doesn't matter if there's some scientific, you know, number to be like, oh, well, we're just going to empirically draw the line at, you know, 30. And if you're below 30, you would consider yourself a young woman. And if you are over 30, you're going to consider yourself a middle-aged woman. That's not how that happens. It is based on your phenomenological experiences that as you get older, as somebody who has gone through the aging process, we can tell you that as you start approaching middle age, you just notice things like you're slowing down. You need to rest more. You're not as quick as you used to be. Or if you get knocked over or if you fall over, something hits you, it may hurt more. Or you may start preferring much more comfortable, chairs to sit in as opposed to sitting on the floor. And all these different empirical things, you're going to, all of that will probably inform you that your body is getting older. That's all. That doesn't mean that you identify with that or not. Because even if we draw the line at 30, you could be 32 or 33, and you're like, I have plenty of energy, and I don't feel like I'm slowing down. In fact, I'm going to the gym, and I'm running, 10 miles a day or whatever else. And there's just this fuzziness to it. But then when you hear people talking, and they, like a group of people is talking, they say, oh, well, middle-aged women think this. Or, oh, we're going to go out and we're going to pull middle-aged women. Do you have that identity or not? If I say that I'm targeting middle-aged women when I give some comment or something, like, I wish middle-aged women would, I don't know, not stay out so late or something, it's going to end up being the case that whether you have that identity or not, you're going to feel like I was just talking about you. If you don't have the identity of being middle-aged and a woman, then you're not going to think that I was talking about you. But, oh, I'm a young woman, so Zoe's not talking about me. Or you might be a mature person or a senior person, and you might think like, well, Zoe's definitely not talking about me. She's talking about all those, middle-aged people that stay out at like bars and stuff. I don't know, like whatever that person imagines. The fact of the matter is, the identity of being middle-aged is something that you could loosely correlate to biology. A doctor may say, oh, I could definitely tell when someone's middle-aged because certain things happen with your bones that don't happen when you're earlier, or your vision starts to decline, or whatever. That doesn't mean that that's necessarily your identity in and of itself.
Why would we need a scientific method for that?
I'm not asking you why we need one. I'm asking you, would you agree that there is none?
I don't know if that even makes sense. Science is a methodology, right? Testing things empirically. Unless you're going to claim that identity is an empirical thing, but you said it's based on phenomenological experiences,
right,
which would not be an empirical thing.
So you would say being trans is more like having Christ live in you. It's just something you can't test in a test tube.
No, having an identity would be like identifying as an atheist. I don't think you can put atheism in a beaker and prove that someone's an atheist.
Right. You cannot put it in a beaker and prove that someone's an atheist. I got it. So it is a non-empirical claim. Correct?
Having an identity seems like it would be non-empirical. What we would probably look for is more of like commitments to it, and and ascension to the proposition.
So now when it comes
right, because if you're with an identity, if you're ascending to a proposition, or if you are telling other people that you have certain commitments towards certain types of identities, then there are things that we could extrapolate from, like, well, what ought we expect of someone who identifies this way or somebody who has those commitments? When Pine is asking, like, oh, can you empirically demonstrate it? I don't know what he's asking for in the sense of, like, empirically prove things. You mean like physically prove it? If I don't think there's a necessary trait to like be an atheist, I don't even know what that would mean. I'm going to draw your blood and I'm going to like shake your blood in a beaker and run it through my processor. And oh, look, it came out as atheist blood. That doesn't make any sense. There might not be empirics for it. Now it could be the case that there could be some type of, maybe in the future, some technology that is so good it can map out your brain, and we can look at your brain and look at certain patterns and look at the synapses firing, and we can say, oh, this brain is an atheist brain, because when we ask about beliefs or we ask about God, the belief center doesn't light up, and they could just say something like that. But the problem is, and neurologists point this out and stuff like this, but the issue is that those are still correlations. You're just correlating these synapses firing with certain, claimed phenomenological experiences. And in the same way, we know that some people that are
psychopaths, like we would classify them as sociopaths, their brain doesn't light up the same way when it comes to like empathy and these types of things, or like certain areas like the amygdala might light up different. But there are some people that have had those exact same brain patterns. And we've had people that are like looking at MRI scans and be like, oh, this brain is definitely the brain of a sociopath, or I'm looking at the brain of a psychopath. And it turns out that that person was like an average family man, you know, that as far as anyone could tell is like he has a slight crass sense of humor, but there's nothing about him that seems to indicate that he's, you know, has a lack of empathy or anything else. And this is just an example of a patient that has the same type of brain scan as, you know, as a non-sociopath to a sociopath. And someone like Doug is expecting that your identity should be able to show up on a chart somewhere, or that they should be able to put your identity in a beaker. And that makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, I just think that he's totally off the mark. I understand this is what he wants and he desires, but just because he desires something doesn't make it the case. And he thinks that somehow that is a hit against trans identity, when that would be a strike against all identity, because he identifies as an atheist. And he just said, well, there's no way to empirically prove it. Well, does that mean that's not true then, Doug? Does that mean that you don't actually identify as an atheist because you just said you can't empirically prove it?
Comes to one of my main issues, let's say giving puberty blockers to teenagers, since identity is a non-empirical claim, and since, would you agree that teenagers tend to be confused in general about all things, not just their identity, but I mean, what's good for them?
You use the word all. You use the word all there again. I don't think teenagers are confused about all things now.
Did I use the word all?
You did.
I thought, okay. Do you agree that teenagers in general tend to be confused about things?
Some things, sure.
But not identity?
It depends. There are different types of identity, right?
Like, we could even go further earlier than teenage years, like a 4-year-old who thinks they're Superman or Spider-Man. They're not.
Yeah, but he's talking that's not an identity, Doug. At this point, you're talking about somebody being a physically different person. That would be a delusion. That's not an identity. Superman is an external, like, abstract entity to this 4-year-old. Superman is not a social construct. That is not an archetype that we have of social roles that correlate typically to sex, loosely. So I don't know why you would ask a question like that. When you're like, oh, is this Superman? This is the, like, oh, can you identify as a cat or a tree or something? It is a very silly question to ask. And it actually devalues the conversation that we're having. Because if I'm engaging as honestly as I can, and I'm trying to answer these questions to give a full account for my reasoning of how we get to places, then when you start asking me about, like, well, what about this identity or what about that identity? Once you start asking, like, well, couldn't you just think that you are somebody that you're not? This starts to just feel very disingenuous.
Not really Spider-Man, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. But what if they truly non-empirically identify as Spider-Man? We still would say, no, you're not Spider-Man. Right? Just
I don't see what this has to do with gender.
Well, so in other words, your identity.
Because you're adding non-empirically to it as well. So if they non-empirically think that they're Spider-Man, what if they change their name, Doug? What if they change their name to Spider-Man? Are they then non-empirically Spider-Man? What if they change their name to Peter Parker? And they walk around town wearing a Spidey suit all the time, and then when people are like, hey, Spider-Man, and or they ask, like, oh, you're just dressed up like Spider-Man, and they say, oh no, I'm really Spider-Man, and they take out their ID and they show them that their ID says, like, Peter Parker or whatever, so that now they are expressing and conforming to a social ideal of, like, what Spider-Man is. They're not claiming they have superpowers. They're just saying that they're Peter Parker, and when you say Peter Parker, you're referring to them. The issue is going to be that because you're already granting that identity isn't necessarily something empirical, and you're not giving a necessary condition for this, this is the absurdity that we can get to. If we're talking philosophically, can you demonstrate this or do you not demonstrate this? Zoe, do you believe, or you don't believe in physicalism, do you? You think reality is the subjective thing that can morph to whatever you think it is. Okay. No, I do not accept physicalism. And there's philosophical reasons why we ought not accept physicalism, or we ought be skeptical of it. That doesn't mean that whatever your subjective preferences are just all of a sudden become reality either. That's the exact point that I'm making. You can have identities that relate to you as far as like gender. Gender are experiences that humans have. Humans don't physically transform into other entities.
You could be one of a woman. Now, this gets down to definitions, which we can talk about. Just because you identify as a woman doesn't make you one, right? Or no?
No, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
Identifying as a woman does make you a woman if you have that identity. Now,
okay,
to
okay.
answer your question,
That's a
hold
major
on.
disagreement between us. But you would say there's limits to that, right? Like if I identify as a tree, you would not say I'm a tree. Or if I identify as African American, would you say I'm African American?
Do you know what like categorical errors are?
Yeah, Christians use it, especially precepts. They use it against me all the time. That's a category error.
Right. So if we're talking about gender, like gender is a different category of experience than like race is, right?
Right. It's let's say I was raised in an African American home, but I look like the way I look, and I say I identify as African American or black. Would that be correct?
So I'll be honest with you. One of the things I find frustrating having conversations with people who seem to be good faith at the start is the moment we start getting into it and we start getting to the position like where we're getting to the nuance and the heart of it, they deflect to something like race, or they'll ask something like, "Can I identify as a cat?" When that's not what trans people are doing, right? We're talking about the exact same social construct that you identify with, right? We're talking about socially archetypical roles that. Okay, so here we go. And chat, y'all are just hilarious. Do you believe in truth? Do you have a definition of truth? Okay. Truth is going to be depending on what your system of truth is, right? If you say like correspondence, like whatever you accept. And I would say like in general, I feel like when we talk about things like true, that there isn't necessarily things that are going to be true. It's going to be things that are most accurately represent an external world around us. So for that, we would just say that we would use correspondence or something like that. Are there issues with correspondence? Of course there are. But the most accurate measurement of truth that we have, so it seems, if we're talking about truth, is going to be correspondence. Yeah, what's your view? Do you think that what truth is objective? Are you a physicalist? Right, it's so... Oh, okay. Oh my god. No. Cringe. You're a physicalist. You are ridiculous. That is a ridiculous view. 100%. Because all you're doing is you're just okay, if you're a physicalist and you're going to claim about like what else would it be? Okay, there are other postulations about this, right? Besides your own like physical perceptions. And see, we'd have to go into like an entire derail this into like philosophy hour. But essentially all you would need is a sufficiently skeptical scenario to explain why physicalist positions are untenable. Like you don't know that. You're just claiming that you do, and then just adding like a lull to it. You could be, what about Laplace's demon? Okay, how do you know that there's not like a brain of vat scenario? Right? Yeah, whatever. You're just asserting that. You're just saying, it's only because of you're just right. Proof by assertion. Again, typically are associated with females or males. That's the subject that we're talking about. And yeah, I don't care what you subjectively think is the most objective stance, Lazul. You subjectively telling me what your opinion is on what you think is objective reality doesn't make it objective reality. Because believe it or not, you don't just by fiat get to decide what reality is and reality isn't. And all you're going to do is apply to empirics. But if you're appealing to empirics, you're still going to end up with the result that you're having to set a standard of weight to certain claims to determine the truth or not of them. Like you're still giving weight to it, where you say some types of evidence
ought be weighed more and other types of evidence ought be weighed less. You're describing objects outside. That's it. Outside of what? Outside of your mind? Yeah, you are. All you have is your phenomenological experience. That's it. Like, you have a brain that has eyes and you can hear things, senses, that's it. And there's going to be problems with assuming there's an external world. Like, there just are issues with it. Now, you can say you don't care about those issues, or you think that it's accurate enough, or there's enough truth to it that you think it's fine accepting it. But if you think that people don't disagree with this, or that there's no arguments against it whatsoever, that's just a silly position to be in. See, this is, all right. It's all atoms and neurons and electricity. Okay. What about like quantum physics? All right. You're going to be in an infinite regress. So how do you know that? What's below the atoms? Right. You don't even want to answer because you know where this is going. It's an infinite regress that you can't prove. Oh, you disagree with quantum, but you're a physicalist. Okay, so what are you going to say to like all the quantum physicists out there? You just think that quantum mechanics don't exist? Do you accept gravity? All right, whatever. No. You are literally done. You're an idiot. Goodbye. Jesus Christ. Very frustrating to you. So if somebody, all right, if somebody is coming on here and they're like, oh, I can defend this and I'm a physicalist and that type of thing, then I point out they're like, oh, just lolling their way through. They're just like, oh, lol, like no matter what you say, I'm just going to like lol unless you say that, you know, you're a physicalist and everything's objective. But then when we get down to the point of it, they're a physicalist that doesn't accept quantum mechanics. So just like, well, it's atoms. Okay, what's below atoms? Like, what are the subatomic particles? They're like, oh, I just don't accept quantum stuff. Okay. And the reason why they don't want to do that is because as you keep breaking it down further and further and further, they're going to get to a point where they don't know, and they're going to end up in an infinite regress of matter, and they're not going to be able to get out of that. And they know that they can't get out of that. So instead of saying something as silly as, well, there's just an infinite regress of matter, because they know that they can't substantiate that, they're just going to be like, oh, well, lol, you just don't accept it. And it turns out that I was accurate with what they were saying, that they just think that atoms, electricity, neurons, and this type of thing are sufficient enough for them to determine that the physicalist worldview is true. And it's not. I'm sure if you were trying to discuss some aspect of religion, and you're going to talk about the ontology of God, and then once you start getting closer and closer to the heart of it, the person spins around and starts wanting to talk about how you don't have any morality because you're an atheist. That would be incredibly frustrating. Could we stick to the subject? I don't want to talk about transracialism. I have no interest in that subject.
That's fine.
And I'm not talking about transspeciesism, right? I want to talk about gender. That's why I agreed to this.
How many?
Hey, Zoe, can I ask?
No, Sean.
Because...
Quiet.
Oh, I got a good one though, Doug.
No.
So can we reframe this real quick to get back on?
The reason why, Sean, you just got here, and before you got here, and for people who just got here, Zoe asked specifically that. Well, I think you asked this, right, Zoe, or implied it that it should be just one-on-one, right?
When you had asked me over here, you had said that. I would say not too bad though. Like, for only doing like a handful of streams ever, having somebody show up here and try and like troll, it's pretty funny. That you wanted to have a one-on-one conversation, and that's what I figured it was going to be.
Yeah, so we're going to keep it one-on-one, Sean. Sorry for snapping at you, but I didn't actually know it was you.
No, I got it.
But
I got it.
Where were we? Yeah, okay. I'll do what you say, Zoe, and I will not bring up trans racialism or trans speciesism and all that stuff. But I do think, let's get to our fundamental disagreement. I do think that, especially about the things that are important to me, that whether one identifies as a man or a woman, it has to be, I do think it has to be, at least in some cases, linked to something that's more objective than subjective. And for the reasons that I mentioned, but when it comes to women's spaces, women's sports, and medication and so forth. And I'll be very honest with you. My son is in the theater arts. And as I don't know if you know or not, but people who are in the theater arts program tend to be more likely to be non-binary, to be gay, to be trans, to be whole sorts of things. And in his freshman year, get this though, in his freshman year, well, I forget the exact numbers, but it was quite a bit. It was like over 20 or so, close to 20
Hannah.
people identified as either trans or non-binary.
I don't know why. He's telling me an anecdote here, by the way. I don't understand either why, like, it's in his Discord server. He could easily just have a mod chat, like a mod VC, and then just pull people down to it and do his streams this way if it's like one-on-one conversations.
Their senior year, he's now gone through all 4 years, graduated. None of them are. None. They started freshman year as being trans, and by the senior year, they weren't. So now let me ask you this. Do you believe identity, your identity, that in 4 years from now, you could identify as a man?
I don't hold any beliefs at all. I find that to be unlikely the case, though. And I would also say that, you know, if
But it's
you're appealing
possible.
to anecdotes, I don't know.
You don't know if it's possible?
I would, yeah, I would say very unlikely, although if we're granting things like logic is true, right? Then we would say that something like in a hypothetical possible world scenario, that it's not an impossibility. So I would have to grant that something like that.
Do you know of anybody or have heard of anybody that has identified as trans, so let's say in your case, trans woman, and then years later or even months later, don't and identify as a man? Do you know anybody like that?
In the same way that I know people that identified as a man and did not identify as trans, and then, you know, months later identified as a woman and was...
So it can go back and forth. Like you've heard of that happening, of people going back and forth. Yes? Zoe, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Unfortunately, my computer
I hope we haven't
did
lost
crash at one point, and I had to relog back in, which...
I see you're still here, Zoe, but I can't hear you.
I can't hear either if it helps.
The reason why I bring this up, Zoe, if you can hear me and I can't hear you, and maybe you just can't talk right now, is that if you say you're a woman to me based on this metaphysical identity concept, then I could just say to you, you're a woman for now.
It's not a metaphysical... this is so strange to me. Doug is confusing the idea that we can have phenomenological experiences, which is just to say that we just have experiences about the world around us. We have a sense of self, like we have a mind, and we can use that to evaluate our own identities, internal senses of self, and this type of thing. That you can end up generating identity just on this. You don't need some special metaphysical framework for this. Like even in a physical stance, like he would agree with this. That even if we say like the world's totally physical and minds are physical, etc., there just might be some people that have trans brains that produce trans identity. It could be the case. Can you hear us?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah, sorry, my Discord crashed. Can you repeat back the last statement you said?
Yeah.
And
So if it's at least possible, and if you know of stories at least of people being trans women and then not years later, and vice versa, being just cis and then being trans, then and since identity is not tied to anything empirical, then I could say to you, well, you call yourself a woman today, but it might not be that case years from now. So you're a trans woman for now. Whereas under my definition, no, that won't change. Would you agree with that?
right, but the problem is that that's not a problem with my view, because that is my view, is that people can change their gender identity as they go. It would be a problem for your view if it is the case that can happen, because you would be saying like, well, no, they would only be like a man or a woman. And the problem is we never even got to talk through definitions and stuff at the very beginning, right? So like, and it also seemed that you were trying to apply some type of objective standard like to ontology about human beings, which is a very strange thing to do for like, in my opinion, for an atheist. That's a very religious thing.
Are you putting me in a box?
No, I'm saying that.
Don't you know
behavior,
all atheists are fluid in their ideas and
I'm saying it's very strange for an atheist to come on and state things that sound very much like Platonic idealism. That's what I'm saying. And I don't know, when you start talking like ontologically objective, it sounds like you are appealing to something like Plato's forms. And for an atheist, it intuitively just sounds strange
because it sounds like you're implying that there is something underpinning these forms, these ideals together. What would that underpinning thing be that's not physical, that is maintaining and making all this stuff coherent? That's why it sounds weird. I'm not saying you couldn't be an atheist and believe in Platonic ideals. I just would find it very strange.
Beliefs?
I mean, I feel like all of us have a lot of fluid in us, mostly blood, but
Well, mostly water.
I might have some gender fluid as well, but I feel like these conversations get very like heated and contentious, and at the end of the day, at the heart of it, the problem is that you might have some type of presupposition that you're going to hold to, and I feel that when you talk to someone like me, the way that I view the subject, at least, I feel like I can offer a better explanation about what we experience and see in the actual world, and not just sticking to some type of dogma about ontology or something like that. That cannot account for the facts, unless you just have to say that people are mistaken or lying, just like certain Christians would say atheists are, the atheists are lying, confused, or mistaken. They must all believe in God, and you wouldn't accept that, and you'd be like, well, that doesn't seem to account for the facts of reality, where people do.
Yeah, non-resistant non-believers. The problem with assuming that every single atheist is either a liar, mistaken, confused, is that means that in that system, you could not account for non-resistant non-believers in the same way that I would find it incredibly stupid for someone to come on here and tell me that they're a physicalist. So they think that the only thing that exists within reality are the physical things. And they totally agree with science. And they think science is right about everything. Science is right about electricity, about atoms, about matter. But science must be wrong about quantum physics. Like, nope, those scientists are just wrong. That'd be a very strange and stupid thing to say, because all of a sudden, the very model that you're using is starting to lose its explanatory power. You're just deleting stuff from it. You're just like, nope, I'm not going to take quantum. Okay, well, if you don't allow for like quantum physics to exist, then what are you saying? Like, you're only going to stick to, like Einstein's theory of relativity, even though scientists have known for a very long time there were problems with it, and be like, I'm just uncomfortable with quantum stuff. And it'd be just as stupid to say something like that everything's physical, like de facto, even though like that is not demonstrable. All we can do is say, what's your credence on it? Oh, you are convinced of this. Okay, so you do have this belief. That's it.
Identify as atheists and can reject the proposition of God. And I'm saying that
Zoe will be back. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think my model can explain.
I'm going to skip forward because I had gotten a phone call through here, and it had dropped me out of Discord.
Me being risk-taking and strong and that sort of thing, aggressive. So not only am I a man.
Oh yeah. They yeah, the laughing clown emoji, right? Because this person is just not like that. That to me is like a troll. When like you're just spamming lol and stuff, and you're like, this is what my worldview is, and my worldview accounts for everything. And then say, okay, well, here's a problem with the view that you just gave. And the thing is, I'll be like totally transparent. I don't necessarily have a problem with physicalists. I think that like their conclusions are very strange for saying that like, oh, there must only be the physical, when we know that there's problems with this. And that the physical isn't going to be able to just explain certain things. And then the moment we get to like spooky entanglement or something, all of a sudden, the physicalism just seems to start evaporating. And they're like, nope, can't talk about that. Don't talk about that. Because it's uncertainty. There's an indeterminacy in inference. And science and empiricism relies on inference. There is a problem with science that is not accounted for. And the thing is, we know there's limits of science. That's why science doesn't make proclamations of truth. Science only produces its maps, models, and measurements to the best of our ability to produce the most accurate models of how we understand the world around us. That's what science does. It's a methodology. It's methodological naturalism. Science does not make proclamations of truth. Science doesn't say such and such is true. All science would say is this is either falsifiable or it's not falsifiable. Or here's based on our predictive models, this is what we think is going to happen. It's like weather prediction and stuff like this. You can look at meteorology. That is a physical thing. There are ions and particles and wind and everything else out there creating storms, but we can only produce models, projected models of where the storm is going to form and where it's going to be. Because under the physicalist model, we can't account for everything. There's too much indeterminacy that's going on. Our models just can't account for. Maybe one day we'll get better technology or we'll understand physical reality better. But if we are going to get there, then we should take things into, I don't know, quantum physics, maybe a little bit more serious and say like, okay, well, maybe there are other fundamental particles going on. I just don't see how you get to like atoms if you think that like quarks and stuff don't fucking exist. It's just a very, yeah, Shia, he was a troll. I agree. This part, he was I'm not sure, like, he could have been somebody who came into the stream and he just doesn't like trans people. So he's like, oh, you're talking about identity, so I'm just going to say, like, everything's physical, everything's a physicalist model. But the thing is, we already know, like, Pine Creek is also an atheist. Pine Creek wouldn't agree with what that dipshit was saying because Pine already acknowledged that it's non-empirical. Identity is non-empirical. If it's non-empirical, then how the fuck are you going to fit that into your physicalist model? You're going to say, like, oh, well, there's just sodium ions. And we already talked about this earlier, that you can end up having the same brain scans and an MRI for like a sociopath and a non-sociopath. So we're still just correlating those things. We're saying that it just seems to be the case that people that have this brain pattern tend to be this way. And our model predicts that when we look at this brain scan, we're probably looking at a sociopath. It's not saying that if you have this brain scan, it is true that you are a sociopath. And like, it was just very weird trying to smuggle truth in to his worldview.
I'm manly. See, and I would say that you're a man, but maybe not manly. So
Okay,
so
well,
I'm using
I
it in two
have,
tenses.
right. So I have a penis and I have breasts.
Okay, and you have breasts because you implanted them, or because you think you're intersex?
No, they're my breasts.
Like, I know men who have breasts too, but don't call themselves a woman. In fact, Sean here made a joke to me one time that I had.
I think I skipped forward a little bit too far.
overweight.
He
Are
was
you
talking,
overweight?
he had used the example,
Okay.
I'm
like,
not over.
just to be clear, he had used the example of talking about like somebody having a penis and that made them like a man or something like that. That's why I brought that up. It wasn't like a random thing that I was just like, I have a penis type of thing. This was like, he brought it up and he was trying to use examples of this. And I was bringing this up to illustrate the fact that like when we're talking about pure biology, you're not going to be able to establish someone's gender just based on their physical biology. So that's why I brought that up.
Overweight, and I definitely have like the breasts that you would typically associate with women.
Okay, so I'm surprised you haven't been tested to see if you're intersex yet or not. Because you might.
I mean, why would I pay for that? I'm not trying to have kids. Like, number one, and number two, that test is very expensive if it's not covered by insurance, and insurance only covers it for those reasons. But no, I've not been tested.
I don't
So
think
like
it's expensive.
when I say
$100 maybe.
no, it's more expensive than that. But
You haven't been
at the end
curious?
of the day,
I'd be curious if I were you.
what would it matter? On my view, I don't care.
Explain why
what
you
my,
have breasts.
It wouldn't matter. Like, I'm also taking HRT, so that probably has something to do with it as well.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry.
He didn't
that
ask.
Explains it. Okay. But under my model, for example, like you said, explanatory factor, like you already mentioned autism, and having autism, I think people who are trans are 6 times more likely to be autistic or the other way around. So that could explain why you identify the way you do. Are you a child of divorced parents?
No.
Okay. And
I mean, see, this is where
right.
we're getting into the.
This is confirmation bias. He's saying, oh, well, I know that, some, a larger amount of people that are trans have autism. So I'm going to correlate that. And, oh, well, maybe you didn't have a good home. So maybe your parents were divorced. So I'm just going to speculate you came from like a broken home or something. This is his biases. He's trying to say these are the reasons why you are this way. and because he still can't accept that some trans people are just exist, like where we could be born happy, everything could be fine, you could have a loving, supportive family, and you could still end up being trans. Just like you could have a family situation, as I did, that was fairly abusive, and I still am trans. That if you can get the same result from, from multiple variant factors, then you're not gonna be able to nail this down to just one thing.
The weird speculation about why.
Well, I don't think it's weird. I think it's interesting.
The reason why it's weird is because for all the cases that you bring up of there's a lot of correlation between trans people being autistic, then we would just say, okay, are the majority of autistic people trans? And we find that no, they're not. So couldn't I just say extrapolate the data and say it just seems that autism
I'm not sure that's true.
is related to yeah, it is. Most autistic people are not trans.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. I'm going the other way around. But most trans people are autistic.
No, not most. There's just
Yeah, I think it is.
large. It's not most. It's just a large enough percentage
It's not 51%.
that it warrants some investigation.
Okay.
But the thing is, just because, let's say we're
Right, yeah. Hannah, have a feeling autism just lets people have an easier time noticing how they are different from the general society. Right, and autistic people tend to do a lot more introspection. Just tend. Exactly. I wouldn't say it makes it more likely. It might make it more likely for them to notice it earlier on. That might be the thing. They're like, there's something different about me than these others. I noticed that there's a lot of different people around me, and when people talk about my experiences or when they're extrapolating experiences onto me, it doesn't seem to match what I'm being told.
neurodivergent, but under your view, you would say that, oh, well, that must be why. But it just could be the case that neurodivergent people, we tend to look inside and do a lot of reckoning about our internal sense of self. We think a lot about our thinking. We do might take a lot of consider metacognition and stuff, or metaethics a lot. Autistic people also tend to be very moral people. We have strong opinions about morality because we consider metaethics a lot and not just applied ethics. But
how old were you? Like when I talk to Christians who have beliefs, and you've already admitted that this is not an empirical claim, being trans, and I often ask Christians, when did you become a Christian?
All right, I have to step away for a second. I'm going to put y'all back on the returning soon stream. I'll be back, or screen. I'll be back in just a second. I just have to run to the bathroom, so don't go anywhere. All right, I am back. Maybe look at this. How many? It's like what, a quarter of this video is what we've gone through so far. Like holy shit. Maybe I should turn it up to like 1.5. Oh, it is at 1.5.
Christian, when did you become trans?
Like actually take on the label as trans, or like
When
when was I
thought
expressing
that, when you
Let's
yeah,
go
when you
a
tell
little
me
bit
later, okay,
faster.
because that's simple.
accepting the label was probably around, let's see, I think
Teenager?
4 years ago.
Thanks.
We were 34 is when we like actually came out to everyone as trans.
Oh, so you're a late bloomer. 30
No,
years,
not necessarily.
4 years ago would
Yeah,
make you around 30?
34.
Or 34.
I think I can't remember how old we are, but
So
around there.
so when you were 20, you weren't calling yourself a woman. Right?
I have a very I'm going to just be unfortunately I'm going to be an atypical example for you to use. Like the problem is that, and I know we had touched on this a little bit, but I'd been expressing like these thoughts and feelings very early on, and there was a lot of severe abuse.
Right. So the question, the reason why this might seem strange to some people, like why can't you give like an easy answer to this? Because it's like, do you mean expressing these views to other people, or I understood the view myself? Because, you know, I understood the view long before, like in 05, I had openly stated this to someone that I wish I'd been born a woman. And before 05, going back to the 90s, there had also been a lot of like gender issues that I've been having, to the point where our father had asked us, right before, like right about 12 or so, if we wished that we had been born a woman, because he said that, you know, he wanted to have a serious conversation with us and he had noticed some stuff and he was concerned. These issues had been going back all the way since like my early childhood, but, you know, just cycles of abuse, unfortunately, kept us in the closet. And then the first time that we came out just as queer and took on the identity as like being openly like, you know, pansexual, gay, we lost all of our social support later on as a teen, and we'd already been put out of our house. So like, you know, it was catastrophic for us. And it was like throughout all of this, we were just struggling with having to hide this and keep it to ourselves, because we were convinced that if we had been open about who we were back then, it could have been like, you know, had lethal consequences for us, or like lose a job and everything else. And these are all based, again, on our experiences. But I'm not going to, I'm not going to share like every single detail of my personal life. That's no one's business. But when someone asks me like, when did you start, you know, identifying as a woman? That's a difficult question to pinpoint. It was very early on is when I became aware of like, you know, that there's something different about us. But then there was a lot of repression that was going on until like we finally said it. And then afterward, social fallout, when we had even just come out as like gay to our friends, had pushed us back in the closet again. And then we remained in the closet for like, for like a little bit more than almost another decade. And it seems like it was about every decade, like about 10 or 11 is when our dad had asked us about this. And then about like at 18, I think about 18 is when we like first came out to our friends and stuff. And then in our early 30s, we finally like felt we were in a safe enough spot to explore our gender once again. And I'd, you know, been thinking a lot about like trans issues and stuff like that, because it had started to become like a big cultural talking point. And it was, you know, talking about that self-evaluation to be like, how do I feel in relation to other people? And then like when we started looking into like what the trans experience was like, and like what other trans people were talking when they were talking about their experiences, we recognized that like they're talking about us. Like we have the same experience that they do, like the exact same experiences. And then there was like, you know, the why or do we have so much discomfort with ourselves and our body, etc. It's because we're trans. And we're a lot happier now. But I do understand why it might be difficult for someone like Doug, who maybe very early on felt secure in his gender and identity. So, you know, he felt like that's always been something stable within him.
and he never went through a process of like exploring this or recognizing that he explored it at a certain point. So our experience just seems so foreign to him. And then when you bring in like other disorders that we have, it just makes it more difficult to pinpoint for us, like, oh, this is like certainly when we decided on this identity. I don't know if it's something that we decided or if it's something that like we like became through time, through our experiences, because I think that we're constantly like becoming who you are. Like your identity isn't stagnant. It's not like, I don't know. It's not like a switch that you flip on or off. Like your identity is something that throughout your life, as you gain more and more experiences, you are constantly becoming a new person. Like you're becoming in the sense that like you're constantly changing in the same way of like a ship of thesis type of thing. You know, you're not the same as you were when you were a child. And when you're a senior, you're not going to be the same thing as you were when you were middle-aged. Like you have different properties, and your identity definitely is altering, because you would have gone from identifying, like when people tell children, they're definitely talking about you, and then identifying as middle-aged, and then eventually identifying as a senior. That I suffered as a result of that. So that ended up, well, by my mother, but that ended up having us be like repressed for a long time and kind of like hide in the closet. And then I tried to come out again as a teenager, and I lost most of my friends. And there was, again, a lot of...
I want to make sure I understand. Come out as a teenager as what? As gay or as trans?
Well, at the time I was trans, but I was too afraid to tell people that I was trans because I figured they would probably kill me based on like the things that people had said around me.
Okay, so the concept of transness, being trans, was in your head when you were a teenager? Or was it just being gay?
No, it was being
you're
trans
older.
There.
We're talking the 90s, right?
Yeah, I was 19 at the time that I had said, I confessed to a friend of mine that I was like, see, this is like, we're just getting very personal. Anyway, I was 19 and I was 19 and I was open about it. When I was like, 12, like 11 or 12, my father had asked me like if I wished I had been born a woman because of all the gender issues that I was having. All right. So like, this is something that has been a reoccurring, we'll say, issue of repression, abuse, and kind of hiding this for like a lot of my life. And this is where I get really mad when I hear people saying, well, this is just social contagion, because they don't consider the immense amount of pressure you have as a trans person not to be open with who you are because of the abuse, because of the threats, because of losing your family and losing your friends. I had a friend try and get me fired from my job by going to there and telling everybody that, about my issues. And like, that's what ends up happening when you have a culture around you in a society where people are not validating, not accepting, and abuse you over this and or threaten you.
Like your father abused you?
No, he was very kind and loving.
But your mother did?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
Like, and was it your mother? Well, okay, you don't want to talk about it. That's fine. But
I don't want to talk about the specifics of it.
Because I think in a different, maybe.
No, because he's trying to insinuate that, of course, the only reason why I would be trans is because I wasn't abused. But I know plenty of trans people that were not abused and that are still trans. And there's plenty of trans people that I've talked to online or that I've met in real life that are trans, and they have affirming families that love them, and they're still trans. But Pine Creek would say that those kids are trans because their parents affirm them, and because their parents, I don't know, like expose them to this social contagion. Yeah, Shia says that she was never abused. Yeah. So I don't understand. Exactly, yeah. And you have a affirming family, and you're still trans. And the thing is, I've met many trans people that have not been through the cycles of abuse that we have been through. And the other issue is, and we know this for a fact, majority of people that get abused are not trans. Majority of people that get abused as children just don't end up being trans. So he would draw a correlative factor to say that, oh, if you were abused as a child and you're trans, then your transness must be because you were abused. But if you were a cis-het person, then you being abused must not have been the cause of that, even though you've suffered the exact same abuse. So once again, this is the same problem of indeterminacy, where the causal factor that he's trying to relate here
is not going to be the thing that can establish this, because the exact same abuse most often does not cause people to be trans. But he's not going to make that connection.
I'll take it off you. So we got a person who's in their teenage years and they're in a family, and the mother says, "You're not a girl, you're a boy," and basically doesn't affirm anything at all, but basically is always negative, negative, negative. Instead of, let's say, the mother who would say, "Oh yeah, you're a boy, that's fine, and you like doing this, that are typically girl things, that's totally fine." I can understand why it kind of feeds upon itself, because then the person feels insecure about who they are, constant kind of hiding who they really are, instead of their own parents, who their parents are supposed to love their child the most. Doesn't, kind of say, you're safe, you're fine, we love you no matter what. And I think a lot of times that abuse can lead to confusion. And yeah, I think a lot of people, if they were under different parents, they wouldn't be trans today. I truly believe that.
And see,
Right. So affirming parents lead you to being trans. Abusive parents lead you to being trans. Affirming parents can lead people to not be trans. And abusive parents, according to him, might lead you to, not be trans or be trans. So you can get all the same outcomes from all the same family structures and all the same behaviors. But for some reason, he's going to claim that like transness just must be caused by abuse for whatever reason. And I feel like this is it's just indicative of a little bit of dishonesty here, because he wants this. It's confirmation bias. If you were trans and you were abused, it must be because you were abused. But if you were cis and you were straight, oh, well, no. Abuse can't be a factor in it, even though the exact same abuse most often produce people who are cis and who are het. So if anything, if you want to draw a correlative factor, you're like, well, it just seems that when you abuse kids, they just turn out straight. Something wrong with these straight kids. Like, what? That's so stupid. Nobody would say that.
yeah, that's just strange. And it's a strange thing for you to believe.
No,
Because
it's not strange, because you yourself admitted this.
No, I had the opposite. The opposite happened to us. So
What,
like
you
I
were-
can go even further back of like teachers having issues with us, like pre-kindergarten, right? Or in like preschool, trying to get us to play with like like what they were calling like boys' toys as opposed to like girls' toys and this type of thing.
Right.
And our mother was putting heavy pressure on us to be a boy, to not play with girl toys, and to stop.
By the way, Shia and Hannah, y'all are both mods now. So if people come in and say harassing things, or if they're just spamming messages or whatever, y'all will be able to help take care of that. You can just right click them and time them out if they come in saying stupid shit, by the way.
Requesting like girl toys, and like it just sounds cringe, because this is like the stereotypical
That's
thing I know
insane.
people are looking for when they want to medicalize being trans. The thing is, it's like I had these experiences. I desired like girls' clothing and stuff, like because I recognized early on like I'm a girl, not a boy. But my mother was very invalidating and stuff, and my dad was like, while he wouldn't go and buy me like girl things after some point because it just was causing too much contention. He pretty much had a like trying to support me, but in a sense of like encouraging me to like boy things, like trying to suggest that I consider playing sports, or I should play football, or I should
And
do,
thank y'all
I
both
should go and hang
for
out with like,
helping out.
I should associate with other boys my age and make friends or whatever. Like he was trying very much to just be supportive. But unfortunately, like around the time that I got old enough to start like really expressing these feelings, and like he felt like he should ask me about this because, there's just a lot of obvious things going on. He ended up dying, like right after that.
Of
So
natural
I didn't
causes?
have that.
What?
Yeah,
How old
yeah.
are you?
How old was I when that happened?
Yeah, when your dad died.
Young.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. I mean, whenever someone loses their parents young, or their parents lose their children young, that's just horrific.
Right. So then I was left with my mother, who was not validating and very much wanted me to be a boy. To her, it was a bad thing for me to want to be a girl. She was very invalidating to me about this.
Right, she was not the
So, like-
the
Right. So he tried to speculate earlier, and I really didn't appreciate this, and that's why like I eventually was just like, hey, like this is getting very personal. All right. He tried to speculate earlier that, oh well, my mom must have just like hated men, and therefore if she had hated men, this would have been, why I would desire to be like a trans woman, because I internalized a hatred of men, and that internalized into like a hatred of my own masculinity or whatever. The problem with this is that my mother pushed us to be a man, pushed us to be a boy, and did not want us to be a girl or a woman. Like, was mad that we were doing effeminate things and was like, no, 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 you should not do that. You should do this other thing, because that's what her beliefs were. So now he's going to try to fit this back again because of confirmation bias. It just must be the case that no matter what my mother did, it would have been the wrong thing that created the state of affairs that ended up with me, like, resulting in me having this identity. And he thinks this is true for all trans people. So it doesn't matter if your parents are supportive. It doesn't matter if they are abusive. It doesn't matter if they affirm you in your gender. It doesn't matter if they, move against you with your gender. According to Doug, it just must be the case that every single trans person is trans because of, like, some social fuck up that their parents did. Why? Because begging the question, that's why. Because he's starting with that assumption, and every single thing he looks at from that point forward is just going to confirm his initial assumption. Yeah, it sounds like he's trying to say literally anything besides the person being trans is the reason they are trans. Yeah, Hannah. No, exactly. 100%. He can't accept that they're just trans. That's how they are. Sure, there must be some causal chain where you could say, oh, there must be, like the idiot in here earlier, there must be some sodium ions firing synapses in my brain, crackling electricity across my frontal lobe and stimulating my little gray matter parts to make me think like, I'm experiencing something. Sure, in a reductionist, dumb fuck physicalist way, in that sense, yeah, sure, there must be something going on in my brain. We all agree. We all experience, like, we all have experiences with, atoms, motion, matter, etc. We all fucking know this. But we're talking about, like, a much higher level concept here of identity and expression, that sort of stuff, and then dealing with, like, social constructs. And Doug doesn't think it's possible to be trans unless you were mistreated somehow.
The mother I was describing, she ought to be, like, remember, affirming and saying it's okay.
Right, yeah, everything is, yeah, if you only have a hammer, then everything looks like a nail.
To be a boy and play with dolls or whatever.
Right, no, I'm saying, like, that was her view, was that playing with these dolls and wanting these things and that sort of stuff doesn't make me a girl. So, like, it's okay for me to want some of these things, but I'm still a boy, and I should do boy things, and I should play with boys, and I should stop, hanging out with girls or making girlfriends and stuff when I was in, like, grade school, because, and I mean, she was right to some extent as far as, like, bullying and stuff that was, would come later, but that wouldn't be until, like, we started getting old enough for boys and girls to, like, have that weird, I don't know, grudge or something. Like, girls have cooties or something is what boys would say, and it confused us a lot. Like, I wasn't sure what they were talking about, but that could be neurodivergence,
Like, if it was you're describing some of your life in the 1990s. If it were the 1890s, do you think you'd be trans? I say no. I think you would just label yourself a very feminine man who's gay, probably. I don't even know your proclivities, but do you think I'm wrong with that? That if we go back a century?
If you talk about, like, the historicity of this type of stuff, like, obviously you're going to find a problem because, like, the language, like, trans, I don't even know if that word was coined, right?
Or
so, like,
yeah, sorry, you're right. But I don't think in 1890 there were a lot. Maybe there were some, but I don't think there was a lot of people saying I'm actually a man trapped in a woman's body, or vice versa.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm not going to go. This is going to be a problem. All right, and it's not a problem for me in the sense of, like, oh no, there's not these people. There were these people. The problem is, and, like, maybe you care about this or you don't, but we're looking through this, at least gender issues, through, like, a Western lens, right? At least you and I are in our current culture. If we look back in time and I try to identify anyone as, like, oh yeah, these people would probably be trans or whatever, I'm going to be projecting my Western lens, especially, like, a Western white lens, onto these ancient cultures.
What does white have anything to do with it?
I'm saying because there are concepts, there's, like, intersections as far as, like, what our understanding of gender is. So, like,
no, but gender is colorblind, right?
No, it's not. It's I would say it's emergent, and you'd have to take it, like, into consideration at intersections with things like race, only because when you talk about, like, social archetypical, roles are associated with, like, men or males and females, this also is impacted by race, and people are going to have certain expectations for, like, social archetypical expressions of femininity of, like, black females as opposed to white females. And we know this is the case in the way that people, like, white people tend to, for whatever reason, think that, like, archetypically black women might be more masculine than white women who they treat as more feminine. And, like,
yeah, all right. He's, like, so surprised at this take. And to unpack this, and I'll try to do it as quickly as possible. So my understanding and his understanding of what it means to be a woman is going to be through the lens of our current Western world that has already undergone like enlightenment values and everything else that has passed down onto us. The social current like contrivances around gender, the state of affairs, means that we think that women are dainty and men are strong, or whatever the tropes are and the stereotypes. As we go back through in history, there will be different tropes and different stereotypes that make you, a man or a woman or, whatever other gender expression in any given society. And in some given societies, it may be the case that like men are the teachers and that men are like the cooks and men are the nurses or something. They're all the physicians. That could be the case. So if I look back and I say, oh, well, I'm going to take my interpretation of what gender is and my understanding of Western social archetypes correlated with females, and I project this onto, so let's say, women of the past, especially in a different part of the world, it may become nonsensical to try and interpret, their culture through my cultural understanding. It might not work one for one, and you can end up with a whole bunch of problems with that, especially if they would have associated some of their gender roles with like religiosity. Like there might be some religious aspects to this that aren't captured only by gender. So if I start talking about gender in their culture, I might be like watering down their culture. Or in the case of if you have a dishonest interlocutor, they could just continuously say, you're conflating, there are no trans people because that word wasn't coined until, the mid 1980s or whenever the fuck it was. And, because we're talking the 1800s, nobody could have identified as transgender because transgender wasn't a known word. That doesn't mean the concept didn't exist, of course. Like, obviously, word concept fallacy here, right? Just because the word for it didn't exist doesn't mean that the concept didn't exist. But the problem is that concept was being filtered through different cultural lenses and that sort of stuff. And as far as the talking about gender and race being like the intersection is difficult to overcome, the reason why is, and I know like Doug fucking hates critical theory and doesn't want to hear about it or whatever, but the reason that is relevant is because a lot of times the social archetypes that people generate in any given culture is also going to be influenced by their religion, but also by like racial stereotypes or whatever else, or racial tropes. And it is the case that like, white archetypical portrayals of women tend to be given more favor if they're more along the lines of like when someone would criticize like white feminism, it basically considers white women to be the most feminine, whereas black women are often treated as less feminine. And you can just look at like the way that conservatives treated Michelle Obama, literally continuously speculating that she's a man, or the the stereotypes and stuff of people saying like, oh well, black women are loud and they're going to fight you and they're feisty or whatever. These are all just stereotypes. But if you're looking at a cultural perspective, like one ought be aware that these cultural archetypes impact different groups of people based on different dynamics. You can't just say like there's one, like these sets of archetypes are going to perfectly map on to every single culture and that culture's understanding of gender across the world and across time. That just doesn't happen that way. Hannah says, hunters did not exist until we made a word for it. Would be an odd take. Things exist before they are named. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. And the thing is that they're going to be like, what does it mean to be a hunter? It's going to be different culture by culture, right? And we could say in one culture, when they say hunter, they mean like people that hunt squirrels with like little, like short bows or something. And in some other culture, when they say hunter, they mean you have to like run down large game and spear it and like, I don't know. They're going to have different standards for what that means. And the squirrel hunter might look at the people that are chasing down these large animals
and think that they're, you know, there's something wrong with them, that they shouldn't be fighting animals that dangerous. And the people that are chasing the, you know, large animals are going to be like, that's not a real hunter because you're, you know, using a ranged weapon and you're killing small prey. You're not a real hunter, like a true hunter. So you can end up in these like weird situations. That's why I was adding that. And Pine doesn't understand this because Pine doesn't take, I think he does account for intersectionality a little bit. Like he would probably acknowledge that different cultures experience these things differently, but he doesn't think it's different enough to justify saying like we ought to take this into consideration when we're discussing these issues. He thinks that like you should be able to flatten it down to a set of like loose traits.
I don't want to.
I'm married to a black woman, and she's very feminine. I've never viewed black women as more, on average, masculine. I don't know.
Right, but that's your anecdote, right? We can look at issues within like academia and like sociology and stuff. So like this is a thing that happens. I only
You didn't
say
take
this.
critical theory in university, did you?
No.
Okay, good.
I'm only saying this because when I try to point to any group of people and I say these people would have been trans, the first problem is that label didn't exist back then, so we don't know. The second issue is that a lot of times people within those cultures might associate other beliefs or even like religiosity or something with this, right? Like two-spirit native people. Two-spirit native people may or may not be trans. Even currently, just because they're two-spirit does not necessarily mean that they are trans. It's just that it is the case that a lot of two-spirit people are trans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Would you view yourself as a two-spirit person?
No, I'm not native, and I don't follow those like religious practices.
Do you view yourself as someone born in the wrong body?
I don't know what that means. You're born in the body that you're born in.
Do you wish you were born as a woman with a vagina and breasts through puberty and all that stuff?
For a question like that, unfortunately, and it's going to frustrate you. I'd have to say I don't know, because if it were the case that I were born that way, it would alter like all these other experiences and stuff that I've had. And for the most part, I am a pretty happy person. I enjoy my life despite the immense amount of suffering that has gone on in it. And I find that the sources of contention currently are mostly like political and social, from people that are like trying to take my rights away or trying to be alarmist about trans people and thus like make it dangerous for me to like go out places.
Because like you said earlier that your father asked you that question I just asked you. I think you said something, I don't know, born in the wrong body is the right phrase that your father asked you, but something to that effect.
He asked me. Yeah, he asked me if I wish I'd been born a woman.
And what did you say to him?
I got up and I walked away. I didn't answer the question.
Why didn't you answer his question?
Because I don't know if I can make an honest assessment of that. I don't know like what that would mean for me. What? So I could say I wish that I was born cis. That way, you know, I wouldn't have to have, you know, surgeries, and I wouldn't have to take HRT and all that kind of stuff. And socially, I'd be way more accepted, and people would just be like more polite to me in general. And all of a sudden, I would be granted some magical ontology that makes my identity secure. Whereas
well, if you were born in a different body, you would be cis, born, right?
That's what I'm saying. Right, I would be cis in that case.
And you would? Do you desire to be cis?
I don't know. I'm happy being trans. So I don't know. Like I don't know if I'd be happier as being cis.
Right. The problem is whenever somebody says like, "Oh, don't you wish you had been born like some other way?" There might be a temptation to say that would solve so many problems for me, and I wouldn't have to go through all of this, whatever else. But I don't know how many other experiences that would have changed. Like, if I had been born cis and I'd been, you know, treated as cis, like, there could have been, who knows, maybe our life could have been catastrophically worse. Like, what if we had a teen pregnancy or something? Or, you know, there's so many other variables of my experiences that could have changed that we might not even resemble the same person that we are. And we are fairly happy. I feel like that question, when they say, would you rather be in a born body, or born in a different body, they might as well be asking, would you rather be somebody other than you? And I feel like that's a strange question, because I don't know what that would be like. There's too many different experiences that is implied by something like that. And we are fairly happy, like, with how we are. And I have a great life. I have wonderful friends. You know, I have wonderful partners. Why would I be like, oh, I should go and totally change all of my experiences around that may possibly like alter everything about me so that we're not even close to the same person that we were, you know? I mean, like, what if I ended up being cis and like a trad wife religious girl? Like, no, I would not want that. Sorry.
I could be happy as cis, or I could be happy as trans.
Okay, so right now you're happy as trans.
Yes, I'm happy
except
as
for the
woman.
Political stuff. I thought you said.
Yeah.
So what's the
like naturally?
Let's shift to the stuff that, you know, really matters in society. What's the political stuff that you're unhappy with?
Things that like Trump would advocate via stuff like Project 2025, talking about banning healthcare for trans people like universally.
so that not only do they want to ban puberty blockers and they want to ban transition for children, their goal is to ban HRT for anyone of any age. And I don't see why I, as an adult, should not be able to get the health care that I desire.
What's is there anything right now stopping you? Like, what state are you in?
I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
I'll say I'm in the southern United States.
Okay. Now, as far as I know, at least some of the
That was a good answer to that question. Don't you wish you were cis? Questions are pretty frustrating, their implications. Right, exactly. Yeah. And how are you doing tonight, Morgan? I am let's see. You were also a moderator now. Congratulations. Yeah, I hate getting asked that question. Don't you wish you were born cis? I'm like, do you mean don't I wish I was born as somebody that I'm not? That's a weird way. Right. Yeah, could you imagine it? It's like, oh, don't you wish you were born cis? And you're like, what would that look like? Then you peer into that possible universe and you're fucking like handmaidens tailed into like, you know, you get duped into pressure to marry somebody very early on, and the state removes the ability to get a divorce and stuff, and you're just property. Like, who knows? Like, there's so many variables that could change that I don't think that when you say something like, oh, it would only change this exactly more mods. When you change this one aspect of yourself, that's going to fix everything. Not necessarily. It could have made my life phenomenally worse. I don't know. So when you're asking me, like, you're asking me to just pretend to be a mind reader of some possible world, and I just, it's ridiculous.
HRT blockers for teenagers, not for adults. Am I wrong?
No, they're planning on banning it for adults. Like,
okay, this right here is a huge point of contention, and I'm going to call your ass out for this, Doug. Okay, so after this debate, because he was asking me for a source, I found the source, post the source in his comments. He turned around and he said that, oh, because in the source where Trump is basically talking at a Moms for Liberty convention in the first part. And first of all, Moms for Liberty wants to just get rid of trans people entirely out of society. Like they just do. All right. He says that Trump says that they're going to stop the promotion of puberty blockers or transition for children or anyone of any age. They're not going to do it. That's what Trump said. Now, and by the way, I also posted another link that was a second video of Trump at a different time saying something very similar to this. And we also can tell via like Project 2025 that they're looking at doing something like empowering states to remove like transgender healthcare with the goal of being to stop people from being able to transition. We can take all of this, and Doug's he literally said, oh, Trump is actually, when he says promotion, he just means like advertisements. Like, you can't promote it. I'm sorry, what? Promotion? Like, you think that we're talking, like he means billboards? You're not, there'll be no more billboards. I've seen them. They're ugly. They're as bad as the windmills. Like, no, that's not what they're talking about. They're not talking about banning advertisements for trans care. And I don't even know if I've ever even seen a billboard for trans care. Like, I'm trying to just imagine, I'm sorry, my brain is just populating a whole bunch of like, you know, pretty silly billboard ads for trans people, you know? I can imagine if there's like the Blaha and stuff is on there, you know? But maybe that's just IKEA. It's just weird to be like, he doesn't want to ban transition care for everyone. He just, yeah, no more TV ads for transition. You know, those ads that you get all the time when you're watching TV, and it's like, you know, have you thought about snipping something today? Why don't you call blah, 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 blah? And you're just like, the fuck did I just watch? Like, no, that doesn't happen. That's not what they're, right. Yeah. When they say got E, no, they only mean e-cigarettes. It's fine to market cigarettes to people, just not gender juice, you know? It's ridiculous. And he's like, oh, it's not, they're telling only the promotion of it. And that's the hill they tried down. And I was like, wow, the word promotion is doing so much lifting. He's like, wow, imagine what one word can change in a sentence if you actually read it. Then I was like, okay, Doug, let's just take your what you're saying as like, oh, this is promotion. And then if we look at promotion, there's like two definitions for promotion. One is to promote something, as in to like advertise for it, to like put up billboards, run television ads, buy, I don't know, YouTube ads or something. That would be a promotion. But I think the law in all these states, when they're talking about, targeting children, stopping them from transition, when they say promotion, I'm pretty sure they mean the fucking second definition, you dipshit, of advocate for. It like definition, definitions words have more than one definition. The second definition in promotion is to advocate for something. So I know that you think that I can't read the word promotion and understand it, but maybe it's your comprehension of when they say something like that they don't mean advertisements. I don't know why, like, you're like, oh, you can only interpret the word promotion in the way that I want to interpret the word promotion. Which, like, I didn't realize that, like, transgender TV ads and billboards and stuff, that was the real problem. That's actually what Trump is upset about. It's just all the ugly ass billboards blocking out his sunlight. That's the real issue. I mean, well, I was about to make an edgy joke. I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it. Just going to say, after recent events, you would think that Trump would be fine with having more billboards around him when he was giving speeches. It just might help shield him, from the advertisers. That's what I'll say about that. But that's as close to edge as you're getting.
There's a video of Trump talking about this when he was asked directly about it, and he said that his goal was, should he get elected president and he's able to do the things that he wants to do, like replace these judges and stuff.
Right.
He was saying on like
he's
day
talking the
one,
outcomes.
this is his agenda, and one of the things that he was talking about was,
and I'm pretty up on the news. I've never heard Trump say that.
I mean, I can, if you give me a minute to go to Twitter, I can go find the video and link it, because this is something that people say all the time. But here's the thing. I just want to ask you this, because it might be a waste of time otherwise. If you were saying that, well, I know where Trump's saying this, whatever, and then I send you a video, would that change your mind about anything? Would you be like, okay, I'm not going to vote for Trump because like he legitimately is trying to like stop trans people from getting health care? Or would you just say like, no, it's not really a problem if he does
just surround Mar-a-Lago, wall-to-wall advertisements.
Like I tend to be more libertarian as for adults, but again with exceptions. And so if an adult wants to take HRT,
okay, no, wait. Did he not just say? Chat, y'all confirmed? He just said I tend to be more libertarian, right? I'll back it up.
If you were saying that, well, I know where Trump's saying this, whatever, and then I send you a video, would that change your mind about anything? Would you be like, okay, I'm not going to vote for Trump because like he legitimately is trying to like stop trans people from getting health care? Or would you just say like, no, it's not really a problem if he does this anyway?
Yeah, it would not change my mind on who I'm voting for, but it would change my mind on, oh, I disagree with him here then. Like I tend to be more libertarian as for adults, but again with exceptions.
Oh, more libertarian for adults. Oh, he just said he tends to be more libertarian. So when I was debating him and talking with him in this other server, and we were talking politics, I said, it seems strange to me that you would take certain stances against trans healthcare because you seem to take kind of like libertarian stances on certain policies. And he was literally like, I'm not a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian. Then other people are like, lol, Zoe, why would you think he's a libertarian? I don't know. My fucking intuition was right. And he just fucking said it. When it comes to things like trans care and stuff like that, or some of these policies regarding government stuff, he tends to be more libertarian. As in like, yeah, you could definitely, he might not necessarily identify as a libertarian, but if he's telling you his policy prescriptions, you can be like, huh, you sound like a libertarian, and that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. And I just feel so vindicated right now. I was like, my intuition, my libertarian senses were tingling of like, I sense a libertarian near me. And he's like, no, I'm not a libertarian. And it turns out that, oh, actually, you do take a libertarian stance on some of your political issues.
And so if an adult wants to take HRT, like most, I'd say not most, a heck of a lot of men take HRT in their 60s. And I don't think Trump is going to say, I ban that. Like Joe Rogan, for example, takes testosterone. You think, is that what you're saying?
They're carving out qualifiers for trans people. No, they're carving out qualifiers for trans people. They're not saying that it's going to be universally banned. They're saying it's banned for trans people.
Okay.
It's not going to be banned for cis people.
And Trump, Trump said that on day one he would implement that.
Yeah, that would be part of his agenda on day one. And the issue is that I have relatives and stuff, and I know this is an anecdote, right? I'm not trying to be like anecdotal Allison here, but I'm just saying that I know people that have gone to the doctor, and if they are cis, they'll be like, oh, it seems that your hormone levels are a little bit off, or it seems that you're not, they're not feeling quite as well, whatever. And they'll just say, oh, well, maybe we should put you on like a an HRT regimen, like maybe we should give you some estrogen. Or if they're a cis man. I had, a guy that I talked to at my last job, and he was like, oh yeah, I wasn't feeling very well, I wasn't feeling very energetic and stuff. My doctor tested my testosterone. My testosterone's a little bit lower, so I'm on, he's taking HRT, like testosterone now. And like, it's that easy for them to get access to this stuff. Nobody even like blinks an eye or questions it because like, well, that's a cis man. We're just going to give him testosterone. But if it was a trans person, there are people that would say that, oh well, all of a sudden we're going to call in to question your mental health. That there might be something wrong with you. Should we even give you access to this? So I don't know. It's wild. A different standard there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you want to.
Sorry, can I say something about that?
Yeah, very quickly.
Okay, I just want to say that.
Right.
Anyway,
You'd have to carve out precocious puberty from the puberty blocker. Exactly.
So it's not really ever was between you and your doctor, because it's between you, your doctor, and your doctor's license, which is going to be pulled if they do something against the amendment.
Okay, the reason why I really dislike when you're trying to have a one-on-one conversation and like other people just come in and are allowed to just jump in. What this person is saying, I don't even know if I respond to this person. Like I literally, I'm like, it's not relevant. I don't care. Like, I don't think that this person's making a point that's even remotely tangentially related to what we're talking about. We're talking about Trump banning these things, and he's like, "Oh, your healthcare was never between you and your doctor." Like, who cares? Like that's not what the contention is.
So I
well, we have to just listen to the peanut gallery jumping in to just give random comments. Like, so what?
Yeah. It's always going to be more complicated. It's always going to be more nuanced. I think we all agree.
Zoe, if Trump did indeed say that for all ages, and I personally have never heard that come out of his mouth, even if I don't know if you have him quoted in an article, but if you have it on audio, then I'll accept it. But I would just disagree with him. But I do think that
if you have it on audio or if you have an article, I would accept it. Okay, so I show you where it's at, and you go like, oh no, they included the word promotion there, and I'm only going to interpret promotion to mean advertising. I'm not going to interpret the word promotion to mean like what is in the context of what it's actually being used, which is to advocate for something. As in, you will not be able to advocate for children or anyone of any age to transition. And then in the next sentence, he says, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do what? They're not going to be able to promote transition for kids or adults, anyone of any age. And by promote, it means advocate for. Or he's going to pull their funding and all this other bullshit.
It should, in my opinion, be banned.
Yeah, and to be fair, I think, Hannah, the reason why he let the other person talk, and like later on, I think he does ask like a couple of people, like, oh, if you want to ask questions. But I think it was because he was trying to Google stuff, and he was trying to use his like strongest Google foo to try and fact check me on, Trump said this. But then whenever I provided him the video link in the chat, he ends up saying, oh, I'm just going to have to review it later. Because he doesn't want to just listen to it. He wants to review it later so that he can comb through it and be like, is there any way I can like nuance this and to be like, that's not actually what he says.
For teenagers and younger. So is there any other political stuff? Like my view on healthcare is that the government should stay out of all healthcare, no matter if you're trans, cis, or whatever. If you can afford to pay for an elective surgery, then feel free if you're an adult.
Well, is there a place where I can post this real quick for you?
Yeah, in the chat part of Poof.
Are you uploading a file or posting a link?
I am posting a link to a website.
Cool, should be good.
There you go.
Okay, thanks.
He said that June 30th. So, I tend to agree as far as like the government and healthcare. So I think the government needs to regulate healthcare because like I don't think we want medicines that are not tested for quality or any of that type of stuff, right? Like you would agree at least to that?
I'm sorry, I was reading the article, but ask again. Yeah, regulations. I'm for some regulations in healthcare, if that's your question.
Yeah. So let's just say, so you agree that trans people ought to be able to get HRT if they desire it, right?
As adults.
And you're saying that you're just going to draw a line, right, between adults and...
Yeah. And
when you say adults, how are you defining adult here?
Yeah. This is similar to your middle age question. When does it start? Legally in this country, you kind of have to start at age 18. But in my opinion, I think, especially on these issues of this fuzzy identity stuff where people can be confused, I would wait till your prefrontal cortex is fully developed by in your mid to late 20s, which is for you, like you're a late bloomer. So I would have no problem with you at all.
But that's not, so my issue with this isn't, oh my God.
Yeah, just everybody be quiet for now. Okay, go ahead, Zoe.
So my issue isn't that, that these policies are going to affect me, right? I'm concerned about like other trans people essentially being able to access healthcare. And I know the type of damage that all the repression and the time that like we spent in the closet like has done to us. And I don't want any other people to have to like suffer those types of things. And I think that there's no reason to deny them their healthcare, especially on something like an internal sense of self, their identity, which we know is pretty solid from an early age.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to...
Oh, yeah. Well, the 25 age limit thing, that's why he said that. And this is where we're starting to get into some inconsistencies. He said that most states, he said you'd have to be an adult. Most states define an adult as 18, but he wants to base it on a full development of your prefrontal cortex, so age 25. And I'm just like, why are you changing the standard then? And you're just saying that, well, you just disagree with what a legal adult ought be. Is there some reason, like, you're like, well, the prefrontal cortex, why? Is there any reason why we ought think that someone can't have, their identity formed before the age of 25? The prefrontal cortex is going to, I don't know, like, why are you saying like that thing is the reason? Yeah. I mean, it's a state by state thing. And, right. Exactly, Hannah. It's because that puberty is going to do like can do irreparable damage to our bodies. And that's why a lot of trans people, like, as they're aware of it, younger, may harm themselves. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, allowing for child marriage, especially with like religious exceptions or exemptions. The standard is not 8. Yeah, of course, because they're saying with parental consent. So if you can get married and have kids before 18 in most states, I don't understand why, if you had like parental permission, like if your parent agreed with it, the doctors all agreed this is the best thing for you, like, why wouldn't you have this? And I don't even know, I think we're about to get into it in this section, but I was kind of confused about what does he even think that trans care includes that he would ban until 25? Like, what is that thing? Because if you're talking like surgeries and stuff, there can be a conversation for why around 18 might be the best age to wait. But when it comes to just hormones and puberty blockers, I totally disagree with him. There's no reason to safeguard that. Children are already going to get exposed to those hormones, like, already. And if you're saying that, well, we can't allow them, they don't know confident enough what their identity is going to be, so we should, not give trans people the choice of hormones until they hit 25, because they might, have the wrong puberty, because he only cares about the 1%. Then why wouldn't you just flip around and say, okay, well, all children get put on puberty blockers until they're about 25, and then at age 25, we'll allow them to go through their regular puberty. Like, obviously that's going to be way harmful, but that would make sure that, everyone is sufficiently informed and their identity is more formed before you would let them choose like hormones, because otherwise your body is just naturally pumping hormones into you. But he doesn't care about that. He only cares about, are you artificially giving people hormones? So his standard here is just like ridiculous. He's like, oh, it's fine if you get estrogen, or if kids are given estrogen or kids are given testosterone, as long as it's their body producing it. But you can't just artificially give them that. I don't know why why the preference for like a naturally occurring thing rather than like something that's made with like a synthetic medicine. Like, you're just claiming that this is the standard of preference.
To do what I do with theists sometimes is try to see them on the other side. Why do you think, Steelman, why it might be a good idea to have this type of restriction for trans teenagers, let's say?
So your concern, as far as I understand, is that because they may change their mind, and you think that identity, especially like trans identity, is somehow very permeable, that they may end up engaging in procedures that they later regret, and that if they had just waited long enough, they would realize that they are not actually trans and they do not need access to that care. So you're trying to prevent possible damage from being done to them.
Very good. I really
Yeah,
appreciate you doing
sucks they don't view native puberty as potentially harmful. Yeah, no, exactly,
Right,
because it wasn't for them.
99% of people to save 1%. Like, would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't, because
Wait, hold on. I just, that answer, all right? I don't think you believe that, and
no,
I
I
just
do.
want to. Okay.
And you know why? Because all I'm asking them is to wait a little longer.
Okay, and this is why you don't, right? So I'll give you an counter example and see if you still hold your position.
Okay.
Cancer treatment. 99% of the time it helps the patient. 1% of the time it hurts or kills them.
Okay.
Should we treat cancer?
Yes.
Okay, so then your standard for, well,
You
if it
should
benefits,
not have brought up cancer. You know why? Here's why you should.
because
Here's why you.
it's an empirical thing.
Yes. See, you're smart. You know where I'm going with this. Because I can imagine a doctor who loves Trump, is mega proud. Okay, imagine a doctor who's like a hippie, and they come upon a stage 4 cancer patient who needs chemo. They're going to agree on the diagnosis. Try doing that with trans.
So when it comes to trans people, and I know that when we say like empirical, like there's not empirics on it. The empirics that we're talking about would be like there's no physical thing that you just point to, like, oh, you've got, a trans gene here, and that's what makes you trans. But we can look at like sociology, psychology, and these types of things. There are fields that we can generate predictive models about someone's identity, or we can say if a person, yeah, you would say if a person, has these commitments toward this ideology, what are some of the things that we would expect to see?
Okay, now, so I could give you a chart. So what you're saying in theory is you could give a chart without using the words trans or let's say gay, whatever. And you think psychologists could line up the chart with a person with any type of consistency?
Right, because you're making, yeah, exactly. If they wait longer because they know how much puberty is affecting them. No, exactly. Clearly, they made exceptions for the rules regarding marriage, so making an exception for puberty blockers in this case is wild. Right, yeah. And the other thing is like, yeah, if you can do interviews and we can do clinical interviews and we can say like, well, statistically when patients report certain things or they affirm to certain propositions or they end up like affirming certain identities, we can end up creating a predictive model that produces statistical outcomes for how accurate this is. We've already done this. And just because there's not empirics on it as in like, can you put it in a beaker, but there are empirics on it for like, these are the reports that we get. These are the things that we watch with, watch with patients, and these are the different outcomes that we get. So Cody says, how do you decide whether native puberty is or isn't from them? You would have to listen to each person individually to say, what are their commitments? What identity are they affirming? Are they agreeing to the proposition that they are cis or not? Is it causing them distress? Is it causing them to engage in possibly like self-harmful behaviors? Like there's a lot of different metrics you could use to say, we're going to generate a predictive, model based on what's the best healthcare outcome for this patient. And that's different patient by patient. And Cody, as Hannah is saying, you're just assuming that native puberty is good or beneficial for somebody, that it has like no harmful side effects. Meanwhile, if we induce a trans, if they take different puberty blockers and hormones, you would say, well, that synthetic hormone is terrible.
So in other words,
I would say that
a guy who likes cross-dressing, likes hanging out with women, a guy who is very feminine and nurturing. You're telling me you could that psychologists could say, oh, this person's trans. No, this person's just a cross-dresser who's not trans. This person is just a feminine male. You think they could do that with consistency?
No, you're just talking about basic statistical inference on like if someone is engaging.
I'm saying they'd be all over the map. They'd be flying blind.
No, they wouldn't. If part of this process is having the person state what their commitments are and having them assent to propositions about their identity, I feel like you could predict which people are trans and which people are gay, straight, atheist, Christian. I felt you could predict that very strongly by the propositions that they're going to assent to about their identity, see the commitments that they have, and then if they can follow that through with expression.
I could describe a person who's just like you, Zoe, who does not call themselves a woman.
Right, and I could describe a person just like you who does not call themselves a man.
Well, no, then they're not just like me.
Well, if they're not calling themselves a woman, then they're not like me. Right. If they're just like me and they don't call themselves a woman, like they don't identify as
because of definitions.
They're not like me.
But I'm saying someone could even share your same definition. You could have these differences where someone who has my definition can't because it's based on something more empirical.
No, that's not true. It's based on identity. So if somebody...
Right, and he already said, and I know y'all heard this at the beginning, he already said that like atheism, there was no empirics for it. So like you can't put atheism in a beaker to prove someone's an atheist. He already conceded that identity might not be something we can just run empirics on and determine this. And then I've already said that this would be somebody assenting to certain propositions or taking certain commitments in relation to identities. Like that's the affirming thing. So if you say somebody could have physical properties like you do, then just call themselves, a man or whatever, then they're not just like me because they're not ascending to the proposition that I am a woman. They have a different identity state. They are not the same as me. And the same way that this is ridiculous. This is basically saying that, if you have like trans and cis, like if somebody is just like me and they say that they're a cis woman, which I would not make the claim that I'm a cis woman, that's a problem. I'm a trans woman. So if somebody goes, well, what if somebody is just like you and just calls themselves a cis woman? Then they're not assenting to the same proposition that I'm assenting to. I don't know what else to tell you. It's basic logic.
All you're saying is if somebody identifies as a woman, then they don't identify as a man. We both agree on that.
So if I was a faker, let's say I wanted to fool a psychologist into thinking I'm trans. So I let's say I'm 13, 14, 15 years old, but I have my evil brain that I have now, and I go into a psychologist's office and I say, I'm trans. And what makes you think you're trans? I just have this identity. I'm a woman. Do you think I could fool a psychologist into thinking I'm trans?
Do liars exist? Yes.
Okay.
And can people be persuaded or deceived? Yes.
Okay. So how do we figure out who's trans and who's not? If
we would probably look at their assent to certain claims about their identity. Then we would also be looking for experiences that they have, which is like something that they ask you about. Like I know that for whatever reason, people think that you could just go to a doctor and be like, hey, I'm trans. And they're just like, okay, yeah, sure. And just immediately take that on. There's usually some exploration that goes on. So when you say I'm trans, they might ask you a question like, why do you think that? Then they're going to talk to you about your experiences and that sort of thing. Now there are...
Okay. So y'all are saying, why would anyone want to do this? You know, it's funny that you asked that because there was some conservative, a tabloid journalist, and I put journalist in like, quotes here, who basically like wrote wrote an opinion piece talking about, oh, I went to some place and I lied to a bunch of psychologists, over a period of like a couple of hours interview, and I convinced them that I'm trans. And they wrote that as if it like proved their point. Then people are like, you literally said that you lied to them and you deceived them and you had to sit there for a couple of hours in order to persuade them that you might be trans. This is just asking, do liars exist? Can people be deceived? I don't understand like the point of a question like this. It's ridiculous. And the thing is like, yeah, when you say like, Morgan, when you say it's not you're not saying it's not possible, but clearly not common. Exactly. Just like, you could ask like, why would somebody just be a habitual liar? Why would somebody just lie about stuff all the time, about trivial things? So much to the point that you can't trust them with anything. If you're like about to go outside and they tell you like, oh, you need an umbrella, it's raining. Then you like grab an umbrella and you go outside and the sun's shining and you're like, wait, why did you tell me to have an umbrella? And they're like, ah, and that's it. It's because they just are motivated to. They have a motivation or a desire to lie about everything all the time.
It's going to get a little more muddy, unfortunately. Because
actually, I got to talk to my wife for a second. But Sean, if you're still here, you can ask Zoe a question, or you guys can talk for a little bit.
Oh, is that me?
What's up?
Like I just had one thing to kind of address. The main thing I'm trying to get across in the comments was that the treatment is all for cosmetic reasons, which is why we don't give it to children.
It's not just cosmetic reasons. You're changing like literally your hormones.
Right, for cosmetic reasons.
It's not just cosmetic reasons. Hormones impact like your emotions and other functions in your body.
Right, but the goal between HRT and stuff for minors is to change their cosmetic appearance, right? Their aesthetic appearance.
The goal is to help their body align more with their identity, so that it reduces, if there is a discomfort, to reduce the discomfort between their identity and their own body.
Okay, but what?
So the problem with this person's question, and the reason why this is so stupid. Oh, I know, Hannah. To be honest with you, I thought that this question was so stupid, I almost didn't bother answering it. The only reason why I was bothering to engage with this person at all was because it's like, oh no, if I don't engage, then people are going to listen to it and be like, oh, this pwned Zoe so hard. When I'm just like, this is like one of the stupidest questions. Like this is one of the stupidest formations I've ever heard of like an argument like against like being trans. Like it's only cosmetic. What are you talking about? It impacts so many different things about your body other than just cosmetic issues. And if it was just cosmetic, by the way, then why would people, as Doug had said, why would Joe Rogan be taking HRT? Why is Joe Rogan taking testosterone? As if like hormones don't regulate so many of your bodily functions and determine like the expression of your secondary sex characteristics. Like it impacts your body on like a cellular level, is if you take, a different hormone and you remove a hormone from your body. Like, yeah, the whole puberty was good for them thing. Hold on. It's so much not cosmetic that if you remove your native hormone from you and we just start injecting you with a synthetic hormone that's not, you know, your native hormone, it will within 6 months to a year, like totally change even like the way that your brain is functioning. Like this changes everything about you. Like hormones determine an inordinate amount of things about your body. It is not just like, oh, well, you just kind of like are shaped a little bit different. Like, no, you are changing properties that you have and that you're expressing, like utterly changing those properties. It's wild to say something like this.
Discomfort. Is it a physical discomfort?
The discomfort would be like psychological distress. It would be dysphoria. If they have dysphoria.
Aesthetic discomfort.
I'm back, by the way.
I don't like nothing you're saying is even a like. That's not even a critique. You're just saying that you have an opinion.
Yeah, this is why we don't give Ozempic to children for weight loss. This is why we don't do a lot of cosmetic stuff for children, because it's you don't need to change the appearance of a child if there's no actual thing wrong with them. We only give cosmetic surgery for deformity or injury. We don't really give it for just because they want it.
That's not even all that accurate. One of the reasons why you can't really do cosmetic surgery on kids is also gonna be like they're still growing. So like any cosmetic changes that you make might end up getting, you know,
yeah. I agree. And it's the same concept though. It's the same problem with trans stuff. That's why you don't do it for minors, because they're still growing.
Like with all due respect, this is like one of the most awful takes I've heard so far. Like you can't be serious that you think that this is a position I hold. Yeah, you do think that I've advocated.
I'm trying to say this is why a lot of the stuff is being pushed back, because it's all for cosmetic reasons. And
that's not the case. Like first of all, we don't do cosmetic surgery, like gender affirming stuff, like on young children.
Explain how all of the treatments, the medical treatment outside of just going to therapy, is not for an aesthetic purpose.
Because
to change your body.
Yeah.
Because psychological distress isn't.
This would be like literally, yeah. Remember the whole like word concept fallacy thing that kept getting brought up? Okay, this is like literally being. This is confusing the word like cosmetic with the entirety of like your, you know, sexual, reproductive, psychological, your hormonal, like all these different systems in your body, your endocrine system. That's conflating all of this stuff with just cosmetics. That's like if I said that, you know, oh, I'm going to go and take a car and I'm going to like replace and rebuild the entire engine and put a completely different engine in there. And then somebody just goes, oh, but you didn't really do anything. It's just cosmetics. What are you talking about? You're just looking at the outside. Well, you know, it's got the same panels on the outside. So you didn't really do anything except cosmetic work. Or it'd be like calling replacing your engine a paint job. And like ultimately it's just the same thing. Like it's such an equivocation on cosmetic stuff. Now there's talking about like elective cosmetic surgeries like rhinoplasty or like breast implants or a breast reduction. I know what this person is trying to say, but the thing is like nobody's advocating to do that on children. And this is where like I was like, this is just a stupid argument whatsoever. Because like no one's arguing for this. Nobody made this point. I wasn't saying that we should do surgical procedures, even if I grant cosmetic. And the worst interpretation of this person's argument, that when they say cosmetic, they just mean like anything to do with changing your body is just cosmetics. And that's just not the case. At that point, they're just equivocating so much. It's like a false equivalence on what cosmetic is versus like the internal structures of your body. Like it would be such a it's such a bad take that it's just like I feel like it's a swimming pool of stupidity. What am I supposed to do about that? All I can tell you is like, I'm sorry that you view the world this way. Like I'm going to have to just leave you there. You're just confused about the subject entirely, and I don't even see a point in addressing your comment about this, because like it's so far nonsense and it doesn't impact anything. You're just relabeling HRT or all of healthcare as cosmetics, like all of healthcare, right? Heart surgery, yep, cosmetic. You're just, you know, that it's just a part of your body. Oh, if you're, you know, if you go and need to get a kidney transplant, well, that's just cosmetic too. And under this view, that would be internal structures changing in your body. Yeah, that's just all cosmetic.
Cosmetic.
Oh,
that's your answer.
Are you saying that people don't get surgeries or medical care for psychological distress?
Why would you ask a question to that when I answered what you asked? You said, "Am I saying that cosmetic that there's other reasons, or that cosmetic isn't
it's
that the reason
psychological
isn't?"
So Cody, is the problem with native puberty about passability if adolescents have to go through it? That's not what the issue is. Like, the fact that you have to ask this question as if it needs to be clarified, right? Like, because I guarantee this person, well, that's just a cosmetic thing. As if, like, it's not about the psychological distress and the harm that forcing your, like, being forced to watch your body change and develop in ways that are extremely distressing and damaging to you, that is going to end up costing you way more money later on down the road to fix these problems. If you're talking like, you know, bone shaving, or if you're talking about like any other, like having to get like laser hair removal or whatever, like all of these different things are going to cost you so much money. It can also be a financial liability to have to like pay for this stuff. And HRT is not just a cosmetic thing. It changes the internal structure of your body. I don't know why this is so difficult for you to understand. It changes the expression of your secondary sex characteristics. Do you understand what that is? Because if you do, then you'd understand why it's really stupid to call secondary sex characteristics as just all being just cosmetics. And you're doing that because you're trying to deflate what HRT is and how important your endocrine system is to your body.
Is that purely,
which is ridiculous.
cosmetic? Then I answer your question, and I'm telling you that psychological distress is not what we would label as cosmetic. Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, you have to
Right. This point right here, Cody, I hope you're paying attention, okay? Or would you say that psychological distress, things going on psychologically within your mind, is that cosmetic to you?
Yeah, no, hang on, guys. I think...
Yeah, and Doug is going to have to step in here.
But on the topic of cosmetic stuff or surgeries, I think Zoe and I, point of agreement, you and I, based on the evidence we've seen, that minors should not get bottom surgery, correct?
Yeah, I've never heard I don't think I've ever heard a trans person ever advocate for minors getting bottom surgery.
Okay.
Because you would end up having a situation where the body's still growing and developing. So any alterations that people try to make there is just, you know, you're going to risk complications, et cetera, everything else. That's why would you
say the same thing for top surgery? The body's still growing and risking complications.
Well, yeah, that's why they usually wait for puberty blockers. Then you start like microdosing a different hormonal change. And then when you get about 16, I think, is when you can start doing kind of like a cosmetic surgery.
Is your
and stuff.
default?
And then
I got you. And you're consistent.
I just need to finish that. I just need to finish that last part. Typically, bottom surgery and stuff. The earliest that I've seen it is like 18. And I think Jazz Jennings, who everybody says, oh, well, she got it at 17. If you look, she was literally like 3 months from 18. So it's still about 18 years old.
Okay. So you're saying if the body stops growing, though, would you be for bottom surgery at 16?
I mean, the reason why they have that delineation is because the body is still growing. But I think you'd also want some time for them to be like on hormones to give them, you know, a chance to like work everything out. Like you said, we don't want to like rush the procedure or anything. And there is typically a process that people follow. I would be against just rushing people through things. Like you want to give people time to explore their identity to make sure that it is stable and it's something that they desire before you do these things. And that also goes in conjunction with the actual body itself, the physicality of it that you've pointed to before.
Yeah, and so you and I agree there, time to explore their identity. And we just disagree whether that should be all the way to age 18 or not.
Well, it depends on, like, when should you start that, right? Because you would start that, like, pretty early on. And then you're, at least hopefully, if you give them, like, gender-affirming care early on, they could be, you know, from, like, 8 years old or earlier, exploring that all the way up until they are, like, you know,
to me, gender-affirming care as a minor should be just talking.
Oh,
why would the social stuff, I think you could do the social stuff too, like, you know, clothes or whatever, but not HRT.
Right. That's we're still in agreement.
Okay.
What's the medical?
Well, hang on. We are in agreement there. No HRT or puberty blockers for minors.
When you're saying minor, if you mean 8 years old, then I would say no, unless they're going through precocious puberty. But if they are going into Tanner stage 2, that's where you would use puberty blockers.
Okay, is your default position that puberty blockers are safe until proven otherwise, or the other way around?
Well, considering that we've had data on them going back for like at least like 20 years, they are safe.
They are safe.
Mostly.
There's no negative side effects.
I didn't say there's no negative side effects, just like there's not the case that there's no negative side effects of any procedure or medication.
What are the negative side
there
effects?
might be some negative, right? You could look at like a bone density or something. However, we also see that most people that come off of puberty blockers within 3 years, their bone density is about within cis ranges once again. And that's not necessarily the case for like every single person. Every person's going to have a unique, like a different experience with medication. This is true for all medication and all procedures.
Right. So this is why, you know, you list out the risks and you are very hesitant to use medications if there can be other possible solutions. Like
Are you aware that like one of the side effects of Tylenol is that it can kill you? Like the first time you use it,
Oh my
there's the
God.
possibility that Tylenol can kill you. So like if you've ever given your child Tylenol, then when you gave them that pill, there was the chance that it would kill them. Not just like have a bad reaction, but they can die from it.
Yeah.
Like, are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware that I have a pool outside and water can kill them too.
Right. Would you say that?
Right, because he's. Oh, I'm just gonna let the video play because I'm pretty sure I make the point that I was about to say to him here. Let's see. Cody says, "I don't see possibility as cosmetic. I understand the reason behind the blockers. The younger one transitions, the more easily they pass, as it generally wish to be seen." The other thing is it also can reduce dysphoria a lot more, right? Like it can help align the person's body exterior to like, how they perceive themselves in their mind. It can reduce that dysphoric feeling, and it also just tends to produce much better outcomes just socially at with jobs, just with functioning as a trans person. In general, transitioning earlier just has better all around outcomes, psychologically, physically, for like how much our body is, how much you are able to transition. And then that can also reduce the amount of, surgeries or procedures that you have to get done like later on. It's very valuable. And if you recognize this early on, it can greatly increase the, positive health outcomes of undergoing transition. And the longer that you wait, unfortunately, the rougher transition can be on you, or how much you can transition it might be a little bit more muted. But that's the point of what people like Doug want. Like Doug wants you to have to wait until 25. 25. So like even if you start, transitioning then, and I started transitioning, when I was like 34. So I feel like you can still have like perfectly fine outcomes transitioning. It's just that that's not the case for all people. And we could even say like for most people, if you start transitioning like much later in life, like the outcome of it might not get you to where you could have been if you had taken a regimen of puberty blockers and transitioned as a teen, instead of having to go through one puberty in order to get to your second puberty. I just find like if you care about trans people and you value healthcare outcomes, that you value wellness and well-being, then the compassionate thing would be to say we should let them transition, following, we could say, WPATH guidelines or whatever. And we don't even have like, WPATH isn't the end all be all, right? I'm not saying that academia like knows everything, but these procedures so far, the data that we have, they produce the best healthcare outcomes. So like thus far. And that's why I would advocate for that. That the risk that some people may have a very rare reaction to some medication that is that adverse, like that would mean that we shouldn't just on average treat people with Tylenol.
Yeah, again, I'll give you the same pushback I gave you with the cancer thing. We're now comparing empirical problems with empirical solutions, but you're coming up with a metaphysics problem of identity and coming up with an empirical solution like drugs.
No, this is so empirical.
If you want to be consistent, you should have a metaphysical
mind states are brain states, right? If we say like that's the same type of thing, then the discomfort that you have is still a physical feeling. These are all physical things that we can, it's like pain, okay? There's a metaphysical problem with pain, okay? How can you tell someone's in pain? Because they tell you that they're in pain. Is there a machine that you can hook someone up to show that they're in pain? No. You can hook them up to a machine that will show like they might be under stress, but we're not going to know how that stress correlates to pain or what amount of stress correlates to what level of pain. And they even have a pain chart to be like, look at the little, the smiley face to the frowny face on one end to the other. And on this pain chart, how much pain are you in? And there's not really a way that doctors can really verify that you're in pain, but we still treat pain with medication. And patients that take medication to reduce pain can tell you that they feel less pain now that they're taking the medication. So if there is such a thing as pain, which it seems that to be the case that there is, even though that's just a phenomenological experience that somebody's have, or even if you say it's a physical experience of their nerve endings firing or whatever, it's still difficult for us to pinpoint, are they telling the truth? Are they in pain? Can people malinger about this? Yes, they can, but none of that changes the fact that it it is a fact, at least to most of us, that people experience pain. And if people are in pain, we ought to give them medication to reduce that pain. It's that simple. But he's saying that, oh, you have to have a metaphysical solution because concepts of identity are metaphysical things. And I never said that they are metaphysical things, but I appealed to phenomenology, which is going to be, you know, your experiences, perceptions, and all that stuff, your sense of identity via your brain or your mind. I'm not saying that's a metaphysical thing. He's adding that to it.
Cure for a metaphysical problem. So maybe we should have prayer. Maybe prayer can fix trans people's problems of dysphoria.
No, by your standard, you were the one invoking puberty blockers, which is it's a physical thing. That's not a metaphysical problem.
Well, I'm saying you shouldn't do it because I don't think that it is. Well, you even admitted this, that there are negative side effects like bone density, like fertility, depending on how long you go. You're definitely going to affect
that
the growth
there
and height.
could be.
Yes, could be. Just like with the COVID vaccine, you could die from taking it. So
Right.
So
That's
this is
fine. Like, with all due respect, buddy, I know you agree that there's a difference between something can happen and something will happen, right?
right. So
Okay,
if you were
so
a parent and you could have two solutions for your child, one includes taking medication with a low but possible risk, or talking through counseling. What would you prefer?
Yeah, probably both, because you're going to end up
You one or the other.
process.
Which would you
It's not,
choose?
That's not that would be a false dilemma. You can do both.
Which would you prefer? In other words, which would you lean towards as the safer way to go?
I would go with what the standard model of care is for trans people, which
Yeah,
includes
to me, this is a
therapy
cop-out
first.
answer.
Yeah, it's not. I just answered you. Therapy first, and then you move on to like puberty blockers and stuff later. I don't think that's directly in line with the healthcare guidelines for what they recommend for trans
Okay,
people.
yeah, and here we come to our main point of disagreement. Later to you means like maybe a year or two after the age of 14, whereas I say wait till they're adults. What's wrong with that?
Right. Because we've already outlined, like, for a while now, what's wrong with that. But at the end of the day, he agrees, like, with the prescriptions. He's just saying he's artificially delineating a line, like, much later. Yeah, exactly. Would rather have a happy kid than force them to be something they are not. Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Right, because now you're just
let's look at the downside. What's the downside of my?
Because he's
idea?
trying to eliminate trans
the
people.
distress that it could cause these trans kids, like the
He wants them to all be
psychological
Okay,
distress
I'm
that
cis.
okay with that.
Right. So at the end of the day, I feel like I'm fine making them suffer. And if the goal to like giving them medical care is to reduce their suffering, then that would be why
Yeah.
we have a fundamental
Yeah,
disagreement.
this is a fundamental disagreement where like some people just can't stand any suffering. I mean, any type of psychological suffering is a no-no. Whereas I come from a background where a little bit of psychological suffering is a good thing. It's what actually
Right, but
builds character.
we just have we have different views on like ethics at that point. Where I would say like in my ethical framework, it is better to have less suffering for somebody than more suffering. And within your ethical framework, having more suffering for some group of people that you think just ought to suffer more is acceptable.
All teenagers suffer.
No, you're specifically saying that this specific group we're going to intentionally make them suffer through some process that they don't want to go through. That's easily halted.
Yeah, now remember, at the beginning of this debate, he said that trans people should not be treated any more or less than any cis person. And now he's saying that, oh, well, I'm just going to, like, we should just make all these trans kids suffer through the wrong puberty. We should just do that to them. In the same way of, like, how would you think if I said that we should take all cis kids and put them on puberty blockers and then forcibly transition them to the other gender when they enter puberty? Like, should we just forcibly transition them to the, to something that doesn't match their identity? You would say, like, holy crap, Zoe, that's terrible. And I'm just saying, right, because they would suffer, right? It would cause them distress and possibly, cause them all sorts of issues later on. But Pine is saying that, oh no, that's fine for trans kids, as long as it's trans kids. But he's not treating them less than he does cis kids. And then he's, of course, using a false equivalence here of, like, what he's calling a little bit of suffering. He's acting like dysphoria and the distress that is so great to these kids that we know that some of them will go on to suicide. And he considers that just slight distress.
With minimal risk, and they would be a lot happier. And if it is the case that they are trans, which as far as we can tell, when people assent to the proposition that they are trans, even when they are as young as 8 years old, when we've done studies on this and followed that up 4 years later, most of them, 99%, are still trans. So we know that there's a lot of accuracy with this, because this type of identity would be more of an impermeable identity as opposed to permeable identities, which I wanted to talk about earlier when you asked about that. But it got derailed with other people asking questions.
Yeah, I don't buy the. Well, you said after 4 years it's 99%.
Well, if you want to say the totality of what we would call trans people, it's going to be about 99%. It was like 95%.
I call BS on that. I call that BS with a capital B and a capital S.
Just because like you have a bias, so you're going to say like if there is data that supports this, it just must be garbage?
No, because some of the data I've seen on this is that the people who have, let's say, detransitioned but don't report back, and they're kind of like lost in the weeds.
Yeah, no,
they're
I
ju-
agree, Morgan. He
they're
has
not counted.
he had no idea. No
That would
idea
just be a
how
missing
much
like,
distrust this
look,
is.
I agree that if we had more data, it would be better. But I'm not going to make the claim that just because like you lose track of something, that means you get to just make up whatever data you want.
Another
to
problem
about
is some of these studies, studies are based on data from the 70s and 80s and 90s, which are based on a different standard of care than the self-ID we have today. So in other words, if a person just says they're trans,
Right.
it's
He's
affirming
ju-
that
this
you're
is
trans
just
versus
science
back then,
denial.
there was a lot more hoops
Literally.
to go through. And so
Like, I just want to make it clear. The reason why the guy that was talking about the physicalist shit earlier, he was like, science, science, science. I was like, I already know that even if I provide you with the data, you're just going to say that you still don't agree or whatever. And this is the case. Like, I didn't want to say it at the beginning because I try to give him maximum charity. But I was like, I already knew that as soon as he started talking about this subject, even if I provide him the data, he's going to just say that it's just not the case.
the rate of desistance I say now, if I was, I don't think anybody knows the correct answer, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's 60, 70%. So when someone says like a person like you says 1%, I say BS.
Yeah, no offense, but I don't want to just like make up numbers when it comes to empirics. If you're telling me that the number is 60 or 70%,
Then don't say
that's the
99.
actual rate of detransitioners, I have data that suggests this. Now you can
I'm saying
disagree
your
with
data
it.
is flawed.
and
Yeah.
You can, right, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I just want to point out, like you would be doing the same thing that a lot of these religious people do, where they have a dogma against accepting certain claims about like biology or evolution. And you say, we have all this data from it, and then they're just going to say the methodology is flawed, or that there's an institute funding it,
I
and
get
the
it. I
institute
get
is
it.
compromised.
I get
right,
it.
it's conspiracy.
So, but what would change your mind if it were true? If what I said was true, if 65, 70% of people who say they're trans in their teens, by the time they're in their early 20s or late 20s, they say they're not. Would you change your mind on the issue of puberty blockers? Lean yes, lean no.
On puberty blockers, or would I just accept it as
Puberty
that it
blockers.
is the case that this is the case?
Listen,
I would have to like look at. I'd have to look at the data. I'd want it like reflected. Like, are we talking about?
now you sound like the Christian you're just describing.
Did the Christians say they would like to see the data to understand?
If
like,
it
what
were
we're actually
true,
describing?
if it were true that 65 to 75%, something like that, a vast majority of kids who claim they're trans when they're young, that if we wait and say in their 20s or 30s that they say, no, I'm not trans.
Yeah.
Would you be against HRT or puberty blockers for teenagers?
All right, Hannah, we'll see you back in a little bit when you can. I was going to divide this up. I don't know. It's I've been going for 4 hours, like almost 4.5 hours. If I don't get done with this, let's see. Yeah, I've got, okay, in 40 minutes, that'll be 5 hours. I feel like I can, and I only have an hour left of his video, and I've got it playing on 1.5. I might as well just get this done, and I'll just edit it later. Maybe I'll upload it in different parts, but we'll see you back in a little bit, Hannah and Shia. I know like if you need to go as well, because I know it's getting very late for you as well. I do appreciate you being here. It was good to see you. But this is yeah, no, you're right. You have the feeling he only accepts data that supports. No, 100%. That's why I say he has such a bias on the subject. It's wild to me that he's like, I care about science, and I care about facts, and I care about reasons. Then you're like, what about this science? He's like, nope, not that science. Get that away from me.
Lean yes, lean no.
Yeah, in that possible world, I might lean that we should wait longer on it. But I'll ask you the exact same question. If it is the case that when teenagers identify as trans, they are very likely to remain identifying that way, upwards of 99%, would you say that we should give children puberty blockers?
No, because I care about the 1% more than the mental anguish of the 99. That's a fundamental disagreement.
And that's why. Yeah, that's why I said you have a dogmatic position, because you're saying
There you
you don't care
go.
what the data says. You would still like deny it, or you would still say no.
Yeah, 100. He did. He. Do y'all think I should go back and we can listen to that section again? Okay, because yeah, what you said, Hannah. If this was a different world, would you think differently than you do in this world? Exactly. And the data that we have in our current world, not a possible world, but our current world, validates my position. And when I asked him if it were the case, now he said the reason he would not accept this was because he thinks that, there's something wrong with the data. So then I said, okay, if in this hypothetical, and if in a hypothetical world, I am correct about the data does reflect what I'm saying it does, would you then change your position? He said no, because he's dogmatic. Thank you, Shia. I'll see you later as well, and I hope you have a good night. And if you want to watch the rest of this, I'll upload it as a VOD in a couple of days.
No.
I'm saying I could recognize the data. I can enter the hypothetical with you and acknowledge it, and still say I care about the 1%. Then the 1% severe medical problems that could happen to the 1% versus the 99%, which is just a little bit of well, I shouldn't phrase it that way, but mental anguish is not a huge deal for me compared to physical anguish.
Right, you're saying that you're just
Right, going through the wrong puberty is mental and physical anguish, enough to the point where a lot of trans people, unfortunately, will, you know, make a suicide attempt. So the mental and physical anguish can be bad enough that somebody would rather, you know, make an attempt on their own life than continue that existence.
just putting a value. I don't know why. It's so like
Because people have different values.
Thank you.
the standard that
Bye,
right, the
Shia.
values that you're placing it makes it very clear that for some reason you value like cis experience.
I'm going to step away for a second as well. I unfortunately like Spiro, you know, but I will be right back in just a moment. Okay, I am back. Turn that music back down. And by the way, Zoe, the next time you're going to do streams like this, could you please eat something before we start? Because I'm pretty hungry.
Way more than you do trans experience, and then you think that cis people suffering is like
What does that
a
even
terrible
thing?
thing.
I value
saying that
cis
you are
experience
showing-
more than trans experience. If you're asking me, would I prefer my own children to be cis or trans? It's a no-brainer. I think most parents would say, we want our kids to be cis.
Right, I'm saying
If
it's
you're talking
more than
about,
that.
do we want dysphoria in our children or not? Of course we don't want dysphoria.
Right, so you
Do we
reduce
want
dysphoria, by the way,
grandchildren?
by
Of course we
allowing
want
them- right.
grandchildren.
You reduce dysphoria by allowing them to transition. So like the thing.
Yeah, 100%. So Morgan says, I think what drives people in our community to the brink is having to deal with trauma, dysphoria, and watching our body change in ways you hate while also not being able to receive any support. Yeah, exactly. No support whatsoever, typically. And like, even if you had somebody, here's the thing, because we have data on this as well. If parents only say that they support you, but they don't actually act on it, and, you know, then it ends up being one of these things of like the whole, like, you know, justice delayed is justice denied. Like, if you keep delaying someone's transition, then you're just denying them transition. And it ends up producing the same type of effect. So that, you know, as long as when you say like you're allowing them to transition or whatever, you're talking about, it's not just based on the social aspect, like, you know, it's using a different name and trying different clothes and all this stuff. I don't know why
I don't know why he thinks that this somehow would work. And he's like, oh, we want to reduce dysphoria. If you want to reduce dysphoria, then
The
you
thing that you're saying that you don't
allow
wanna
people
do
to transition.
would help reduce the dysphoria that you don't want them to feel.
No, I'm saying it's okay to do it, but wait till they're adults. The only disagreement we have here is, and you yourself, I asked you the other day that would you be okay with someone getting HRT or puberty blockers 1 month after their first clinical visit? And you said no, something like 1 or 2 years. Is that right? Should wait 1
I
or 2
wouldn't
years.
say 1 month. I think the standard of care is about 1 year or so.
Yeah, 1 year or
Like
so.
typically, but that would depend. Again, there might be exceptions based on Tanner stages, right?
Yeah.
And it would depend on the severity of the case, right? If we're talking about someone like, it's so hard to come up with like examples of this because people are so unique. But it would be like if you had somebody who was like saying that they were just distressed because they felt like they had gender dysphoria, and they're going to their doctor, and the doctor refers them to a psychologist, and the psychologist talks to them, and they're just like they're distressed about this. It's worrying them. They can't explain these experiences and these strange feelings and stuff. Versus you have another kid who goes in there, and there's some suicide attempts in the background, right? We're talking a very severe case, and this person is like telling the doctor that they are a woman, that they are extremely distressed by what's going on with their body, and that if their body is going to develop through this puberty, they are going to harm themselves. I feel like the best course of action there would be to allow them to take puberty blockers, and then, as you said, engage in that therapy and counseling to find out what's going on with them. Because if they're saying that,
right. Of course, we want grandchildren. Right, yeah. Preventing the suffering of our children. Right. That's so ridiculous. They don't care about their kids. They're only vehicles to carry their greatness. Like.
Sorry. I think the best course, if
like,
someone is suicidal, I would say the better course of action is put them in a padded room and watch them and help them and talk with them.
What?
So
if you can save lives by putting them in a padded room,
no,
would you do it?
I'm going to ask you the hypothetical.
Okay.
If it is the case that this person is going to kill themselves if they are not able to get puberty blockers, would you grant them puberty blockers so that you could then do therapy with them, or would you just say that you would rather them kill themselves?
Well, of course, I wouldn't want them to kill themselves. So if that's the hypothetical you're forcing me into, yeah, give them the puberty blockers. Now, do we have data? How many trans people committed suicide last year in the United States? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, that's because that number's not out there.
Oh, hold on. Give me 1 second. My wife is calling me.
Your wife? So you are heterosexual. Interesting. Oh, maybe wife means something else. When my wife called me, it was a woman.
What does this make his wife?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know what wife means anymore. Wife could be a man. I don't know. Can it?
I kind of felt like this was kind of low of Doug, like, and the people here, because Doug did have to step away for a call earlier, and I did not, I did not comment at all or speculate about his family or anything like that. And then he has also said before that if somebody is like polite and respectful and asks to have their pronouns respected, then he will usually do that as a courtesy. So I felt it strange that not only is he speculating about, about our wife, he's going on to just, speculate all sorts of stuff about them while they're all like laughing and stuff about this. And I heard this going on, when I got back, or it was like a little bit before I came back, I had heard this going on. And I just wanted to wait and listen for a minute to let them have their little cackle fest or whatever, because I just found it is very disrespectful, and it's very transparent that when he says he respects trans people and he respects your pronouns and stuff like that, it not to your face, or not, he'll only do it to your face, but then the moment he thinks that you're gone, he's just going to start saying all sorts of shit. And he's not above speculating about your family members either, which is very disappointing.
Yeah, I can. So you can still
right, and that's the thing, yeah, Morgan. It's not forced. It's the most accurate hypothetical, exactly. Because I'm saying that's why I was just come on when he said, oh, they deserve to be in a padded room. It's first of all, that's just that's a coincidental freeze frame, right there on him. The issue is that. Sorry, hold on.
Okay.
All right, there you go. I stopped that. I'll stop that. The issue is that, being familiar with the mental health care system and stuff like that, it's not always the case that something you don't just go in there and say, oh, I'm depressed, and they're just we should put you in a padded room or something. And a lot of times, if people are going to do something like that, they might not necessarily tell you that they're going to do that. So he says, well, we could just put them in a padded room. It's just ridiculous, because who's to say you would know?
And yeah, I was going to ask about more the political stuff. Like, we could already talk about drugs. What else is there? Oh yeah, sports. That one's too easy though.
You know, Doug, I align with him or they more than probably you. However, the question that interests me and that always interests me is, because of the way my brain
Right.
works, is why
So this person says, you know, I align with him or they. Why even bother using they when you think that that might be an appropriate pronoun if you're going to misgender me in the other time? Like, I just, for this person, like, I genuinely wasn't, you know, I wasn't like, oh my God, you make me, oh my God, I'm so triggered. I don't understand. Why be disrespectful and why misgender me in one breath and then gender me correctly in the next breath? We just don't
why
understand.
does gender get a special thing when we talk about being able to choose?
Why is gender special in that you can choose it?
Yeah. When when you bring up, even though I disagree with a lot of the stuff that you bring up, right? Like, can I choose to be a tree? Can I choose to be this? Can I choose to be a different race? Why does gender get that special?
Oh yeah.
Because they were saying, right? Like, obviously this is whatever to you. I don't want to talk about this, but my question is, why does gender get that play? And that's just, you know, even as an advocate and, you know, a person that's empathetic to the trans community,
I think
that's always been interesting to me.
I think the answer would be, because it's just more intuitive. It seems like it makes more sense that people could identify as a man or a woman versus a tree, because it's, well, Zoe said it, because it's a category error. It's like something so different. So when it becomes so different, then you can't use that analogy. But
Right,
race is not
Right, yeah.
Talk about,
yeah, race is not
and
different.
well, it's not. But then the other thing that I do think, and again, it comes from, I think, a good place and just being inquisitive, is when someone says they to me, do they?
You know that they were going to do that. At some point, you knew that they were going to go with, you know,
one person. So when they think of themselves, do they
they were going to go to the
one-
trans
I'm two people?
species
Because to me, that implies that.
or
when
trans.
choosing
Like, can you be a
pronoun,
plant?
if I'm right in that, when they chose the pronoun,
Well,
they,
that depends.
because they're
Well, no. I'm
two-spirited,
just, you
and
know,
they
I'm
said
not
they
saying
weren't
people
two-spirited, that
physically
surprised me
change
because
into
I
plants
thought
or
that's where
something.
I wonder where they come from.
Yeah, I agree.
We are back, by the way.
Yeah, Sean had a good question. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why did you choose the pronoun they?
Right. We told you before in a prior chat that we are a DID system, but we don't want to discuss that.
Right. That, like, yeah, he was able to answer it. Yeah, they're answering the questions for themselves. Asking because I did answer earlier. That's why he said it's like Zoe said. Like after I had said it, it's like he was about to say this is a good question, but then Doug's like, oh no, Zoe did answer that. She said it was a categorical error. It is. Logically, that's a category error. You're comparing human identity now to something external to humans. So it would be a mistake to be like, can you transform into a tree? There's no HRT that we can give you that's going to make you start photosynthesizing or something. Nor do we find that people are psychologically distressed that they can't turn into trees. That doesn't like that. There's just no data on that whatsoever.
Your deity system?
DID, dissociative system.
Okay, meaning that there's two parts of, you're a substance dualist or something like that?
No, DID is a mental health condition. It used to be called multiple personality. It's a dissociative identity disorder.
Okay. So do you, because I know some trans people get very, some trans activists get very upset with me if I mention mental illness. Do you admit you have a mental illness?
I want to answer some of the questions that were asked beforehand, though, because like I did hear the questions and you'd already nailed the category error thing. Because there's a difference between like people having gendered experiences versus someone who's saying something like they aren't human, because they are trying to argue that the when we're talking about like the state of affairs that causes someone to like obtain humanity is one thing, and the state of affairs that would have a tree obtain being a tree. Those are completely different things.
But not race.
Humans have identities. Right. And, well, the race
Welcome
thing
back,
is something
Hannah.
different because you end up like when we're talking about race,
Anya.
we're trying to describe ethnic groups that have a lineage, and you'd be doing the same thing and basically saying I wasn't actually born from like this woman or these people, and it ends up becoming a weird thing where you're trying to argue that reality itself is different than what it is. That's not what gender is. Gender is an internal model of self.
Yeah, but that's a matter of definitions. Like if I define gender, let's say I can define it at least in two ways. One,
Cody, like, buddy, I don't know why you keep tagging Hannah. You want trans people to be happy. Your dilemma is a happy kid may grow up becoming a sad adult after you watch a video of Marcy Bowers saying puberty blockers halting a person's orgasm in adult. I have no idea what you're talking about, but don't spam nonsense into my chat. All right, if you want to chat with us, then like make sure you can like quack out a question we can all understand. If you just start typing nonsense, then I'm not going to let you stay in the chat. Like that second sentence you typed out is completely incoherent. I'm sorry.
Based as a synonym for male or female. Another is the degree of manliness or femininity.
Right.
So, yeah. But anyhow,
this is just language games at this point. This is what Wittgenstein was talking about when he was talking people that play language games. Would be doing things like that.
I want to keep it off you, but I just want to talk about mental illness in general. Would you say that trans people in general have mental illness?
I think that humanity in general has mental illness.
Would you say that trans people in general have more mental illness than other people?
It would depend on what you're defining as mental illness.
Something that a doctor would have to fix.
I'm saying it depends on what you would define, right? So if I'll just ask you the question, right? If I say, are depressed people mentally ill?
Yeah, it depends on the degree.
Right, it depends on the degree. So the same thing goes for trans people. It depends on what you mean. If you mean that are trans people mentally ill by default because they have gender dysphoria, then no, because gender dysphoria is not a requirement to be trans. Now, a lot of trans people experience gender dysphoria, and then we'll go on to take HRT or something. There's going to be an entire can of worms about this, but essentially, you could then say that you're going to have two groups of people there, right? You would have trans people that don't have gender dysphoria, and then trans people that do have gender dysphoria, and the people that have gender dysphoria tend to pursue things like HRT surgeries and that type of thing.
Okay, someone with gender dysphoria, are they mentally ill, in your opinion?
I don't think so. I don't think gender dysphoria ought to be categorized as a mental illness, but somebody had mentioned before the way that our system categorizes things for the purpose of insurance and that sort of stuff.
Right, that was my next question. So if someone is not mentally, or doesn't have a mental illness, is not ill, why do they need to see a doctor?
Because it's a medical condition, not a mental illness.
Okay, it's a condition.
In the same way that being autistic is is classified as a condition, like a neurodivergent condition.
Someone with gender dysphoria has a mental condition.
Right, that's how we would classify it for the purposes of insurance, but it might not be something that we necessarily want to qualify as mental illness. Now, I know in the updated version, I think in the ICD-11, this is what they're talking about already doing. Like this is already being drawn up, of categorizing some things as conditions and some things as illness. But even then, the way that they talk about mental illness is starting to be restructured, because it turns out it might not help to imply that people that have mental health conditions necessarily have some type of disease, which is implied with illness.
See, but this gets to just the labeling of it, how you label it, whether illness or condition causes mental anguish in the patient. Is that what we're talking about?
No, we're talking due to societal perceptions, and this includes even doctors' biases against certain kinds of patients. So there may be at one point in time, if you said that somebody was homosexual or whatever, they would say, oh my gosh, this person is mentally ill. And upon further investigation, more evidence, we realized that not only was that very incorrect, but this is actually a normal expression of human sexuality, and it was removed entirely. That may be the case what happens with gender dysphoria in the future. It just may be the case that trans expression is just another expression of human gender. And the issue is if we look historically at what you asked earlier, we do find in historical cultures that there would be people that you would probably call trans, going all the way back to the earliest records that we have. The difference is that the word trans didn't exist back then, and they may have viewed it differently through their culture at the time, especially through a religious lens.
Yeah, like even in Thailand today, ladyboys, they don't call themselves women; they call themselves ladyboys. They wouldn't say they're women.
That's not true. Ladyboys is a misnomer that
that's what they call
Western
themselves.
people have.
Right?
Hold on. That's what Western people have used a lot, and because enough people are calling you that, some of them have taken on that label. However, if you look at that community specifically, more and more of that community do identify as trans. And then there are other words as well. The ladyboy is a slang that Western people call them. That's not actually what their identifier is.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Just like you have hydras in the Middle East. And the thing is that you can look at hydras, and then there are some people who say, well, they're not trans, or not all of them identify as trans, but a lot of them do. And we can just run that back if you want to talk Two-Spirit or any of these other identities that have existed in these other cultures, where there are other variant gender expressions. So then we get to our modern sense in the West, and all of a sudden it's controversial to say that there are any more gender expressions than man or woman, which ends up being perplexing because we know that other cultures have allowed for these expressions, because people are capable of expressing themselves in more ways than just man and woman, and it's like non-binary people, for instance.
So when we get to this part right here, and he wants to be like, oh, you're bloviating. So bloviating is like if you're just rambling on tangentially, about things that are not related to the topic at hand. But this is directly establishing non-binary existence, and then answering the other question that he had asked before, where he's like, oh, well, how come you can't just say that? Why aren't there trans people throughout history? And I never got to elaborate on that point. So I was just addressing these multiple things at the same time because they are related.
Let's quickly run through the other political stuff. Males in women's sports, lean yes, lean no?
I would lean yes.
You have to relate anything. You have to decommission a necklace as it is making red marks. Okay, so with something like that, you can order, if you can, we'll talk about this later, but surgical steel can be an option. Like you can replace
That's another
the
one.
the metal that holds the necklace on and
Males
just
in
keep
women's
the,
change rooms, yes,
you know.
who identifies trans.
I guess I'm going to add a little nuance to this, and I would say that like if we're talking, it depends on how you're defining all this stuff, right? And are we talking somebody who's like following an HRT regimen and all that sort of thing? If you, because I was trying to grant your position, and I made an assumption there, maybe I shouldn't have, but if you're just saying that it would help out just for the sake of like what you're actually asking, when you say males, are you meaning trans women or like trans non-binary people in this situation that are taking HRT?
I mean, someone who identifies as trans, whether it's HRT, whether they're taking it or not, yeah, I didn't specify. So it could be both,
Right,
either.
Yeah, I would put stipulations on a lot of these questions. All the questions about sports and competing in there and stuff like that. I would say that it's going to depend on metrics like are they taking HRT, the length of time they've been on HRT, because like the
Okay,
primary thing.
let's say they have been taking HRT, but they still look like a man, and they make the majority of women uncomfortable. Do you care about the mental anxiety or anguish in the cis women, or no?
I don't understand what you mean by makes them uncomfortable. Like
So
they don't like that they have broad shoulders or something.
yeah, well, let's say the majority of the women view this one particular trans woman as male. Like they can tell that, oh, this person's trans, but they can tell that, oh, this is a male, has a penis. I don't want a penis in my change room, and so they feel uncomfortable and they have mental anguish about that. Do you care about the cis women?
First of all, there should be like private areas in all of these like changing rooms, whatever. Like no one should have to see anyone else's genital.
I don't like Cody. You are so fixated on asking about this. So yeah, sometimes happy kids can grow up to be depressed adults, but that's true across like every single category of people, which means that like if happy kids can produce depressed adults, and it's so multivariant, and it's across every single culture on the planet, and there's no type of kid that we know of that doesn't possibly grow up, possibly here. So we're talking about philosophically possible. That it's that's possible for all of them to grow up and to be depressed or something. Then I don't know what you're getting at, because like you can have a multivariant outcomes. It'd be like if I said, well, couldn't you grow up through your native puberty and still be depressed? And then you go, yeah. Then I say, okay, aren't most people who are depressed not trans? And just based on numbers. Oh, then if you say yes to that or you assent to it, then we're just going to, we can just draw the inference that you're trying to make, which is, okay, well, it seems to be the case that letting most people be cis seems like it leads to the most depression in them. That'd be a really ridiculous thing to say, wouldn't it? Because like depression is going to be more to do with like other societal factors and like, are they doing things that are fulfilling to them? What's their job like? What area do they live in? Is it a safe place to be? Do they have, income that supports them? Like there's depression is a very multivariant thing. And I would find it very strange to try and apply depression to just one specific population for an arbitrary reason, because you think it's going to serve some argument.
Genitalia first and foremost. So like having a penis isn't relevant. And like if I were in my ideal world, simply because like there should be changing rooms and stuff. I did play sports when I was a teenager, and I was in a lot of locker rooms, and there were showers and stuff in there. And unfortunately, there are people. Most of these people, all cis, by the way, that decide to walk around naked, and I don't want to see that. And I don't think anyone should have to see the genitalia of anyone that they don't want to see the genitalia of.
Let's say no genitalia is shown. It's just the women see this, what they think is a male, which let's say in this case is a male, walks in. Do you care that they're uncomfortable?
I mean, when you say this person looks like a male, like I'm not sure like what you're. So if you're talking
that
like
the transition isn't
like
complete, or it's a bad transition, that they present themselves from our mammalian pattern-seeking brain that no, this is a male, and it makes them uncomfortable. But they're trans. Do you take into consideration the mental anguish of the cis women?
Right, because you said we're not taking genitalia, so I don't know how they would be impacted otherwise. Like
they have mental anguish.
No.
Right. That's why I said earlier when I was like, what do you mean? Like they have broad shoulders or something? Like I'm not sure what property he's getting at. To be like he's like it's pattern seeking brain of what? If because you're otherwise you're implying that somehow they can look at you and tell your sex or whatever. And it's like, in what way? Because you're tall, because you're broad, because you've got, biceps, or because you're like, you've got a nice butt or something. I don't know what I would need you to describe the thing that we're talking about instead of just this vague notion of, well, they're just made uncomfortable by somebody. But, well, I For what? What? Do you think that people that make other people uncomfortable by just their physical presence ought to be allowed in spaces? I mean, yeah, there's people that make me uncomfortable in public all the time. They're called conservatives, you know? The MAGA hats and their, you know, there's just too much to say about that. I'm not going to attack people for the way that they look, but you know, you probably, if I say like MAGA chud, you probably have an idea about the kind of discomfort, you know, that I might feel around certain types of people, or what they might look like, you know, or if they look like that they're, you know, there's stereotypical things that you could think of like chuds looking like. Yeah, just imagine that. That makes me uncomfortable. Should they still be allowed in the same space that I am? Yeah, I don't, like, what do you mean? It's just so weird.
You just have XY chromosomes, and I would probably just say the same thing you did earlier, that I'm fine with some, you know, some mental angst.
There you go. Okay, so now if we're going with the concept of do no harm or do as little harm as possible, then since there's way more cis women than trans women, should we not err on the side of the cis women because we can decrease more harm?
No, because not all cis women have an issue with trans women. Only a small percentage. You're implying that cis women are the majority, and you're implying that the majority of cis women have an issue with trans women, when in fact,
in the changing room?
Reverse. Yeah, I could reverse this.
If the
majority, if the majority of cis women, like on a sports team, are comfortable with trans athletes, but they have psychological distress of the idea of having a turf among them, should they be able to say that non-trans supporting cis women are not allowed to be in that space because it makes them uncomfortable, cause them distress?
Hang on, a turf, you said?
Yeah, if there's a cis woman who does not support trans people, and her teammates are made uncomfortable by her bigotry, and they say, I don't want bigots in my changing room because it makes me uncomfortable, and we're talking like 1 or 2 turfs on a team versus the majority of these other women, would you say that those other cis women ought not be allowed in there?
Yes.
Simply because people find discomfort?
If the criteria is mental anguish, then yes. To be consistent, yeah. Then the turf should be turfed.
You would say that they shouldn't be allowed to be in there?
Right.
What
if it, hold on. All right, let's get really spicy.
Because right now the factor that we're looking at is mental anguish.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What if it's a black person? Should they say that we just don't allow black people in here, like, because it makes white people
based on this one thing? Yes. Then the black person's turfed. I mean,
that's just...
what? Like, y'all. So I know that he's trying to say, like, what his ultimate point is that he's trying to say that, oh, well, should they be uncomfortable with somebody having a penis in the room? That's what he started with. And then we were like, we established that you can't see that necessarily, like, especially if you have individual changing rooms or whatever. And there's nothing guaranteed that trans people are ever going to change in front of other people. Like, we, you know, a lot of us do have, you know, body issues, or we might be very cognizant of, like, we don't want to make other people uncomfortable. Like, a lot of trans people are aware that some people might be made uncomfortable by us, so we'll go out of our way not to cause that discomfort. So he said it's not based on, like, there being, like, a penis there or something. And even if, like, this is the strange thing that I found with this this exchange. Even if we say they are upset that there's a penis here, okay, well, what is that penis being in there? What is the problem with it? Like, what's the actual physical? Because he's saying, like, oh, you're just basing it on distress. What are you basing it on, having a penis there? What's the issue? You think there's some Harry Potter bullshit where, like, oh, a penis is in here, all of a sudden, you know, there must be like a, you know, that they're going to get, like, sucked through the wall and thrown down the stairs because they're not allowed to be there. There's some type of divine force field. That's not, you know, that's not the case. It's because it causes them distress. That's the entire point. The whole point of TERFs wanting trans people out of their space in the first place is they're going to claim psychological distress. Now, there might be some idiots that are like, oh no, they're worried about, like, physical assault, whatever. Okay, I don't care. You could say, like, oh, they're worried about physical assault. They're frightened about physical assault. You're still talking about their desire not to be assaulted, or their fear of being assaulted, which is psychological distress. You're still talking about the same thing. You're just trying to redefine the cause of it. And this is why I felt like this was a terrible position for him to take. And, like, he's saying that as long as people say that, you know, oh, I'm frightened
of like bigots being in here, then turfs ought to be able to be thrown out because they're like, oh no, I think this turf is such a bigot that they might attack one of us or assault one of us thinking that we are actually trans if they mistake us as being trans, and this person is a physical threat to us, so we want them removed. And they could just run the same argument with like saying like, oh, a black person. They could justify any bigotry against any group of people they wanted to, and as long as they say I'm sufficiently afraid enough, then you should forcibly remove these people from the space. This is a wild take. This is what I said before. We were going to get to the point where his argument could lead to the conclusion that like just segregating people entirely out of some space is acceptable.
Just wild. I don't take the standard of saying like we have to have an absolute reduction of anguish as much as possible, because there will always be because there will always
he's
be a problem when they say,
clearly
like,
valuing
So you're saying a
cis
little bit of mental
people
anguish is okay.
more than
course it
trans
is.
people.
Thank you. I like that.
yeah, because you're talking when you say a little bit, right now you're trying to.
So if we
quantify
make a
things.
trans person wait for their HRT, a year extra, and it causes them a little bit of mental anguish, not a whole lot, but a little bit, you're okay with that?
It's not a little bit. We would say that
I'm saying
according to
if
the data.
it is a little bit, that they're not that
No,
bad in
it's
dysphoria.
not. It's not. It's not.
Hang
a
on,
little
you gotta
bit.
be
We would say
consistent now.
It's not a little bit of anguish, and you're
I'm
talking
saying it is.
unnecessary-
In this
right, you're saying
hypothetical, it's a little bit of
unnecessary.
anguish for them to wait one more year for their HRT. You'd be okay with that. It's just a little more anguish.
You're trying to assert.
And
a
they have more
position
time
of
to develop and
positive-
explore their identity.
No, it's not.
No, you're talking about doing harm now, as opposed to unavoidable anguish.
What harm besides mental anguish?
Mental
Literally,
anguish is harm.
psychological harm by saying
but it's a little
you're
bit.
not going to follow the best medical procedures given for them at the time,
You're being inconsistent because with the cis women, you said a little bit of mental anguish is okay.
because these are different things. You're talking someone being allowed in a space as a difference when giving someone health care.
Healthcare. We are giving them healthcare through counseling during
Would you assent to that? Do you agree that somebody being allowed to be around you, like if you say like Zoe is such a jerk, right, and you just don't like me, and my presence just makes you uncomfortable because you think I'm such a terrible person, right? Are you going to say that me just being allowed to like be in a gas station standing near you or something to buy like a Pepsi, that
No, not
the same,
that.
the
We're
same
talking about change
anguish
rooms.
that you follow would be the same type of anguish that you would feel if you were denied medical care?
If it's the same degree of mental anguish, then yeah, it's the same. But you're saying it's not the same degree of mental anguish. But in this hypothetical I gave you, let's say the amount of discomfort of being around a trans person is, let's say, 2 units of mental anguish, and making a trans
Right, he doesn't view it as harmful, and he keeps trying to say, and this is like was a very frustrating thing that he would do. He's trying to say hypothetically if, as in like a possible world, and like when we just talk about a possible world, if we entertain this, all we're saying is like given the laws of physics, etc., being the same. So you're just saying if you just declare that these harms are equal, then they would be equal. But he's trying to extrapolate that, like he's trying to extrapolate answers from that into the real world, like our world, where that harm is not the same. It's not, and that's the problem.
person wait 1 extra year for getting HRT increases the mental anguish 2 units. Then they're equal, right?
All you're saying is, you're just saying in a hypothetical world, if I can just say that trans people don't suffer that much mental anguish, then would you say that in that given scenario they don't suffer mental anguish?
No, they
Right.
do, but just a little bit.
Right. So if we say like, we could just extrapolate that to anything else and say like, well, if we just say like, cancer patients, they don't really suffer a lot of anguish, right? In a hypothetical world, if they weren't really suffering, it was only a little bit of anguish, should we treat them? Should that be okay to just ignore the cancer?
Let's move on. If there was an empirical test to
Let's move on. Because you're fucking cooked. Yeah, if you're saying in a hypothetical world, if the mental anguish isn't that bad, should we treat it? Okay, fine. In a hypothetical world, if cancer patients just don't suffer that much, should we treat it? And he doesn't want to answer it because it's the same problem, because he knows that if he answers that, then I try to extrapolate that as if that's his actual position in real life, it makes him look really fucking stupid.
know with, let's say, 99% confidence that someone is trans or not? This question might not even make sense to you, but let's say there was a test. Would you take that test?
I don't see how it's relevant to anything. I don't need a empirical. I don't need someone else to tell me what my identity is, right? Because my identity is formed through internally.
Now, okay, do you think transness is caused by biological at all?
Okay, so this is going to be fun, right? We would say that when it comes to biological processes, your brain itself is biological, right?
Do you think that biological development, like in the fetus, or even early years, do you think that has any impact on whether someone's trans?
I'd have to answer, I don't know. We could say that there seems to be some evidence that indicates like hormone washing or something could be related to this, but we don't know. Just like if you said, do I think there's like a gay gene or something? I don't know if there's a gay gene or not.
Okay, so your answer is I don't know. Let's now go into a hypothetical world where we do know, and let's say it is biologically driven. Let's say we can scientifically show that with either a certain gene or a certain development pathway.
I'll be honest with you, like, I don't know. The rest of the video, I'm pretty sure it goes into this scenario. I might let the first part of it play. I'm getting a little bit bored of doing this video, like reviewing this. Then like you could always just go over to Doug's channel if you want to watch like the end of it. It is just really silly as far as I might speed it up just to get to the end or skip this portion of it. This is totally not relevant to anything. He's trying to argue if there was some machine that could hypothetically scan you and see if you were trans, would you be okay with like banning trans people from like women's spaces or what the fuck ever, as long as you can like walk through the machine and it would scan you and tell you whether you're trans or not. It's really fucking stupid.
Let's say that's the world we live in. Would you support that someone would have to go through that test and get their trans badge?
No, I agree with you, Hannah. He keeps asking the hypotheticals because
why wouldn't you support
he's trying to bake his assumptions.
Just want to get a quick glimpse of a woman.
He's trying to bake his assumptions of his worldview in some hypothetical world, get you to agree in the hypothetical world where he's altered something like about reality. And then like if you agree to that, to be like, okay, well, you agreed with me. You just agreed with me on a hypothetical world situation. And it's like you're only if you're saying things are different. If and only if it's different. If things were different, then they would be different, is what you're saying. I don't have a problem with hypothetical worlds. They can help you work through logical problems. The thing is, he hasn't been able to get anywhere with any of his hypothetical worlds. And then on my hypothetical world questions, he either dodges it or is like, well, just to be consistent, I would answer. And it's like, right, so every time you give me a hypothetical where you're right, I can just construct a hypothetical world where I'm right. That doesn't get us any closer to the truth of anything.
We can get rid of all those people who say, no, this is trans certified. Why wouldn't you support that?
Here we go. I had to turn my mic back on. I'm saying that that's not the thing that we're concerned about necessarily, right? Like when you're talking about going into like a locker room, as long as the person meets specific conditions.
The conditions here is passing the trans test.
Sufficient conditions. I'm saying like I don't understand like even what you're describing here.
Why would we
hypothetical? Because the sufficient thing would to say, do they identify as a woman, or are they taking some type of like hormone regimen?
No,
etc.
Zoe, so the hypothetical I'm constructing here is that science has made a major breakthrough. It's announced tomorrow on CNN that we actually found a trans gene. We found a
right. All right. So there is a criticism of hypotheticals that you can do. Okay. And a criticism or critique of hypotheticals can be that the hypothetical world that you're offering is inconceivable. Right? So the issue with inconceivable hypothetical worlds would be like the analogy, like it's not going to be analogous and it's not going to help you determine anything else in the real world because it's so far extrapolated from what you understand about reality that you don't even know what that would mean. And I felt like in this situation, like he said, there's just some machine that can tell that you're trans. I was like, I don't know. Like, what do you mean can tell if you're really trans? Like, I don't know. Like, are you saying like you can just tell if somebody's malingering or a liar? Why not just say in a hypothetical world, if we could invent a machine that would prevent like people that have intention to assault others from going into a changing room, should we do that? Like, it doesn't matter if it's cis, whatever. If you try to go into this area, this machine can just scan your brain and know that like you intend to hurt somebody and can just stop you. Should we install those machines? Sure. But I wasn't like, I don't get what the point of the trans machine would even be.
Pathway that we can now know, we can predict with 99% confidence and certainty of that this person is trans. It has a biological basis for it. Okay, so now now we have
you can exactly. You're constructing to see if you can one's worldview is consistent. My worldview has been consistent. My worldview has been consistent on all these questions. When I ask him hypotheticals, toward the beginning, he was trying to change his position to my answer. Like, well, in that hypothetical world, and then he would turn around later and try and attack me on these other positions, which I found like just very bizarre cases. Like very bizarre that he would do that.
You are trans, or no, you just think you are and you're not. Would you support the use of that machine?
So to fully understand your hypothetical, just to clarify, are you saying that you could have some type of special identity detector that could detect whether people actually have commitment to their identities before they walk into an area?
What I'm saying is this identity has a biological basis that we have now found, and everything that you thought about identity is now turned from, I don't know, some metaphysical thing to a physical thing, empirical. So we have...
I don't know why he keeps saying metaphysical thing. It's like he doesn't understand that when we talk about phenomenology, we're talking about like the senses and perceptions
that your brain produces. That's why I asked him earlier when he was like, you don't think it's biological. I asked him, isn't your brain a biological organ? Like, isn't that a biological thing that produces the mind? He thinks that I'm some kind of dualist. And we're not a dualist. We would say that we're agnostic on that, like, overall. But as far as I can tell, my best, if I had to take a best guess, I would say like dualism is a non-existent thing. I am not convinced that we have souls. I'm not saying it's impossible because I don't know how to disprove it, but I don't think it's the case. So for him to keep trying to address these points as if I'm a dualist because he didn't understand that what I'm talking about is what your mind produces. And your mind is an emergent property of your physical brain. And then we're talking about phenomenology. I'm not talking about metaphysical things. I'm talking about the totality of your sensuous perception.
We can put trans in a test tube, in other words, in this hypothetical. Would you support a trans test? So we can actually say, oh, okay, you're a male, but you want to run with the females at the Olympics. In order to do that, you have to pass the trans test because we want women to compete against women. And so would you support that?
I would have to say I don't know. I'd have to see like what all that entails because like non-binary people can compete as well, right? And then people that have other identities would be able to compete as well. So I don't even know what they like. You're saying, oh, there's a biological basis for identity. But the identity isn't the thing that you're trying to restrict.
See, my question gets to your bias, and your bias is so pro-trans that you're not even willing to risk that someone who says they're trans may be not.
Okay.
But you answering, I don't know. You're admitting
this. I'm glad that you said this, okay? Because that revealed like the heart of what you were actually getting at. Are there people that could malinger? Sure, people can malinger about anything, right? People malinger about being depressed. People malinger about being a Christian. People malinger about being an atheist. Because it turns out that people can lie. And you can have people that are pathological liars that just can't help themselves but try and deceive people. That's why I had mentioned from the very beginning specific types of commitments, right? Commitments to an identity.
So if you admit people can lie,
then why would you also keep saying? You keep also saying that my understanding of gender is somehow some weird, vague, metaphysical thing. Where like I stated at the very beginning that I was an existentialist. So like that should have told you what my views were on like identity and where it comes from. And that's not necessarily I'm not appealing to some vague metaphysical property. I'm saying that I think that your actual existence comes first, and then your identity comes later, and that's made up from phenomenological experiences that you have, right? And you could say like, well, those phenomenological experiences are based on your observations and that sort of stuff.
All this just can be summarized as self-ID.
No, that's based on the external world around you would be those empirics. You can take an internalist sense and evaluate your own identity. And when other people say identity, what do they mean? And you can gather data and information through observation about these social archetypes and that type of stuff. And then recognize like where you do and don't fit in. And then if you say, well, what makes up gender at the core of it, then you can say, well, it's something that can be correlated to sex. And there might be some properties that it has, which you try to list properties at the very beginning. Then I could just ask you, where do those properties come from? Like, what makes up those properties? Why do you perceive those properties?
Yeah, and so he's like, oh, Bloviating. I'm literally explaining why he doesn't understand my position. And instead of being receptive, when I say it's not based on metaphysics, I'm not invoking... So, when you say metaphysics, we're talking about, like, you could be talking about, like, metaphysics, the ontology of metaphysics, where you're talking about, like, substance and that type of stuff. So in a very loose sense, that's what we, if he means it by that way, sure. But that's not what he means. When he's saying metaphysics, he's using it derisively. He's using it as like to hand wave. And he already said like substance dualist earlier. So I know when he is saying metaphysics, he means that I think that there's like some like gendered spirit or some shit like that. That you have, and I don't accept that, but he won't even listen to it. And when I'm explaining to him why he is wrong about my position, like you have an inherent misunderstanding of what I said. And even when I philosophically explain I'm an existentialist, and when I say existentialist, you don't even have to you don't have to go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. None of that stuff. I will just tell you what I mean when I say existentialist and why I'm using it in the way that I'm using it. And he's just like, nope, you're bloviating. Meanwhile, this man never said once what his philosophical worldview was, not what his framework was, not how he thinks you can actually determine things, whether he's a physicalist or whatever else. So he's withholding information and then just pretending like he just doesn't understand anything. Then when I'm elaborating, like you said, oh, you have to state it in 30 seconds because his attention span for any line of reasoning or offering him any hypotheticals can't be longer than 20 seconds. It's just ridiculous.
And then we could say, okay, well, there's facts about them. And then we're extrapolating properties from these facts. We say, well, what makes up the facts? And then you can say, okay, well, there must be atomic facts about these facts that back this up. And then I could just say, okay, where do those atomic facts come from? And at the end of the day, if we drill down, no matter what your view is, no matter what your framework is, you're at some point going to run into something like Agrippa's trilemma when you're trying to establish, like, at the very core.
How many credit hours of philosophy do you have?
What's that?
How many credit hours of philosophy do you have?
How many credit hours of philosophy do I have?
Credit hours, yeah, in undergraduate.
None. I'm just autistic, and it's a special interest of mine.
Okay. To clarify all this, I think make this very simple. If someone goes into a clinic and says, I would like to be seen for gender dysphoria or gender, I'm trans, okay? They're not lying. Can they be still wrong, in your opinion?
If they're not lying, are we granting, like, would you grant me the, like, basic laws of logic?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they're not lying, then we could say they could be mistaken.
Right. Can a trans person be mistaken about being trans, in your view?
I think anyone that has any identity could be mistaken about that identity given, like, sufficient conditions.
Okay, because it's their identity, right? So if they are self-reporting what their identity is, I'm confused. How can they be wrong about it or mistaken?
Yeah, because I'm an existentialist. You should already know this.
Right, but how can they be mistaken if it's their identity?
Right, I'll say it again. So what that entails then is, because I'm an existentialist, I believe, or I won't say believe, I'll say, like, as far as I can tell, because I do remain skeptical about, like, just everything, but as far as this goes, your identity is going to be made up of your experiences, and because you're constantly having new experiences and you're crossing through, as far as we can tell, time. So you're having different thoughts. You might be doing introspection. You might be doing metacognition.
How can they be wrong about that?
With metaethics. Now hold on for a second. You do change over time. And
Right, because he's asking, how can you be wrong about that? And I'm trying to establish, like, where I'm coming from, what my epistemology is, and how can we determine this? And I'm laying out a little epistemic framework that we could use if we were so inclined to grant the laws of logic and to grant the external world and just grant that all these things exist. Here's the epistemic framework that you could use to explain, like, how you could be wrong. Because he's literally saying, how could they be wrong about it? And I'm directly answering his question. And I know he's, like, trying to, like, poke at me to be like, how many accredited college hours of philosophy did you have? Because he feels like I'm just philosophically, like, bloviating, because he keeps putting his bloviating alarm up there. But I'm literally giving him the epistemic framework that he asked for, and he just can't understand it. That's not my fault, Doug, that you don't understand when you say, how can we know this? And then I'm starting to explain, like, if you grant me these initial positions, this is the epistemic model that I would use. That's not my fault that you just don't want to hear it. You shouldn't have asked me the question.
Different parts of your identity could change depending on certain experiences. And the reason we know that people can be wrong about this stuff is because at one point in time they might identify as cis, and then they identify as trans. So we know that this can change.
But at that moment, can they be wrong?
I already granted that people could be wrong, right? That it could be the case that they're telling the truth, that they're giving you accurate information.
Okay, so someone can say they're trans and be wrong.
Just like anyone could say anything and be wrong, right?
Okay, so why would you say I don't know to the trans test? In that
because they're affirming to some proposition, they have commitments to it. They've expressed, like, commitments to this, and it is something that seems to be wrong or durable over time.
Over time, yes. Now we're converging into the same wavelength. This is why I say that trans people should wait before they make any major decisions that could dramatically change their life.
You're basing that
we've agreed on this since the very beginning, and it's been so difficult to get here, right? So, like,
on your trans test,
no surgeries before the age of 18, and in my opinion, should be like in their 20s.
No,
I think you did it the right way because you're in the 30s.
Arbitrary line
you're just
again.
drawing, like, arbitrary delineations now. I say
right.
there should be some time, and you're like, well,
good
yeah,
job, past Zoe.
You're doing the same thing.
I've already told you that the time that I would say that I think that would count as to give you at least enough.
You said 1 year.
Yeah,
therapy,
based on the empirics.
Test the durability of your contract and your commitment to this.
With exception,
you think you can
based on empirics that we have via psychology, sociology, and all this stuff, with exception of, like, if you have some cases of people that are in such distress that they might harm themselves if they are not given this healthcare, then we ought to give them the healthcare and then do the therapeutics on them. Like, I don't. This is so. It was hilarious to get to this point, and he's like, "Yo, you agree with me?" I'm like, "No, I have my position hasn't budged an inch. It's taken this long to get to the point where Doug realizes that he agrees with me on all of this, and he's still just gonna say we should just have this line, that's just delineated further out."
So confident about major life decisions from going from a 14-year-old to a 15-year-old.
No, it's via your experiences, your internal model of self, okay, your metacognition. These are the things that I'm pointing to. I'm not just saying you go from 14 to 15, right? There are other factors besides time.
Okay.
I don't know why you would boil it down to saying, like, well, you're just implying 14 to 15.
Well, that's such bloviating.
I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, and I try to answer everything as honestly as I could. But when we're talking about identity, you would agree that some people are straight and then they end up coming out as gay. That happens, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you think it's possible? And when I say possible, I'm talking about philosophical possibility, not like however other way you might interpret that. Do you think it's possible that that gay person could then turn around later on after they've had gay sex and other things? Is it possible for them to say, you know what, actually I was mistaken about that, I'm bisexual?
Yes.
Okay, would you agree that sexuality is an identity that we have? It's based on some aspect of physicality, right?
Yeah,
There's
he's
some
just
type of
spamming it.
orientation that we're pointing to.
Every time
I
he
think it
doesn't want to
has
listen to
a
me, he's just
huge,
putting the bloviating alarm.
biological component that
I'm
the
starting
trans
to
thing
wonder
doesn't.
if he understands what bloviating means.
It's rooted in desire. Okay, you have a desire to experience certain sexual
Right.
expressions, right?
Right.
Right. That desire is rooted in biology only in the sense that's being produced by your brain, right?
Right, which is biological, right?
Oh, right, that's biological. That's why when people ask me, do I think that identity is based in biology? I find that a
Like
ridiculous question.
a third party person can actually run experiments and tests and demonstrate that someone's, let's say, more gay than not. Let's just, instead of a binary switch of gayness and straightness, but you can't do
Right.
that with trans.
He's just wanting
How can you
to
demonstrate
ask me like
with tests that somebody is gay or straight?
street
You
street
can hook up to MRIs and
street
then put certain,
epistemology
let's say,
questions.
pictures in
Like,
front of them.
He
to
just wants
see-
to know, like, how do you know? How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? He's not actually receptive to the conversation. And that's why, like, with someone like Doug, I would not have another conversation with him about gender, because I find that this behavior that he's doing is so dishonest that it just illustrates, like, why would I want to talk with you again on this? Like, I've explained this, that I gave you long, thoughtful, thorough, explanations for how I come to my reasoning, how I get to my position, and like exactly how there's like this coherence in my worldview. And meanwhile, in the background, you're just like looking around like you're bored and you're like, playing some little sound effect and stuff, like instead of paying attention to what I'm actually saying, just so that we can get back to you getting around to asking me questions that you hope are going to stump me at some point, or that I'm not going to have a response to.
if they get sexually aroused. Yeah.
Right, yeah, that's not reliable. Okay, so there are...
It's way more
just like you
reliable
said-
than diagnosing
hold on.
trans.
Hold
No,
on
it's
a
not.
second. Just like you said, there are people that could lie or be mistaken, etc., right?
Yeah.
Are there
You
people
can't,
that could?
you
Because we
can't
know
lie
that...
about your thingy going up.
But Doug, you cited a study and you didn't know what the criticisms of that study were. Whoops.
Right, but there are other physiological responses like stress that could cause that, right?
Sure, you've got to do it many times. You got to control for certain environments. and so
you have
forth.
to- right.
Make sure they eat
Now,
the
when
same
it-
foods.
Right, because now you're having to add all these other variables into it. So there's a lot of different reasons that might impact
Do you
that.
deny
Like, what if
that,
they took a Viagra?
that it's more objective, that the gayness is more objective than transness? Do you deny that?
I would say that it's no more objective. They are not directly analogous, but they are very analogous because transness, that identity, is going to be rooted in biology, your brain, once again. The expression to that, just like someone says, I'm gay, they're assenting to the proposition that I am gay. When they say I am trans, they're assenting to the proposition I am trans. And then we say, okay, if they have the commitment of being gay, what ought we expect from them? Well, typically they might express themselves in certain ways because that's how homosexual
Okay, you
people
said
tend to
you said they're
express themselves.
comparable.
I'm drawing the analogy for you. I'm just making it.
But you don't think it's reliable to detect, like if a third party, if someone was to pay me $1 million, okay, your job is to determine if that person's gay or straight, and you can only use science to do it. You can't use the social stuff like go out and watch them, have sex or whatever. You think that I could at least get close? Do you think it's possible that I could, like, if I don't know about most men, but if you put a picture of a naked man in front of me, I'm not, never in my life. Maybe
I thought you said we couldn't look at like them having sex or whatever. So that would include like you
no,
can't look at
them
their...
individually doing it, so they're acting. But I'm saying that you could present pictures in front of them, and you could present a picture in front of a man, and they get aroused. That's more objective than sitting down.
Right, so if I put a picture of a trans body in front of you, and it's a person that has like large breasts and a penis,
hang on,
you don't think you can tell me if you predict that person is not typically what you would describe as being male or female?
Sorry, there's a big storm going on. I just had an emergency in it. I think I heard what you said though. I would say if you're basically saying if you're fooling me that it looks like a woman, it's really a man.
Come on, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm not saying.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm saying that if because you said I could look at a naked body and make certain assessments based on like a measurement of their arousal or something. Then I said, okay, well, if we took a trans person and we took a trans body, so this person might have stereotypically like large breasts that you would associate with females, but might have like a penis as well,
like a ladyboy.
I don't know why you have to like. Why
Are you
you're
offended by
putting
that?
it in there. No, I just
Okay, I
felt
didn't
like
mean
we're
it.
having
I didn't mean it as an
no.
offense. I'm just
I
saying
thought we were having
you're describing it. Okay, never mind. It
Right,
doesn't
we're
matter.
having. Right, what if you were giving your example with a gay guy, and I said, "Oh, so you mean like an F slur?" And I just like threw that in there. You'd be like, "Why did you
You
do that?"
view ladyboy as like an F slur?
No, I'm saying that is a label that was put on a community that they didn't choose themselves. There's usually a negative connotation to that.
There
Again,
is?
those people themselves, yes, and those
That's
people
news to
themselves
me.
they don't necessarily identify.
I
with that.
apologize
Some people,
to all the ladyboys who might be listening. I mean, all the people that.
Right. He just doesn't care. And it's not even about offense right? The thing that was making me mad about this and frustrated at this point is this whenever I was just like, okay, he just does not care to actually have a serious conversation. He is just trying to meme. And I'm not surprised for him to be like flashing, bloviating alarm and stuff while he's doing it, because it's so disingenuous. And now you're like trying to like crack jokes and stuff when I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to give you an honest answer to this. And it's like, wait, no, it's more important to like invoke ladyboys and joke about ladyboys instead of just answering the hypothetical that I gave you. Now you're dodging, but you're using humor to try and pivot away.
Might be listening who don't like that label. My apologies.
Right, and to be honest with you, the frustration I have isn't necessarily like, oh no, you said something offensive.
Yeah,
It's like,
and it's just he doesn't care. He's going to continue saying it. He doesn't care. You don't need to apologize, Doug, for when you don't actually mean it. Some of us might attribute something like being a liar in those situations, where you're saying that you're sorry that you did something, but you didn't actually do it. However, I think that that you're not sorry because you found humor in it and you have no motivation to like alter this behavior whatsoever. So you're not ignorant of it and you're doing it consciously and you don't actually give a fuck, even though you're saying that you do. I think you're lying. You're being deceptive there.
I feel like you're derailing the conversation by
No, I was
those
literally
sorts
just
of
trying
things.
to. I was explain. Never mind. I think we're done. But there's, between you and me. But if you want to take questions from other people who've been waiting patiently in here, that's up to you.
Right. So do you feel I answered your questions like sufficiently? Like I directly address them?
Yeah, I think do you want me to summarize your beliefs, or?
I mean, if you can.
I
wouldn't expect you to summarize my beliefs. I have some pretty.
I don't
I'll say
have
I have
beliefs
a belief
on
system
stuff.
that a lot of people don't. I'm saying belief system like very roughly there, right?
Yeah, on this one issue, like you're basically okay with having HRT and puberty blockers for teenagers after intense therapy and at least a year of therapy. When it comes to sports, you're okay with trans women being
As the
sports,
guidelines
same thing
say.
with, women's spaces. You view transness as an identity. That that can evolve in a way through just your existence and your phenomenological experiences. What else? What else did we talk about? You're against Trump and Project 2025 because I'm not sure about Project 2025 even says this, but you're for at any age, and Trump said no, it can't be for any age, and you're against that. And there, I agree with you, by the way. What else did we talk about? You said I don't know about the trans test. You don't know about whether that it has a biological component or it's caused by biology.
So again, he's saying you don't know if it's caused by biology or if it has a biological component. How many times have we said, reviewing the debate now, how many times have we said it's connected to your brain? Your brain is part of your biology. So like there must be some type of biology connected to it. We just don't know what it is. Just so we don't know like if there's a gay gene or not. Some people can say, oh, I suspect there's a gay gene. Okay, Einstein, where is the gay gene at? And what's the gene that specifically makes you gay? We'll probably never find it because as far as we can tell, it seems to be such a multivariant and complicated thing. There is no answer to that as far as like, is there one singular thing? There is no one singular necessary
I'm not
thing.
misrepresenting you, right?
It's just a general summary of the conversation, sure.
Yeah. So I'm just demonstrating I've been listening.
Right, and I do want to point out that whenever you're talking about puberty blockers and that sort of thing, I've said several times that I would recommend following these standard guidelines, right? And those include therapy, social transition, and then that is going to go into puberty blockers at Tanner stage 2. That's the time. So like if the person is going into that earlier or later, that's the time that you would do something like that. Then you would microdose hormones up until they're old enough to transition with their peers, which is usually about like I think 16 or something like that. Then you switch over to a normal hormone regimen, and then we wouldn't be looking at surgeries or anything probably until about 18. I find that to be reasonable. I find that to be a long period of time from the time that they're 8 or 9 all the way up until a late teen. So just to clarify the language there, because a lot of people say child when they mean like a 17-year-old, and they're just trying to conflate a 17-year-old at the same as you would call a child as like a 9-year-old, and it just ends up sounding more hyperbolic.
What if,
and I don't want to engage in hyperbole.
Like I said that I'm okay with trans people taking drugs and surgeries after the age 18, but I would admit I even have exceptions there.
No, you said 25. You said most states would qualify them as 18, but I would prefer them to wait until their frontal lobe at 25. That's what he said, and he's repeated it multiple times because that's why the 25 age kept coming back up.
If the trans person is highly schizophrenic or very, very autistic, and basically their judgment making
sufficiently autistic
have been greatly impaired.
What?
I would say that society has an obligation to think twice at least and maybe not do it. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, that's part of the standard protocols. If you have some type of delusional disorder, or you end up having some type of like psychotic disorder, it definitely impacts you. in being able to get access transition care. And I would say in general, like we already take precautions against stuff like that. Like that's already accounted for. Like we would recognize that if somebody has a delusional or psychotic disorder, we would exercise like caution there and make sure that the person can consent in a like stable frame of mind.
Well, here's my last trap question. You ready? I admit it's a trap question, but it's kind of funny. I heard it the other day. If a woman identifies as a male,
A trap question. I was like, I wasn't sure. I was like, are you? Is this you know? Is this a subtle jab?
is she a man?
No,
No.
because you're saying male. Like, what do you mean identifies as a male?
Can someone identify as a male?
So
Is that even possible?
theoretically, yeah, it could be possible, right? And we didn't even get to this. I thought we were going to spend most of our time in biology, and instead it ended up being philosophy. But it is a special interest of mine, so that might have been my fault. But when we're talking about biology, right? The categories of male and female are also just artificial delineations. Those are as much socially constructed as gender is, and depending on how much critical theory that you might accept, sex and gender might be like very closely correlated or entwined. It may not be possible to fully express thoughts about one without also to comment about another one, and that any line that people want to make about like
Yeah, he doesn't understand that when you start talking about like what things make you like a man and or what things make you male and then what things are manly, the issue is that like a lot of times when people start describing physical biology, they are prescriptive that this biology means that you would also have some type of like gendered traits, because from the very beginning, as soon as you're born, when we talk about like somebody is trying to like assign you a gender at birth, like they assign you like sex, but they all say, oh, it's a girl or it's a boy. They're also assigning you at the very beginning. They're attempting to assign a gender to you, and this is going to get way more into critical theory. So I'm not going to go like on a tangent about this. What I'm getting at here, and like I knew this was just going to be like too complex to talk with him about. He's just not going to understand it. Is that when you were born, like you say like, well, are you a person? Of course you're a person. But now you are also what we would think of as like a subject under the law has now come into existence, because there's you could say like there's a social security number that's tied to you that didn't exist before. You're another entity within society, and the formation of that subject is part of it is also going to be like legalistic, but there's also going to be interactions that you're having with the construct of gender the moment you are born. And like as soon as you're, as soon as you're getting older, you're already having experiences within this gendered construct. It may be the case that because of the way that society is and because of the way that we think about things, and that like people's like what causes you to be more feminine or what causes you to be more masculine, that's just going to be again informed by your brain and possibly other biology, right? Your proclivities, your dispositions, like aggression or how feminine you are or whatever, could be informed by your biology. It might not be possible to remove biological traits from what we perceive as gender, right? It's just a simple analogy. If testosterone is like linked to like aggression, if it is, I'm not saying it is, just hypothetically if it is, then it could be the case that people that have higher testosterone tend to be more disagreeable or the go-getter and fighter type. Then all of a sudden, this ends up generating an idea of a masculine social archetype that exists across different cultures across the world and throughout time, that men are the fighters and men are the warriors. And it seems so intrinsic to us, like intuitively true, that it's like, oh, well, if you're a fighter and you go and hunt the animal, well, that must be man. Why are you associating that behavior with male people? Because you're associating masculinity with that, and typically people associate masculinity with people that they would categorize as men. Then we say, well, what causes them to be that way? Oh, their biology, the testosterone. What the testosterone is a sex characteristic, but then that might be giving rise to something like this, what I perceived social manifestation. These things might be so interconnected that it might not make any sense they could be. We don't know at the end of the day. but it could be the case.
You know, this group of people is strictly male.
But I
and
know
people,
that
this cluster traits are strictly female.
this
is
that
just not
type
the
of
case.
conversation is
Intersex
not
people
something he's
do
going to be able to
exist.
follow. He's not
And
going to track
depending on
it.
if you're taking HRT or not, you could make the argument that because properties of your body empirically have altered, and you physically have properties of what somebody else might call a different sex, and you could either, you know, I would say identify as like an intersex female or intersex male by inducing those intersex conditions within yourself, if you want to ask about something like that. So that's how that could happen, in my opinion. And as far as like, could you identify, say like, well, yeah, I'm an intersex male, and I'm, you know, non-binary. That's because your gender identity isn't necessarily tied to your biology. Like one
Right.
does
So-
not have to be informed by the other. And gender expression, by the way, is different than gender identity or sex. And people conflate this all the time. We're like, what about a tomboy? Or
Right. Bloviating, but I'm answering his question, and he doesn't want the nuance there. He doesn't want the information he's asking for. He wants to be very simple. Don't actually explain anything.
Gender expression. You're not talking gender identity, which is the identity portion of that. You're talking the expression, and you're not talking about the sex part of it, where you're just listing physical properties of someone's reproductive system.
So, in your opinion, can someone identify as a male, or are they just a male?
And they would identify.
I just answered it. If you were listening, Doug, and you weren't playing your soundboard and playing with your Discord panel, if you were actually listening to what I was saying, I just explained that to you. You shouldn't have had to ask that question.
As an intersex male, if they said that they identified as a male and they weren't going to,
Let's say they're
just
not
like
intersex.
if, you know,
They're not intersex. If someone is it possible even? Does the question even make sense to ask or to say that someone identifies as a male?
I would be confused if they are claiming that they have properties that they don't have, but it might be consistent, and it could make sense if they were like an anti-realist about sex at all. Like they just think that categories of sex are just nonsensical, and that we're all human beings and we all just have properties, and they're just using the label because they find it useful or something. Someone could have a view to take that view and be coherently consistent. I wouldn't have a problem with that person doing it. The only issue that I would take is that obviously it's going to cause problems with communication if they are using very idiosyncratic terms, and it might create, you know,
so male is
confusion
attached to
socially.
something. So male is attached to something empirical, and so it really what I'm hearing you say.
All right, whatever. I'm not
non-intersex
gonna
situation,
bother.
It really doesn't make sense to say you identify as a male if you are a male.
It depends. No, it's contingent upon your view, right?
No, I'm talking societal view.
What?
Now we're
what societal view? Different societies have different views, Doug. Do you mean a religious society, a theocratic society? Do you mean an atheist society, a society that is a physicalist society, a dualist society? Oh, it's a societal view. And the most damning thing here for him, by the way, he's fucked with that answer, because as a societal view, okay, two spirit people, like within that given society, literally have, like, they could have two spirits based on their religiosity. Other societies have more than two genders and have recognized more than two sexes. He can't appeal to his standard can't be a societal standard. That means that it's just culturally relative, and would put him like a lot closer if he's saying we need to take culture into context, their religion into context, how they view truth into context. That puts him more in line with me, where I'm saying it depends on your view. He said, could you do that? Could, as in, is it possible in this world to do that? Yeah, you could. It just depends on how you define it. But he just doesn't get it. He wants this to be something that is like undeniable and empirical, but he doesn't understand that a lot of the concepts he's asking about, some of it's tied to empirical things, like empiricism that you could claim. And then other parts of it just aren't.
Extrapolating just from someone's identity. And
yeah, it'll just confuse things. Do you identify, or do you say you're a male?
no, I would identify as an intersex female because my body has the properties that people culturally associate with females and with males.
Okay, you said that earlier, but do you think that identity could be wrong? Like, could we test that you're an intersex?
Yeah, you could test that.
Okay, so when you say you identify as an intersex female, you said?
Yeah, that if you were trying to accurately describe us, I think that the most accurate assessment of the facts are that we would be an intersex.
I always think of the Trinity when you say us. So,
well, there's definitely more than three of us. But,
so you could be wrong. You could be wrong about being intersex. If once you get tested, you'd say, I thought I was intersex female, but I'm not. That could happen.
I'm saying if you're solely basing that on karyotype, then we can't know that. But if you're asking, you know, would other people that didn't know me, didn't know my identity, and they were only looking at facts about my body, what would
that's what intersex
they
means,
label
right?
me
It's
as?
a very biological term.
What does it? Are you talking about? Does it mean the properties that your body has, or does it mean like it's excluded down to karyotype?
Well, whatever scientists say is intersex. That's what intersex is, right? It's like there's a many different.
Oh yeah, but you don't accept what scientists say about intersex people. Otherwise, you wouldn't
What?
have the contention with it. Yeah, intersex scientists say they state my position on what intersex is.
Have you even heard
Yeah,
me
so-
talk about
yeah.
intersex before?
This is, I'm glad that he's found humor in it. But it is the case that scientists do not boil sex down to just one simple property. As we discussed last night when we were watching, in a different debate where somebody tried to claim that gametes were the primary differentiator. No, they're not. Because you can have people that produce large gametes, people that produce small gametes, people that produce no gametes, people that have like ovotesty, so they've got like one or the other, mosaicism, chromosomal crossover, chimera. I don't know what Doug is asking for when he says, oh, what is, it's essentially like a name the trait, but I'm the one saying that a singular trait to explain all of this just doesn't exist. And he's implying that it does, because again, this is word concept fallacy, where he thinks that there should be a single word, a single trait to definitively account for an entire concept of sex, or like of maleness or femaleness. He wants like a singular thing to explain all of this, and it doesn't. It just doesn't. You can't boil something down that's as big of a concept as this into like a singular, expression.
Okay. So
At least not an
would you
expression
say that
that's like
there probably are people, like,
monosyllabic.
if they're on HRT, that they would have induced an intersex condition.
That they would have induced an intersex condition?
Yeah, their body over time changes some properties and gains properties that you would have associated with
Oh, I
one
see what
sex
you're
over
getting
the
at.
other.
No, I would not say that.
Right. Okay. How? Empirically, you've changed properties. What are you talking about, Doug? Like, I genuinely, I cannot understand the incoherence in what he's saying. He is not consistent in his own view, because the entire time he's essentially approached this from like a physicalist stance. And he said biology, empirics. And then when we get down to this part of it, where empirically something has changed over time. It used to have one set of properties, and now it has a mixed set of properties. And he's just like, oh no, I wouldn't call that thing, I wouldn't call that anything different. It's still the original thing. Now this is just the genetic fallacy, where you're saying, well, because this thing came from, because a girl was born via sex by a heterosexual couple or what the fuck ever, and the person, I don't even want to go down this road. It's just stupid. You're saying that because there was ore that we harvested out of a mountain, smelted it, refined it, etc., blah, 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 and then we end up making a necklace, you're still going to say, well, that necklace is still just ore. It's the same thing as if we just like went and picked up ore out of a mountain. That's the genetic. This is so stupid. Like what something is what it, like what something used to be is what it always will be, when we understand that there's like change over time. And he literally conceded the point of time as like, oh, we're having convergence of our views now. But now you're not accepting that, like time is a factor
Okay, so you
here
disagree with the
that you
science.
ought to worry about.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'll say that. But I don't think the science says that.
It does. So here's the problem.
Well, I'm sure
right?
there's some people who say that.
It's not
It's the
some
majority.
people.
Like you're literally saying that you just throw away the science if it disagrees
Well,
with you.
now
on
we're
this
back to
position.
definitions. Like if intersex
Yeah.
means that you
He
put breasts on
said
a
he
man,
would
then
throw
you're
away
intersex.
the
Is that
science
what you're saying?
earlier.
No, so what I was trying to explain was that generally speaking, we can look at like either 5 to 10 like properties that someone would have, and that when you look at someone who is male or female, we're generally talking about like somewhere in like 7 or 8 out of 10, generally speaking, is enough to push people to say, I think that's a male.
People
or
are
I think that's
scientists.
a female.
People are scientists. So if I do make 5 bodily changes on a person, a scientist would say
It would depend.
they're now intersex.
5 bodily changes. Do you understand that I just told you that like there's, like you could say 5 to 10 properties that we're looking at that would determine like sex for someone. I didn't say 5 to 10 random things. I'm talking about properties that directly correlate to the biological construct of sex that you're pointing to, okay? In your view, you think this is a biological construct, and I'm telling you it's a social construct because you're arbitrarily picking the things that you're putting in your biological construct. But if I grant your position that this thing is purely a biological construct, and that scientists would look to 5 to 10 metrics to say this is what makes this sex. Now you're asking me, if you change 5 to 7 of those biological traits within that construct. Are you altering the construct to something different? Yeah. It's not the same construct anymore. I don't know why. Like, how is this so hard for you?
When we're talking about science, we're talking like a methodology, right?
Okay. Sorry, Zoe. When I ask a question like that and you say, when we talk about science, we talk about methodology.
Yeah, because it's methodological naturalism. It's a methodology. It's not a dogma, actually. I know, Doug, it might surprise you. Science is not a dogma. Okay? You should not... I'm just saying, like, I'm sorry if the person that was in here earlier, I'm sure, like, they might have science as a dogma. Like, they might give into something like science-tism. And if that's what if Doug believes in science-tism, which, I mean, like, that would explain a whole lot of why he's saying some stupid shit. I don't understand why you're acting so surprised. And I'm only being more aggressive just because, like, watching this back and then seeing all the, like, sound effects and stuff that he's added in, other than him, like, snickering about, like, ladyboys and stuff like that. Like, I find it, like, way more contemptuous than when I was talking to him. Like, I don't understand why he's essentially acting like this is just such a ridiculous point. When I'm granting his model and saying, under your model, like, if I grant this and we alter this stuff, then it would be something different. It's a different construct. And he's basically saying, oh, well, because he's saying that because he stuck the label of just male on it, it doesn't matter how many things you take out of it or put on it, it's still in a male box. That's what his point is. And I'm saying that any person that walks over to it and finds that male box might look down into it and be like, oh, this is improperly labeled. And they'll remove the label off of it and they'll put the intersex label on it. Or if there's some other scientists looking at this and you want to, like, use that type of analogy, they might put intersex male on it to correct it and be like, oh, there's a correction that's needed here because this is clearly not a male with the properties that we normally associate. There are a mixture of properties in here, so this can't be definitively the way that he wants it to be. Yeah, if you make sand into a glass pane, it is no longer sand. If you then make that into a vase, it is no longer a glass pane. Exactly. Meanwhile, Doug is like, that's just sand. Stop calling it something different.
I mean, just answer the question. If we take off the breast, we take off the penis, we get long hair, are you saying now it's scientists say, oh, now they're intersex?
No, you're literally saying, like, well, scientists are people, and if some people say this, and I'm saying, like, when we're talking scientists, we're talking people that are using...
Would it be the consensus of science that they're now intersex if you take off their penis and add breasts and put long hair on and lipstick?
If we're going by methodological naturalism, that process, which is what we would define as science, then yes, most of the people that look at that person are going to say that is an intersex person.
Okay.
If I go to the doctor, and I get any work done whatsoever, I have to let them know that I'm trans because I have these intersex conditions. So they have special...
You don't know you're intersex. You haven't been tested. You're assuming.
Because you can artificially end up with the same condition. I'll do my head explode too. You can have the same fucking outcome. Why can't you understand? It doesn't matter if that naturally occurred that through a natal puberty, or you arrived at this condition through, like, what you'd say is like a synthetic or artificially induced puberty. Okay, the outcome is that your body has different properties that doctors have to be aware of because certain medications are going to affect you differently. I can't go there and say I'm male and tell them, like, and pretend that nothing is altered about my body. Like, that's just not the case. It could be dangerous for me to take certain kinds of medication because my body is going to be is safer to use medications that are safer to use with people that have estrogen. And you're like, oh, this head bursting thing. I'm like, this is just, it manifests in real, this is reified by, like, the medical experiences of trans people. And he just doesn't understand this.
I said earlier, if you define intersex as only being karyotype, then I don't know because I've never had a karyotype test done. But if you ask me, am I intersex? I would say, yes, if you mean, do I have intersex properties? Of course I do. And it has to be taken into consideration with medicine and everything else I do. If I go and get any kind of, like, internal work done, they would have to take that into consideration. And I think doctors would qualify as, like, at least some scientists of medicine, biology.
Okay.
Because parts of your biology change through taking a hormone regimen.
Okay, well, we've been going for, like, how long have we been talking? 3 hours? No way. Has it been 3 hours?
It's been 3 hours, yeah.
I think we should leave it there. I do appreciate you, Zoe, coming on and talking with me. It was much better.
No, you don't. You're more interested in just making stupid sound effect sounds.
not tracking what I'm saying. I don't know if it's like a comprehension issue, or if it's like you just want to, you know, you just want to like ignore everything I'm saying when you ask me questions. Meanwhile, you're like, oh, I want to have a discussion with you and stuff like that. No, you don't. The entire reason that you did this, so it seems, would be just to get like clicks and views, and like, I mean, you can say like whatever you want to about it, but I think it's very obvious to anybody who watches this VOD that you were being a little bit disingenuous here. You never offered your view. You never explained to me why my view, what the problem is. You just don't like it. You're just like, no, I just play a sound effect like while I'm talking to you, and you're just like, no, this doesn't matter, because you can't answer this question. You can't answer like, shouldn't, like, if medically, if we go to a doctor or something like that, they have to be made aware of this because our body is different than that of males. But you just don't want to take that into account and say, oh, that doesn't matter, because nothing changed. Still the sand. It doesn't matter if it's been made into a glass pane or a vase. To Doug, it's just sand.
Better than, the other place.
Yeah, no. And I would say that the difference between talking with you and talking the other place is that the other place is just more outwardly hostile to people, Doug. I feel like you pretend to be more civil. Meanwhile, you're going to add sound effects and stuff, be very disrespectful. You're going to invoke hyperbolic terms. You're ignoring the arguments that are presented to you. And you're essentially doing this just for your YouTube channel, which, I mean, I'm recording and reviewing this now as part of my YouTube channel. So I'm not going to criticize you too bad on that front. I just wish that when you go to have these conversations with people, if you say you want to have an honest discussion about a subject, I wish that you would engage as a good faith interlocutor. You would engage honestly. And just because you don't understand what my answer is, that doesn't mean that I'm bloviating. Just because you're not tracking what I'm saying, that doesn't mean that there's something wrong with what I'm saying, or that I'm talking about something that's nonsense. That's just your problem in comprehension. That's it. Oh well. So I'm not going to bother with the rest of this. I will say that that's going to wrap up the stream. I mean, we've been going for like, oh Jesus, like literally almost 6 hours. Well, I mean, I had fun with it. I hope that everybody that watches the VOD later on, or if you made this far in the stream, thank you so much. Please like and subscribe if you made it this far, and you haven't. I don't know why you wouldn't. I feel like it's at least a little entertaining. Even if you like want to hate on me, you can at least follow me around to hate on me, I guess, if that's your thing. But I would much rather have fruitful conversations with people. And I guess